Chapter 681. This was a place like a fairyland. Dense spiritual energy filled the air, flowers and trees flourished, and strange spiritual springs dotted the landscape. Auspicious clouds lingered in the sky, and red-crowned cranes soared in the sky. In the sky above this world, there was a floating palace. It was a divine palace, surrounded by spiritual energy and flickering with spiritual light. It was like an ancient divine mountain was fixed high up in the sky, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. There was no sun in this world, only a dazzling divine pearl orbiting in the sky, rising from the east and setting in the west, like the sun of the world. In the main hall of the divine palace, there were 2 rows of seats on each side. On the throne in the middle sat a burly figure with disheveled hair. His chest and abdomen were dripping with blood, and there was a bloody hole. Blood that emitted a bright red light seeped out and dyed the throne red. The scarlet blood flowed under the throne and glowed. Old Tortoise, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He stood in front of the old tortoise, shocked to the extreme. He couldn't imagine that in this world, other than an extreme master, there was someone who could injure the old tortoise to this extent. Old Tortoise rushed into the depths of the barren mountains and unruly rivers in the Buddhist land, then directly entered the inner world and returned to the divine palace. He then released Gu Fei and the others who had been kept in the inner world. Master, Shao Qing and the fire Qilan Balan couldn't help but be moved when they saw the old tortoise's appearance. The old tortoise was an almighty master of the demonic race, but he was injured to this extent. It's all right, I won't die. The old tortoise gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Only he would plot against others, but ever since he met that evil Baldy Fan Xiu, he began to have bad luck. What's going on? Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed what was going on. I didn't think that the 2 most unlikely fellows would join forces. What else can I say? The old tortoise said hatefully. Earth demon lording Tian, little monk Fan Xiu, just wait and see. With a thought from the old tortoise, the spiritual energy of this world was immediately attracted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered his body. In the central region of his inner world, a divine spring was emitting pure life essence energy. The life essence energy gathered into a tornado-like airflow, going against the sky and rushing towards the heavenly palace. When Gu Fei and the others saw old tortoise running his mystic art to heal his injured body, they stopped talking. Endless spiritual energy gathered, especially the pure life essence, which was continuously devoured by the old tortoise's wounded body. The old tortoise's body began to emit waves of purple demonic light. The flesh around the bloody hole in his abdomen began to move. The flesh began to reform, the wound began to heal, and the blood that had flowed out also began to flow backwards. Endless spirit energy and life essence energy poured into the old turtle's wounded body. The old turtle's wounded body was healing quickly. That was the terror of mighty figures. As long as their souls were not destroyed, even if their bodies were pierced through or even blown up, they could still reform their bodies and regenerate their flesh and blood. In the main hall, the demonic power and spiritual energy surged. In less than 2 hours, the bloody hole between the old turtle's chest and abdomen disappeared. The old turtle's injured body was healed, and there was no longer a trace of injury. Old Tortoise let out a long breath and opened his eyes. 2 sharp divine lights flashed from his eyes. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed across the main hall. He stopped and no longer gathered spiritual energy. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. It's done. Gu Fei sensed the exuberant vitality of the old turtle and could not help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, is this the power of a mighty figure? Regenerating flesh and blood was not a difficult task for Gu Fei. When his martial body was cultivated to this level, even if Gu Fei suffered such a serious injury, he could still survive and repair his injured body. However, it would never be as fast as the old turtle. Such a serious injury was healed in an hour, which was something that Gu Fei could not do for the time being. It was not easy to kill a mighty figure. It could only be done by special means. Master, your body. Shao Qing asked with concern. The old turtle was his master. If it were not for the old turtle, Xiaoqing would still be a green snake. The fire Qilan Balan also looked at the old turtle nervously. Humph. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. I want to see how the Buddhist land is doing now. If we join forces with the demons, I'm afraid that little guy Fan Xiao will also be in trouble. The old turtle sneered. He stretched out his hand and 9 crystal clear divine crystals appeared in his palm. Each of the divine crystals was surrounded by divine light. Mystic light divine stones. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the 9 divine crystals. He immediately knew what kind of magical power the old turtle was going to use. Gu Fei had merged with Li Xuandao's soul memory, so his knowledge was different. As expected, the old turtle shook his palm and the 9 divine crystals shot up into the sky. They broke through the void and were hit by the old turtle into the void. At the same time, 9 black holes suddenly appeared in the sky above the Western Buddhist land. The 9 divine crystals broke through the void and entered the Western Buddhist land. Then, they scattered in all directions. In the void in the center of the hall, 9 pictures appeared. The 9 divine crystals transmitted the scenes of the Western Buddhist land into the old turtle's inner world. Soon, the old turtle and Gu Fei noticed the strange movements in the Western Buddhist land. The area close to the desolate battlefield was filled with demonic aura. Countless powerful and ferocious demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. The Buddhist soldiers of the Western Buddhist land were fighting with countless demonic beasts. It was extremely intense. Occasionally, there would be dark green saber lights that broke through the layers of demonic aura. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth. A demonic diagram was faintly discernible in the depths of the demonic aura. The terrifying pressure caused the heaven and earth to change color. Rumble, the entire Western Buddhist land was trembling. 2 extremely powerful forces shook the world, piercing through the heaven and earth. Mountains crumbled, the earth cracked, and all living beings were reduced to ashes. What was originally a pure land had turned into a battlefield of slaughter and blood. Corpses of demonic beasts and Buddhist soldiers could be seen everywhere. The earth was dyed red with blood. Good. Very good. Just as I expected, that Ying Tian has been suppressed by the Buddhist sovereign for countless years. His soul nearly dissipated. How could he let these baldies go? The old turtle was overjoyed when he saw the scene transmitted by the divine crystals. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was slightly surprised. Ying Tian was truly ruthless. He actually wanted to make the entire Western Buddhist land his enemy. Did he really think that he could annihilate the little monk Fan Xiao and the entire Western Buddhist land by himself? The fact that the Western Buddhist land was able to exist for so many years without being buried in the river of time showed how deep their foundation was. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The old turtle's face darkened as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. What are you planning to? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely guess what the old turtle was planning. This old turtle must be thinking of a way to deal with the little monk Fan Xiao and Ying Tian. As expected, the old turtle's face darkened. He turned to Gu Fei and Xiaoqing. We can't let this chance slip by. We'll split up. Smelly brat, you bring Xiaoqing's group to the little monk Fan Xiao's lair, the spiritual mountain. I'll hide in the vicinity of the battlefield. The spiritual mountain? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat hearing this. The lair of the Buddhist land wasn't a friendly place. Who knew what kind of Buddhist almighty figures were guarding the spiritual mountain? With the strength of these people, any one of them would be able to kill them all. Don't worry, there's only one almighty figure in the Buddhist land, and that's Fan Xiao. I haven't sensed the existence of a second almighty figure in the Buddhist land. The old turtle seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about and said. That better be the case. Gu Fei said. When you get to the spiritual mountain, find a way to destroy the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain. The old turtle said in a deep voice. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Destroy the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain? That was too ruthless. One should know that under the spiritual mountain was the origin of the spiritual veins that suppressed the entire Western territory. All the spiritual veins in the Western Buddhist land converged under the spiritual mountain. That was the origin of the 100 veins. If the origin of the 100 veins was destroyed, half of the Western Buddhist land would be destroyed. Without a doubt, if the 100 veins spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain were destroyed, the spiritual chi would be in chaos and leak everywhere, leading to a series of terrible events. The auspicious aura of this pure land of bliss might be completely destroyed in a single night. This pure land might become a place of unruly mountains and unruly rivers. Destroying the earth's spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain could not be considered pure destruction, but at least it would destroy the unique advantage of the Western Buddhist land. If the spiritual veins were destroyed, the other remote mountains might be shrouded in dense spiritual chi overnight. After thinking about it carefully, cold sweat appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. If he did that, he would become the mortal enemy of the entire Buddhist land. He might not have a place to stay in the entire Tinglong continent. With the 100 veins spiritual veins, the disciples of the Buddhist land could achieve twice the results with half the effort. If it was destroyed, it was equivalent to destroying half of the foundation of the Buddhist land. Gu Fei said, "If I do that, the experts of the Buddhist land will chase me to the ends of the earth to kill me. No one can resolve this. Are you afraid?" The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "Me? Afraid? Fine. I'll throw caution to the wind. Let's do it." Gu Fei gritted his teeth. Since there was already a great enmity, he might as well make it more intense. Good. Haha. The old turtle was very happy. He immediately opened his inner world and sent Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others out. The old turtle was still a little worried, so he sent out the corpse general doppelganger as well. The corpse general doppelganger was the indestructible martial body left behind by the indestructible martial artist. Its combat strength was comparable to that of a mighty expert. With the corpse general doppelganger around, Gu Fei and the others felt a lot more at ease. Gu Fei and the old turtle went their separate ways. Soon, Gu Fei, Shaoqing and the others sneaked near the spiritual mountain. They stopped in a dense forest at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Chapter 682. With the Western Buddhist lands on the brink of life and death, almost all of the Buddhist sex experts had left for the desolate battlefield to defend against the invading Earth Archdevil Lording Tian and his army of demonic creatures. However, Gu Fei still sensed several powerful presences above the spiritual mountain. There were Buddhist sex experts guarding this sacred ground. The spiritual mountain was the heart of the Western Buddhist lands. Even if all the Buddhist sex experts were deployed, they wouldn't leave this sacred ground completely empty, allowing others to take advantage of it. One had to know that beneath the spiritual mountain was the origin of the Western Buddhist land's 100 veins, the ancestral root of the surrounding 10,000 li. Any mishap would bring great changes to the Western Buddhist lands. There are powerful experts on the mountain. Shaoqing also sensed the powerful presences. If they acted rashly, they would surely alert the experts on the mountain. "What should we do?" Shaoqing asked. He wasn't too surprised because he had been cultivating in the old tortoise's inner world until he became an immortal god. Only then did the old tortoise let him and the fire Qilan Balan out to temper themselves. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "Those two baldies are following Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. They definitely know a lot of Buddhist sex secrets. Let's go interrogate them first." "Correct." Shaoqing nodded. At this time, He Tian raised his head to look at the sky above the spiritual mountain. The soul fire in his skull flickered as two yin and yang divine lights shot out from his eye sockets. "This sky is a little strange," He Tian suddenly said. He seemed to have noticed something, but he wasn't too sure. Gu Fei and the others were startled. What was so strange about the sky above the spiritual mountain? They looked up to the sky, but they didn't see anything strange. "It would be great if I could use the immortal Tao Divine Eye," Gu Fei said. The immortal Tao Divine Eye was a technique cultivated by Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique had been destroyed in the great battle at the path of hell. After Gu Fei's divine soul returned to his body, it was difficult for him to use this divine ability again. He had fused with Li Xuandao's soul memories and grasped countless immortal Dao techniques, but it was a little difficult to use them. Other than the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the other divine arts of the immortal Dao were difficult to use. Just like the immortal Dao divine eye, it was difficult for Gu Fei to truly grasp it. Although they couldn't tell what was strange about the sky above Mount Numinous, everyone took note of it. At that moment, the corpse general's avatar that stood behind everyone like an invincible god of war made a pulling motion in the air with both hands, and a void that was around 300 meters wide appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a space created by the old turtle's avatar using the power of the corpse general. This indestructible martial body did not have an inner world. Perhaps the inner world of this indestructible martial body had been shattered by someone when it died and no longer existed. It could only rely on its supreme power to open up a small space. In this space, the edge of the space was chaotic. There was nothing in the space except for 2 big bald heads. They were the 2 Buddhas that were casually taken into the inner world by the old turtle. After Gu Fei entered the small space, the void closed and everyone waited outside. The dense forest at the foot of Mount Numinous was very quiet. From time to time, Buddhist experts would fly out of Mount Numinous using the golden light escape technique. For the time being, no one could sense the presence of Shaoqing and the others. Since they were at the immortal realm, no one would be able to detect them once they retracted their auras. Could it be that there were no mighty beings on Mount Numinous as the old turtle had said? Not long after, the corpse general's avatar opened up the small space again, and Gu Fei walked out with a solemn expression. He could vaguely see the 2 bald heads suppressed in the small space. They were covered with blood and seemed to be on the verge of death. How is it? Shaoqing came up to him and asked. The world has changed. Gu Fei said in a low voice. He used the soul-searching technique to read the memories of the 2 Buddhas who followed Buddha Lord Green Lotus. He knew what had happened in Tinglong continent in the past 300 years. Ever since the demons appeared in the north, the Tinglong continent could no longer be at peace. In the northernmost demonic region, the land of the ancestral demons appeared. 7 huge cities that suppressed the northernmost demonic region like the Big Dipper rose from the ground. They drew upon the power of the stars and fixed themselves in the sky. Where the giant cities used to be, there were 7 huge black holes. Devil chi surged in the black holes, and demonic roars were endless. It was as if a group of demons were dancing inside. A world of demons wanted to break through the seal of the 7 divine cities and appear in the far north devil region. Some people said that the real extreme path demon ancestor was about to be resurrected. All the Almighties went into the demon realm. Ghost Emperor Fengdu even led countless ghost soldiers into the demon realm under the extreme north demon realm. He slaughtered his way in and out, shocking the world. Then, some mighty beings opened the bridge of heaven and earth and returned from the heaven realm. The ancient sects that had disappeared for countless years also began to return. Yaotai Ancient Holy Land, Yuanshi Celestial Sect, Archaic Tao Sect, Primitive Families. The ancient sects appeared one after another, shocking the world. With the return of the ancient sects, the figures of immortals and gods began to appear in Tinglong continent. A flourishing age suddenly appeared. In the world of cultivation, immortals and gods were no longer legends. The world had changed greatly. There was a rumor that the world had changed millions of years ago. From then on, no one on Tinglong continent could break the void and enter the heaven realm to become an immortal. Gu Fei learned from the soul memories of the 2 Buddhas who followed Lord Green Lotus that Fan Shou actually had a great background. He opened the heavenly Buddha path, allowing the ancient Buddhist sect to reappear. The ancient Buddhist Lord refined the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Buddha path was one of the 6 paths. Compared to the hell path, the heavenly Buddha path was the legendary heavenly kingdom, the true pure land of ultimate bliss. That pure land of ultimate bliss was right above the spiritual mountain. He Tian could already see that something was wrong. Ing Tian had attacked, but the Western Buddhist lands still did not use their greatest trump card. The ancient Buddhist experts of the heavenly Buddha path did not appear. The heavenly Buddha path was hidden in the void. If Gu Fei could still use the immortal Tao divine eyes to see through all illusions, he would be able to see the existence of the heavenly Buddha path. The world had changed. It was difficult for immortals and gods to ascend. However, the archaic Tao sect used their supreme treasure, the sky connecting platform, to open the passage between the heaven realm and the human realm. It could send people to the legendary heaven realm. Every returning ancient desolate power had a supreme expert guarding it. It was because of the return of the ancient desolate powers that the human realm did not fall into the hands of the devils. The true experts had entered the ancestral devil land to fight against the great devils of the devil world. In the past 300 years, both the ancient desolate powers and the devil world suffered losses. There were also changes in the cultivation world. There were no longer awakened self, transcending mortality, void controlling, demigod, and supreme saint. These were the 5 great realms. Above the supreme saint, there were still the immortal God, profound transformation, celestial being, supreme being, and extreme Tao. Gu Fei noticed that if the cultivation realms were divided according to these cultivation realms, he would at most be in the 4th or 5th heavenly immortal God realm. As for the Green Lotus Buddhist Lord, his cultivation had probably broken through the immortal God realm and reached the profound transformation realm. Gu Fei explained the current situation to Shao Qing and the rest. Shao Qing, the Fire Qilin, and He Tian were both shocked and excited. This was definitely the arrival of a new era. Chapter 683. After learning about the situation on Spirited Mountain, Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and the others discussed for a while, then prepared to take action. What they were doing now was truly incredible. Once the big baldies from the Buddhist sects found out that they were the ones who did it, there would probably be no place for them in this world. They had to be careful. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and jumped into it. In the hell path, he had once suppressed a powerful blood fiend Azura with the strength of an emperor in the mountain and river cauldron. This was the perfect time to use it. Within the mountain and river cauldron was an endless void. Primordial chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was like the chaotic void before the world was created. In a certain corner of this chaotic void, a ferocious blood fiend Azura Emperor was being suppressed by a huge mountain formed by the primordial chaotic chi. It was a terrifying demon born from the blood hell sea. Its body was covered in crimson scales, and its body was surging with blood chi. It had a demon horn on its head. The demon's body was surging with killing intent. Although it was being suppressed by the huge mountain formed by the primordial chaotic chi, it was still extremely ferocious and continued to struggle. With a thought from Gu Fei, the huge mountain that was suppressing the blood fiend Azura Emperor immediately turned into primordial chaotic chi and dissipated in the void. Roar! The ferocious blood fiend Azura Emperor immediately roared and turned into a bloody shadow. It was extremely fast and ferociously pounced towards Gu Fei. An elongated bloody shadow appeared in the void. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and pressed his palm forward. Bang! The bloody shadow immediately suffered a huge impact and was sent flying. Very good. It still has the strength of an immortal. Gu Fei nodded. Although this blood fiend Azura Emperor had been suppressed for so long, it still had terrifying strength comparable to an immortal. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked in the air. He used the desolate steps and instantly appeared in front of the blood fiend Azura Emperor as if he was teleporting. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Azura Emperor. Boom! The air shook. Gu Fei's hand covered the entire area. His 5 fingers were like 5 pillars that supported the sky. They sealed the area and surrounded the blood fiend Shura. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's large hand broke through the layers of bloody mist and directly pressed down on the blood fiend Azura King. That palm was like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing the blood fiend Azura to the point where it couldn't move at all. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. It directly entered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's knowledge sea and shattered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's soul. Godly snatch. After shattering the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's spiritual soul, Gu Fei shouted and used the godly snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A shadow rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered the blood fiend Azura sovereign's mind. Gu Fei separated a part of his consciousness and entered the blood fiend Azura's body. He took control of the blood fiend Azura's body and inherited his power. At that moment, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and the fire Qilan Balan all looked at the mountain and river cauldron nervously. They were waiting for Gu Fei to appear. Swoosh! A beam of bloody light suddenly rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. A cold and terrifying aura with a faint smell of blood immediately spread. This is... Xiao Qing and the others saw a blood-colored demonic shadow rush out of the mountain and river cauldron. Although they were already mentally prepared, they were still shocked. There was a figure wrapped in this bloody shadow. It made a turn in the air and flew towards Spirited Mountain. At that moment, Gu Fei walked out of the world in the mountain and river cauldron. He did not put away the mountain and river cauldron. Instead, he shrunk it to the size of a fist and held it in his right hand. The blood fiend Azura sovereign, who was controlled by Gu Fei's consciousness, was stopped by a monk who suddenly appeared before it could reach the waist of the mountain. Boom! The bloody light rushed into the sky. The power of the blood fiend Azura sovereign exploded instantly. The glaring bloody light dyed the entire heaven and earth red. A vast power surged. In the endless bloody light, a blood-colored hand grabbed at the monk who had appeared in front of it. Gu Fei did not say a word and attacked immediately. The monk was shocked, but he did not panic in the face of danger. He also pushed his palm forward. A vast Buddhist power condensed into a golden Buddha's hand and blocked it. Bam! The 2 hands collided instantly and the entire void shook. Then, the golden Buddha's hand collapsed and the blood fiend demonic hand slapped forward. The monk was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Pfft! The monk was smashed into a bloody mist by the blood fiend Azura sovereign's blood fiend demonic hand. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The monk was not a match for the blood fiend Azura sovereign at all. He did not even have the chance to scream before his soul was destroyed. Hence, the massacre began. The blood fiend Azura sovereign's sudden attack on Spirit Mountain immediately alerted the Buddhist disciples who were guarding the mountain. Spirit Mountain was instantly thrown into chaos. The Buddhist experts who were guarding the mountain could not help but be shocked that there was a demon attacking Spirit Mountain so quickly. They hurriedly charged towards the blood fiend Azura sovereign from all directions. The blood fiend Azura sovereign had the strength of an immortal realm. Under Gu Fei's control, his blood-red body emitted a terrifying energy wave. He was unstoppable. He used the mystique of the blood fiend clan and killed 9 bald demigods. He gradually killed his way from the mountainside to the peak of Spirit Mountain. Under the control of a strand of Gu Fei's primordial spirit, the blood fiend Azura sovereign went on a killing spree on Spirit Mountain. On Spirit Mountain, blood-red light shot into the sky and a murderous aura filled the air. Buddhist experts kept falling. All the Buddhist experts who were guarding the mountain were attracted by the blood fiend Azura sovereign. The demon has cultivated to a savage level. A loud shout came from the peak of Spirit Mountain. Then, a powerful aura erupted from the peak of Spirit Mountain. An immortal realm Buddhist expert had made his move. Boom! A wooden fish the size of a hill fell from the sky and smashed towards the blood fiend Azura sovereign. The void shook and the Buddhist power was vast. Roar! The blood fiend Azura sovereign roared and punched upwards. Bam! With a bang, the wooden fish that had fallen from the sky was immediately smashed into the sky. Swoosh! A tall figure appeared at the peak of Spirit Mountain. He extended his hand and retrieved the wooden fish that had been smashed away by the blood fiend Azura sovereign. Then, he pressed towards the blood fiend Azura sovereign. Chapter 684. Thousands of feet below Spirited Mountain, a layer of light with a peaceful aura blocked Gu Fei and the others. It was a layer of dazzling Buddha light. Above the Buddha light, there were faint swastikas and mysterious Buddha patterns. These Buddha patterns were created by the ancient Buddhist Lord and were the embodiment of the great path of Buddhism. There really is a seal. When Erebus saw this, the soul flame in his skull flickered a few times, and a dazzling divine light shone from his eye sockets. The weakness of Spirited Mountain is the 100 meridian spiritual roots underground. If we can think of this, so can those Baldies from the Buddhist sect. Shao Qing said with a solemn expression. Spirited Mountain was the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Below the ground was the source of the spiritual veins of the entire Western Buddhist land. It was the land of the 100 meridians' ancestral roots. It was because the 100 meridians gathered under Spirited Mountain that the entire Western Buddhist land was able to become a land of bliss. Cultivating on Spirited Mountain would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, if anything were to happen to the 100 meridian spiritual roots, the Western Buddhist land's unique advantage would be destroyed. The spiritual land would then become a barren land of barren hills and unruly rivers. It was impossible for the Buddhist sect to not set up layers of seals for such an important place. Needless to say, the seals that were set up with Buddhist Tao patterns were definitely the work of a peerless figure. Furthermore, that person was most likely the legendary ancient Buddhist lord. What should we do? Even the quiet fire Chilan Balan frowned. Even if the old tortoise personally came, it would be difficult for him to break the seal with his dermic powers. Don't worry. Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He then extended his right hand and a small cauldron appeared in his palm. It floated above his palm and rotated continuously. The mountain and river cauldron. When Shao Qing and the others saw the small cauldron, their eyes lit up. They already knew that the mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi. It was the heaven and earth ancestral chi and seemed to be able to break all seals. Humph. Even the seal laid down by the legendary Buddhist lord throughout the ages is unable to withstand the smelting of primordial chaos energy. Gu Fei said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Fei walked forward and activated the mountain and river cauldron. A misty, colorless gas rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. An immeasurably ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos of heaven and earth immediately spread out. The quaint little cauldron vibrated, and the primordial chaos chi directly pounced on the layer of sealing Buddhist light. The Buddhist light that was covered by the primordial chaos chi immediately dimmed. The primordial chaos chi began to melt away the sealing power bit by bit. This was definitely an extremely arduous process. Gu Fei constantly urged the Jin Yuan in his body and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. He felt as if all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. It was not until 6 hours later that the primordial chaos chi finally assimilated the Buddhist power on the layer of sealing Buddhist light and smelted a hole that was less than the size of a fist. It had to be said that the sealing power here was too strong. The Buddhist light seal was unusually strong. It was like a piece of peerless divine iron. If it were not for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would definitely not be able to shake this seal at all. Even if Old Tortoise came, he would not be able to do anything to this seal. At this time, the battle on Spirited Mountain was still ongoing. There was no movement in the void above Spirited Mountain. Everywhere on Spirited Mountain was stained with blood. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign, who was controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, went on a killing spree on Spirited Mountain. Countless Buddhist masters were killed until an immortal Buddha took action and intercepted the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. The battle on Spirited Mountain did not seem to alarm the people from the heavenly Buddha path. There was nothing strange in the sky above Spirited Mountain. The people from the heavenly Buddha path did not appear. Swoosh! The blood-red demonic claw tore through the void and directly tore a flying half-Buddha shrouded in Buddhist light into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. It was bright red blood, not golden Buddhist blood. Only those who had cultivated the immortal Buddha path fruit would have their physical body become flawless, and their blood and chi would turn into golden immortal Buddha blood. All the Buddhist disciples were shocked, and all of them scrambled to retreat to the distance. Die, demon! An old monk with a white beard and white eyebrows rushed out. The kasaya on his body suddenly flew up and expanded rapidly, covering the sky and earth as it shrouded the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. On the kasaya, a vast wave of Buddhist power rippled. The Buddhist light was dazzling, and countless swastikas appeared on the Kasaya. The power of the Tao circulated. This was the attack of a peerless figure in the immortal Buddha realm. Roar! The blood fiend Asura sovereign roared angrily. His hands turned into blood-red demonic claws that tore the sky and earth apart. He tore at the Kasaya that shrouded the sky, tearing spatial cracks in the void. However, the Kasaya was extremely soft and difficult to tear. The Kasaya wrapped around the blood fiend Asura sovereign. Humph! The white-bearded old monk produced Buddhist seals, activating the power of the Kasaya. He wanted to refine the blood fiend Asura sovereign who was wrapped in the Kasaya. Roar! The blood fiend Asura sovereign roared again and again. Blood fiend demonic power surged, and the Kasaya that enveloped him gradually expanded as though it was filled with air. Ha! The old monk's Buddhist power surged as Buddhist light circled around him like lightning. His expression was extremely solemn as beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeped out of his forehead. It was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using all his strength. His hands were trembling as he produced the seals. The Kasaya that enveloped the blood fiend Asura sovereign was still expanding. The Kasaya shimmered with Buddhist light as the swastikas emanated endless Buddhist power, drawing upon the powers of the world. However, it was still difficult to completely suppress the blood fiend Asura sovereign. The old monk could no longer maintain his composure as he exhaled and said, "Fellow Buddhists, lend me a hand." His voice reverberated throughout the peak of Spirit Mountain. Boom! The old monk's voice was still echoing in the world when a figure shrouded in Buddhist light broke through the void and walked out. Bam! That Buddha figure directly flipped his palm and pressed it down. The golden palm shook the void and attracted the endless power of heaven and earth. It was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down on the ground. Swoosh! At that moment, there was another sound of something tearing through the air. A figure appeared in the distant sky with fluttering sleeves. Then, he strode through the void, traversing thousands of feet with each step as he charged over. "Huh, long-browed old monk, I thought you alone would be enough to destroy this fiendish demon." The newcomer laughed loudly. It was a fat monk with a big belly. "Laughing monk, cut the crap and come help," the white-bearded old monk said gravely. His snow-white eyebrows twitched continuously. The Buddhist expert who attacked first pressed down with his golden palm, pressing the blood fiend Asura sovereign who was wrapped in the Kasaya to the ground. Rumble, Spirit Mountain shook. The terrifying power of the immortals and Buddhas shook Spirit Mountain. If not for the protection of the Buddhist array, Spirit Mountain would have collapsed long ago. Roar! The golden Buddha's hand pressed down like a divine mountain. The blood fiend Asura sovereign roared repeatedly. Endless blood chi surged and the demonic power of the blood fiend surged. Under the violent struggle, the golden Buddha's hand also trembled. The laughing monk came to the sky above Spirit Mountain. He could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was truly shocking that two immortals and Buddhas could not completely suppress this fiendish demon. At this moment, the owner of the golden Buddha's hand revealed her true body and slowly descended. She stepped on the golden Buddha's hand like a bodhisattva descending to the mortal world. It was a bhikkhu nun in white monk robes. She had the peerless cultivation of an immortal and Buddha, but her face did not age. She was like a young virgin, a peerless beauty. "Thank you, householder Thousand Leaves, for helping." The pressure on the long-browed old monk was greatly reduced after the nun helped him, so he thanked the nun. Eliminating demons and protecting the Tao is the duty of us Buddhist disciples. "Brother Buddha, there's no need to be so polite," the nun said softly. Her voice was like supreme wisdom, relaxing and relaxing. "Laughing monk, why aren't you helping? With the three of us working together, we can definitely refine this fiendish demon." Householder Thousand Leaves suddenly said to the fat monk. "Roar! You want to eliminate demons and protect the Tao? You don't have the right." Suddenly, a furious roar came from the golden Buddha's hand that was the size of a small mountain. The blood fiend Asura sovereign wasn't completely suppressed. Rumble, The Buddha's hand inside the Kasaya emitted strange sounds like thunder from the ninth heaven. The entire mountain peak was shaking, countless temples were shaking, and all the monks' expressions changed. With the three immortals and Buddhas taking action, the other monks had already retreated far away. This fiendish demon that suddenly attacked the spirit mountain was terrifying to the extreme. It killed the Buddhas like they were ants. Only Buddhist Vedanta in the immortal and Buddha realm could contend against it. Vast demonic power surged. The blood fiend Azura sovereign's body, controlled by a wisp of Gu Fei's consciousness, displayed terrifying combat strength. Gu Fei was using the Ascension mystic art. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were mysterious and unfathomable, possessing unbelievable power. Gu Fei thought that it would be difficult to use the Ascension mystic art with this body, but after trying it out, the Ascension mystic art actually worked. Dye the sky with my demonic blood, break. The blood fiend Azura sovereign controlled by Gu Fei's consciousness roared. Boom! Boundless crimson light suddenly erupted from the Kasaya. The crimson demonic light penetrated the Kasaya's barrier and surged out, sending the golden Buddha's hand flying. Rip! A pair of crimson hands tore the Kasaya apart. A blood fiend demon walked out of the torn Kasaya with unparalleled might. You can all die now. The blood fiend Azura sovereign said coldly. Its crimson eyes emitted 2 demonic beams of crimson light that swept across the 3 immortals and Buddhas. Its chilling killing intent caused the world to chill. At the peak of the spirit mountain, blood chi surged into the sky. Demonic light dyed the entire world red. At this moment, the blood fiend Azura sovereign was extremely powerful. It was like a peerless demon had descended, looking down on the world. The old monk, the laughing monk, and layman Thousand Leaves turned pale with fright. This demon. How did he become so powerful? Chapter 685. Boom! At the peak of the spirit mountain, crimson light shot into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy surged, shaking the entire world. The blood fiend Azura Emperor pressed forward like a peerless demon. With every step he took, the peak of the mountain trembled. The little monk, the long-browed monk, and Thousand Leaves were all pale with fright. The demon before them was extremely powerful. Its strength seemed to have risen to the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei's soul split had successfully allowed the demon body to use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. The demon body's combat strength instantly increased tenfold. Rumble, the void trembled. That terrifying demonic body was like a gigantic mountain moving, exuding boundless ferocious might. Buddhist experts who were flying in the air continuously fell from the sky. The demonic power disturbed the world. Bang! Before the blood fiend Azura Emperor could make a move, Thousand Leaves had already made his move. A golden Buddhist hand descended from the sky, crushing down on the terrifying figure below. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He controlled the blood fiend Azura Emperor and punched upwards. His blood-colored fist turned into a blinding light that resembled a blood-colored sun as it met the golden Buddha's hand that was pressing down on him. Boom! The golden hand shrouded in Buddhist light collided with the demonic fist that resembled a bloody sun. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Then, the void began to shatter. The void within a radius of several hundred meters turned into a pitch-black chaotic black hole of nothingness. The ferocious power pierced through the barrier of heaven and earth. The golden Buddhist hand was sent flying into the sky and rapidly shrank. It was actually a dazzling golden skeletal hand, sparkling as if it had been cast from gold. Boundless Buddhist power surged within it. Bang! The earth shook. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded from the blood fiend Azura Emperor's stomp, forming a huge crater. Dust and boulders flew everywhere. Crimson demonic blood seeped out of the hand and dripped onto the ground. The demonic blood possessed a powerful demonic energy, corroding holes in the soil. Gu Fei noticed that the demon body's right arm was starting to crack. Demonic blood seeped out of the cracks, and a foul stench of blood permeated the air. The powerful demon body had been injured. When Gu Fei's avatar saw the golden hand, it was startled. It was a palm bone, and it was a right palm bone. A peerless character that could cultivate to become an almighty being would have treasures all over their body, and they could be refined into great treasures. This palm bone contained boundless Buddhist energy, and it was definitely formed from a right palm left behind by an almighty Buddhist. Swoosh! The golden palm bone flew back to Householder Thousand Leaves and entered her right palm, fusing with her right palm. Fellow Buddhists, what are you waiting for? Householder Thousand Leaves shouted. The long-browed monk and the laughing monk immediately came to their senses. They immediately made their moves and unleashed their immortal force. The long-browed monk's snow-white eyebrows turned into 2 rays of godly light that pierced toward the blood fiend Azura's sovereign like peerless weapons. Chi! Chi! The 2 long eyebrows turned into dazzling divine light that pierced through space and tore through the world. In an instant, they had already pierced through the blood fiend Azura Emperor's chest. Swoosh! 2 rays of bloody light shot out of the blood fiend Azura Emperor's blood-red eyes. They were like 2 demonic swords that slashed forward and destroyed the 2 rays of divine light. Wherever the bloody light passed, 2 cracks appeared in the air. Chaotic aura seeped out, and the divine light formed by the 2 eyebrows was immediately severed by the bloody light. The 2 white eyebrows floated down from the sky. Roar! The fat, bare-chested laughing monk was no longer laughing. He roared angrily, and the entire space trembled. Then, a Buddhist pagoda rushed out of his mouth. The pagoda had 9 floors, and each floor seemed to contain a small world. Buddha statues could be faintly seen in the small world, and vast waves of Buddhist energy flowed through them. Rumble, the bronze pagoda soared into the sky and grew to the size of a small mountain. Then, it descended from the sky and enveloped the blood fiend Azura Emperor. At the same time, a heaven-devouring force appeared at the bottom of the pagoda, wanting to swallow the blood fiend Azura Emperor into the pagoda. Boom! The pagoda landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Unexpectedly, the blood fiend Azura Emperor did not resist and allowed the pagoda to suck him in. The pagoda shook violently and gradually shrank. Within the hazy space within the 9-story pagoda, boundless Buddhist energy surged out. The entire pagoda seemed to be burning, and vast Buddhist energy surged, wanting to destroy the blood fiend Azura Emperor. What's going on? Thousand Leaves and the long-browed monk could not help but be stunned when they saw this. They never expected that the laughing monk would use the pagoda to suppress the fiendish demon as soon as he made his move. However, they were only happy for a moment. After the bronze pagoda shrunk to the height of a person, it couldn't shrink anymore. No matter how much the laughing monk channeled his Buddhist energy, he couldn't shrink it any further. Rumble, as if a huge mountain was shaking, the countless Buddha statues on the bronze pagoda released dazzling Buddhist light. It was as if countless Buddhas had come to life. This pagoda was definitely an important treasure. Its Buddhist energy was boundless, but it could not truly suppress the demonic body of the blood fiend Azura Emperor that was being controlled by Gu Fei's avatar. Bang! 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 Within the bronze pagoda that was taller than a person, there was a series of violent collisions. The entire pagoda flickered with Buddhist light, and the void within the 9-story pagoda kept flickering. We'll help you. Thousand Leaves and the long-browed monk hurriedly flew behind the laughing monk when they saw this scene. They each stretched out a hand and pressed it on the laughing monk's back, continuously channeling their dharmic power into the laughing monk's body. Rumble, the entire bronze pagoda immediately emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Every level of the 9-story pagoda released endless Buddhist light, and a Buddha vaguely appeared in the void of each level. The 3 immortals and Buddhas were all experts of the Buddhist sections. Their dharmic powers came from the same source, and when the 3 Buddhist energies fused together, their power immediately multiplied. With the 3 of them working together, the power of the bronze pagoda was fully unleashed, and a trace of the aura of the Great Path circulated. The peak of Spirited Mountain was shaking, and the heavens and earth were shaking. Temples kept collapsing, and the bronze pagoda revealed a power that surpassed the realm of immortals and Buddhas. This was already the terrifying power of the mysterious transformation realm. Some of the temples that were sealed in weaker areas began to collapse, and Buddhist runes appeared all over Spirited Mountain, drawing upon the power of the Great Path to dissolve the terrifying power that erupted from the peak of the mountain. Chapter 686. At the peak of Spirited Mountain, battles were raging. However, the spirit veins that were thousands of feet deep beneath Spirited Mountain remained calm. Someone had isolated the aura beneath the ground with their powers. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated in Gu Fei's hand. The primordial chaos chi surged. After a few hours, he finally managed to break a hole in the Buddhist aura seal that was big enough for one person to pass through. Gu Fei was so tired that he was about to give up after spending so much effort to achieve such a small result. At the crucial moment, Little Blue and Fire Qilin Baron placed their hands on his back and transmitted their primal chi to him. After a hole was broken in the seal, the power of the seal finally decreased by a lot. After an hour, Gu Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron in his hand, and a large hole with a diameter of about 30 feet immediately appeared on the Buddhist light seal without a sound. Good. Haha. It's finally broken. Those baldies are in trouble. Cheers came from underground. Through the broken seal, Gu Fei and the rest looked down. They could see that there was an empty space underground. It was a cave that was covered by the Buddhist aura seal. In the cave, there was a roaring dragon bearing its fangs and claws. Spiritual chi was constantly emitted from its body and slowly seeped out through the barrier. Specks of splendor flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. That was spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. F***CK. Hey Tian exclaimed. This spiritual root is really rare. It has already taken the form of a dragon. It has a soul. Even Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan were shocked by the scene before them. This was the 100 Meridian origin under Spirited Mountain. Only God knew how much spiritual chi there was underground. However, soon, everyone realized that there was something wrong with the spirit vein. On the body of the dragon, there were golden orbs of light shining. Those golden orbs were like golden stars, emitting a vast Buddhist power. It was obvious that the giant dragon was trapped. Hey Tian was more knowledgeable. He sighed and said, "The baldies of the Buddhist League are really vicious. They actually trapped the dragon souls of the spirit veins within 1,000,000 miles in this place. No wonder the spiritual energy in this Buddhist land is so abundant. These baldies are simply bandits. No, they are 10 times more despicable than bandits." At this time, Gu Fei also understood the purpose of the Buddhist sect. The spiritual chi within 1,000,000 miles was originally evenly distributed, but now it was trapped under the Spirited Mountain. In the extreme north, except for the western Buddhist land, the other regions must be barren and unruly. Let's be charitable for once. Hey Tian clasped his hands together and said solemnly. TSK. Shaoqing gave Hey Tian the middle finger. It's a pity to destroy this dragon vein. The Fire Qilin Balan said regretfully. The transformation of the spirit vein into a dragon vein requires the baptism of countless years. The Western Buddhist land has existed for countless years. The place where the 100 veins under the ground converged had actually formed an earth dragon soul. It was really unexpected. What's there to feel pity about? We can't let those baldies take advantage of us. Hey Tian said. This guy is black-hearted. Even if he can't get it, he won't let others have it. How do we destroy this dragon vein? Gu Fei looked at the giant dragon calmly and murmured to himself. Yeah, how do we destroy this dragon vein? This dragon vein contained boundless spiritual energy. If it were to suddenly explode, the entire spiritual mountain would probably be blown away and they would be in danger. Got it. Shaoqing suddenly had an idea. He then reached into his magical equipment pouch and took out a handful of purple beads. Each bead was surrounded by purple chi and there seemed to be purple lightning flashing inside. Celestial purple thunder beads? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the purple beads in Shaoqing's hand. This is good stuff. In fact, these celestial purple thunder beads were given to the old tortoise by Gu Fei. It was obvious that the old tortoise had given these beads to Shaoqing. The celestial purple thunder beads were refined from the 9 heavens celestial yang purple thunder by a supreme immortal. They were extremely powerful. One bead was enough to turn a part of the void into a sea of thunder. The power of the thunder and lightning could tear the sky and the earth, shattering the void. Hey Tian, hurry up and carve the void-traversing formation runes. Gu Fei said to Hey Tian. This guy had a deep understanding of formations. Everyone already knew what Gu Fei wanted to do. Hey Tian opened up a void and took out a white jade platform. He then carved formation runes on it. Soon, a mysterious formation diagram appeared on the white jade platform. Alright, this is a formation diagram that can traverse 10,000 miles. This is my limit. Hey Tian was a little tired after carving the formation diagram. 10,000 miles is far enough. Gu Fei nodded. After merging with Li Xuandao's memories, he had also mastered many void-traversing formations. However, he had yet to set up these formations. Let's do it. Gu Fei said solemnly. Shao Qing nodded and waved his hand. The celestial purple thunder beads in his hand turned into dozens of purple suns that smashed towards the giant dragon. At the same time, the white jade platform controlled by He Tian also emitted a bright divine light. Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and the others rushed onto the white jade platform. Whoosh! The white jade platform traversed the void. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the cave. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The entire spiritual mountain was shaking violently. All the monks were shocked. At this moment, the sky was shaking and the earth was moving. The entire Buddhist land was undulating like waves. Boom! Boundless spiritual chi exploded, and half of the majestic spirit mountain collapsed. Even with the Buddhist sect's formation, it was useless. The weather changed and the world lost its color. In the Western Buddhist land, the monks and Buddhas were all shocked. Many of them had understood what had happened. Their faces were ashen. Half of the spiritual mountain collapsed. Countless monks and Buddhas rushed to the sky. However, many of them were still swallowed by the monstrous spiritual energy that erupted. Bang! The void above the spiritual mountain suddenly shattered. A magnificent Buddhist temple descended from the sky. Under the lingering Buddhist light, the temple descended with endless Buddhist energy. The violently shaking heaven and earth was instantly frozen. How, heavens, someone destroyed the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain. Outrageous. Even if this demon dies 1,000,000 times, it won't be a pity. Householder Thousand Leaves, the long-browed monk, the laughing monk, and the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's bronze pagoda were all sent flying by the terrifying power. When the 3 immortals and Buddhas stabilized themselves and saw the scene, they almost went crazy. The spiritual mountain, the holy land of Buddhism, had half of it collapsed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The spiritual mountain had stood tall in the Western Buddhist land for countless years. It had never been damaged so severely. This was the first time. Roar! The blood fiend Azura Sovereign took the opportunity to rush out from under the bronze pagoda. He roared at the sky, then punched the bronze pagoda away and flew to the sky. What a great demon! A loud shout came from the Buddhist temple that was slowly descending. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread through the heavens and the earth. Oh no! A great expert is making a move. The voice spread throughout the Buddhist land and naturally reached the ears of the old tortoise. He was lying in ambush in the void, staring at the battle between the little monk Fan Xiao and the ferocious demon Ing Tian. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty, and demonic chi soared into the sky. A great expert of the Buddhist Tao and a great expert of the demon Tao were fighting fiercely, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The battle had reached a white-hot stage and was extremely intense. Gu Fei and the others. The old tortoise was a little worried. At this time, in the sky above the spiritual mountain. Boom! A huge golden hand descended from the sky, slapping down at the blood fiend Azura Sovereign who was soaring into the sky. Endless power came down from the golden hand, directly causing the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's demonic body to crack, and his demonic body was covered with cracks. Bam! The huge hand slapped down, directly smashing the blood fiend Azura Sovereign into a cloud of blood mist. Endless Buddhist power sealed the void, and even the avatar of Gu Fei couldn't escape. It was destroyed by the huge hand. Roar! Thousands of miles away from the spiritual mountain, Gu Fei roared and almost fell from the white jade platform. He suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. His vision went black, and he almost fainted. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. The avatar was destroyed, and his body was also affected. At this moment, half of the spiritual mountain completely collapsed, and even the nearby peaks collapsed. Countless temples on the peak were destroyed, and a large number of monks and Buddhas chanted Buddhist names and flew into the sky. The majestic Buddhist temple floating on the spirit mountain emitted an immense wave of Buddhist power that froze a part of the void. The earth vein's spiritual chi that had exploded was actually activated. The collapsed spiritual mountain was reforming, and the spiritual chi was vast. Because the spiritual root was destroyed, the spiritual chi that spread far away was also gathered back. A great expert was making a move, wanting to use the supreme Buddhist power to reform the spiritual mountain and gather the dragon soul of the earth. Such a heaven-defying move could only be done by a great expert. How dare they invade my Buddhist land and destroy my dragon vein? These people deserve to die. Go and kill them. A calm voice came from the Buddhist temple in the sky. Then, the void shattered, and a portal appeared in the void. Then, hundreds of Buddhist soldiers rushed out of the void above the spiritual mountain, and those Buddhist soldiers rushed into the portal. Those were Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha path, and they were extremely powerful. The destruction of the spiritual vein under the spiritual mountain had finally alarmed the great experts of the heavenly Buddha path. Thousands of miles away, Gu Fei and the others were about to cross the void again, but at this moment, a powerful wave suddenly came from the nearby void, and then, a portal appeared high in the sky. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha path, under the leadership of a Buddhist expert, rushed out from the void portal high in the sky. This. Chapter 687. The Almighty has unfathomable means. He actually used power to teleport the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddhist path 10,000 miles away. The Almighty has made a move, we have to run. Erebus almost jumped up in shock when he saw the spatial gate appear. He summoned his white jade platform and was about to cross the void when the white jade platform suddenly appeared in front of him. It's fine. If the Almighty had made a move, we would have long since been annihilated. Gu Fei was very calm. In an instant, he thought of many things. The Almighty was probably having a headache over the exploding dragon vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent only a few hundred Buddhist soldiers to chase after them. The Almighty's divine abilities were truly hard to fathom. Gu Fei had already reached a level where not even a drop of water could leak out, but he was still targeted by the Almighty from the heavenly Buddhist path. Could it be that the Almighty had divine abilities that could see through the past and the future? Destroying my Buddhist path's sacred land deserves death. Colluding with the devil deserves death. A resounding voice echoed through the world. The spatial gate disappeared, and the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers, led by a middle-aged monk, approached Gu Fei's group. Their powerful aura was frightening. The middle-aged monk's body emitted a towering murderous aura. It was the polar opposite of the Buddhist path's peaceful aura. It was hard to imagine that there was such a character among the Buddhist path's experts. The middle-aged monk was very powerful, so powerful that even Gu Fei could see through his strength. Gu Fei felt a sense of danger from the middle-aged monk, and he was secretly alarmed. Could it be that the other party was a celestial being that had surpassed the profound transformation realm? The middle-aged monk walked step by step in the void, but it was as if a part of the world was pressing down on Gu Fei and the others. The momentum of the void was enough to make Gu Fei and the others tremble in fear. It was as if they were looking up at a part of the world. Let's go, this person isn't someone we can handle. He Tian's expression changed as soon as he saw this person's momentum. He rushed to the white jade platform. Gu Fei and the others were also shocked. They hurriedly rushed onto the white jade platform. The white jade platform immediately emitted a burst of divine light, wanting to cross the void. However, they were shocked to find that the white jade platform did not succeed in crossing the void. This, Gu Fei and the rest were shocked. The space around them had been sealed. The monk's magic was so strong that the white jade platform had lost its effect. Humph. Trying to escape? Don't waste your time. That vast voice resounded once more, and it was like a resounding bell that resounded by everyone's ears, causing their souls to tremble. Damn it. That's a deva. His power is affecting heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked, but he was not afraid because Old Tortoise's corpse general clone was still standing quietly behind them. So what if he's a celestial? I'll still kill him. Gu Fei growled. Swoosh. The corpse general's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light as sharp as a knife's edge. It swept its gaze over the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that were flying in from the distance. The middle-aged monk seemed to feel threatened. He waved his hand and the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers stopped in the sky, no longer pressing forward. An imperishable warrior? How can there be such a person in this world? The middle-aged monk's expression became serious. It was only now that he sensed the corpse general's existence. Swoosh. The corpse general's clone disappeared behind the crowd. Boom. In the next moment, the void in front of the middle-aged monk suddenly shattered. A tall figure exuding a domineering and terrifying aura rushed out from the shattered void. Bam! A punch was thrown. It was simple and direct, but the ferocious power shook heaven and earth, causing cracks to appear in the void. Those cracks were like spirit snakes that coiled around the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk didn't expect the corpse general's clone to suddenly attack. He was shocked. With a thought, a Buddha diagram rushed out from his body and blocked the attack. Within the Buddha diagram, there was a smiling Buddha statue. At this moment, the Buddha statue seemed to come to life. It emitted thousands of Buddhist lights and a trace of Tao charm flowed around it. Pung! The corpse general's strength was unparalleled. It directly broke through the layers of Buddhist lights and punched the Buddha diagram. Boom! The Buddha diagram trembled. The Buddha statue seemed to come to life as a phantom rushed out from the Buddha diagram. A vast and boundless Buddhist power directly shook the corpse general's clone and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Between heaven and earth, Tao power surged. The Buddha diagram actually triggered the power of the Great Path. This Buddhist treasure was incredible. It was a Buddhist treasure that had condensed Buddhist Tao patterns. A Buddha figure appeared in the Buddha diagram with Buddhist patterns circling around it. Roar! The corpse general's clone roared angrily. The entire sky shook along with its roar. A roar that could shake mountains and rivers, shaking heaven and earth. The corpse general's clone was stimulated with endless battle intent. Although this clone had a trace of the old tortoise's avatar in its Niwen palace, at this moment, the indestructible martial body automatically stimulated a terrifying battle intent that soared to the sky. This was a kind of instinct, the instinct of battle. This indestructible martial body originally had the strongest battle strength in the world. Before it died, it was definitely a terrifying existence that could compete with the Buddhist Almighty. Streams of qi and blood rushed out of its body like dragons dancing and circling around it. A black stick appeared in the indestructible martial body's hand. It's getting serious now. Gu Fei murmured as he watched the battle from afar. If it wasn't for the old tortoise's indestructible martial body avatar, they would be in big trouble. Of course, even without the indestructible martial body avatar, Gu Fei was not necessarily afraid of the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that came from the heavenly Buddha path. He had two powerful forces in his hands. Even in the current Tinglong continent, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned. If Gu Fei released the two forces in his hands, the entire Tinglong continent would be shaken. Especially the Shen clan's patriarch Li Jingxia and hierarch Li Fan. Both of them were definitely powerful cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm. As long as the Almighty did not appear, celestial beings could move unhindered between heaven and earth. Boom! At this time, the indestructible martial body had already swung the black stick in its hand. Its monstrous battle strength shook the heaven and earth and shattered the void. With a terrifying aura of destruction, it directly smashed towards the middle-aged monk holding the Buddha diagram. Kill them. The middle-aged monk was full of killing intent. He pointed at Gu Fei and the others, then rushed forward and unfolded the Buddha diagram to fight with the indestructible martial body. Kill. 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 The hundreds of Buddhist soldiers immediately bypassed the battle between the indestructible martial body and the middle-aged monk. They split into two groups and fiercely rushed towards Gu Fei and the others in the distant sky. These Buddhist soldiers wore ancient monk robes and held ancient magic weapons. Every one of them was incomparably powerful. The Buddhist soldiers of the Western Buddhist lands could not compare to them. Chapter 688. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers were like fighting Buddhas that rushed out from a primitive world. Buddhist power surged from their bodies, but within their peaceful aura, there was a towering murderous aura. From the perspective of Buddhism, killing seemed to be a kind of mercy. It was the duty of these Buddhist soldiers to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. What should we do? Seeing the hundreds of murderous ancient Buddhist soldiers, everyone could not help but feel their scalp tingle. These Buddhist soldiers all had the cultivation of immortal realm. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers were surrounded by Buddhist light. The momentum of their charge directly shook the heavens and earth. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses, unstoppable. He has a Buddhist soldier and I have an immortal soldier. Let's see who's stronger. Gu Fei sneered and then directly opened the inner world in his dantian. The void shattered and under the shroud of divine light, a group of immortals rushed out. Immortal aura lingered and rays of light shone. The leader was a young divine king wearing battle armor and holding a golden divine halberd. His battle intent was like a rainbow and his murderous aura soared to the sky. The divine king's black hair fluttered and his eyes were like stars as he stared coldly ahead. This person was the celestial race expert, Sage Li. Behind him stood hundreds of immortals holding immortal weapons. To deal with these hundreds of Buddhist soldiers, there was no need to mobilize the two ultimate gods from the celestial race. Divine King Sage Li was enough to deal with them. Kill! Sage Li shouted and pointed the divine halberd in his hand at the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that were rushing over. The hundreds of immortals behind him immediately went to meet the group of Buddhist soldiers. The appearance of Sage Li and the hundreds of immortal soldiers obviously shocked the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers. However, so what if they were immortals? They had to die for colluding with demons. Although the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers were shocked, they did not stop. Swoosh! Sage Li directly teleported in the void and pounced into the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers like a ferocious tiger. The divine halberd pierced through the void and directly picked up a Buddhist soldier. With a shake of the divine halberd, the body of the Buddhist soldier instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was a cloud of pale golden blood mist. Boom! Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers and hundreds of immortal soldiers clashed together. Suddenly, Buddhist light flashed. The brilliance of Buddhist weapons and immortal weapons lit up the entire sky. The power of Buddha and immortal spirits surged violently. Saint Li's halberd swept across, and several Buddhist soldiers were immediately cut in half at the waist. Wherever the halberd went, everything was destroyed. Blood splattered, and immortals and Buddhas fell one after another. The divine kings of the Hell Path would be peerless experts of the mysterious transformation realm after they left the Tinglong continent. Divine King Li Sheng was a whole realm higher than these Buddhist soldiers. These Buddhist soldiers could not contend against him at all. Humph! You want to kill us? Then you must be prepared to be killed. Shao Qing said in disdain. Hundreds of immortals fighting hundreds of Buddhist soldiers. From the start, the immortals had the upper hand. Let's get rid of them as soon as possible and leave. Otherwise, if that almighty Buddhist is freed up, we will definitely die. Gu Fei said calmly. Shao Qing, Balan, and He Tian couldn't help but nod. If Gu Fei didn't have the power of the celestial race in his hands, these Buddhist soldiers would have killed them many times over, let alone a supreme expert. Roar. The middle-aged monk who was fighting with the indestructible martial body doppelganger roared again and again. He discovered the situation here. He never thought that Gu Fei and the others would have such a move. It's the successor of the immortal path. The female immortal of the Yaotai Holy Land. You are from the archaic Dao sect or the primordial immortal sect. The middle-aged monk shouted loudly. I don't know what you are talking about. Divine King Li Sheng had the cultivation of the mysterious transformation realm. The group of Buddhist soldiers was almost invincible in front of him. Buddha's blood stained his body and his battle intent was like a rainbow. Li Sheng displayed an incomparably powerful and terrifying combat strength. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha sect were instantly killed. Damn it, retreat. The middle-aged monk was anxious. Hundreds of battle-hardened Buddhist soldiers were disciples of the Buddhist sects who were lucky enough to survive the Dark Ages. If they were destroyed, it would be a great loss to the heavenly Buddha sect. Although the ancient desolation forces had returned, it was not like what the outside world had guessed. Every ancient desolation force had countless immortal-level powerhouses. In fact, after the turmoil of the world, some of the ancient desolation forces had been annihilated in the long years and completely disappeared. Even if they survived, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Swoosh. 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 After those Buddhist soldiers heard the order, they immediately dispersed and rushed towards the direction of Spirited Mountain. They were like rays of golden rainbow that crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed. Run? Where do you think you are going? The golden halberd in Divine King Li Sheng's hand slashed repeatedly. Thousands of meters of killing light rushed out, splitting the void. Wherever the killing light passed, faint golden Buddha blood sprinkled in the air. Just as Li Sheng was about to lead the 100 immortal gods to chase after them, he received a voice transmission from Gu Fei. Hence, he stopped. In the short battle, only a few of Li Sheng's immortal soldiers died, and more than a dozen were injured. Compared to the hundreds of scattered Buddhist soldiers, Li Sheng had already won a great victory. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go first. Gu Fei called Li Sheng and the others back. He was a little uneasy and did not want to stay for long. Then, he opened up his inner world and kept Li Sheng and the others inside. The group flew onto the white jade platform and crossed the void. Because of the suppression of the indestructible martial physique, the middle-aged monk's power could no longer affect this part of the world. Gu Fei and the others successfully crossed the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, a huge golden hand broke through the void and descended from the sky. It directly landed on the indestructible martial physique. Roar. The indestructible martial physique felt danger. Divine power surged all over his body, and the black rod in his hand directly pierced upwards. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable, as though it had pierced a hole in the sky. Bang! The huge golden hand collided with the black rod. The huge hand contained endless power and the aura of the great Tao. It was difficult to resist, and it actually slapped the indestructible martial physique and the rod down from the sky. Boom! The huge golden hand forcefully pressed the indestructible martial physique onto the ground. The ground within 100 miles immediately shook violently like waves, and dust rose high into the sky. This kind of power was definitely the attack of a mighty figure. The huge golden hand dissipated, and a huge palm print that was hundreds of feet wide appeared on the ground. The palm print went deep into the ground, and was 100 meters deep. Rumble, the earth shook, and a domineering aura suddenly erupted from the palm print on the ground. A tall figure rose from the palm print. The mud and gravel within a radius of 1,000 feet also floated up. The indestructible martial physique was incomparably powerful, and his combat strength caused the world to lose its color. The world shook, and he was like a god or a demon. His long hair danced wildly as he slowly rose into the sky. This. Chapter 689. Boom. The giant golden hand once again shattered the void and descended from the sky. It displayed supreme Buddhist power and directly slapped down the indestructible martial physique with infinite battle intent. The attack of the mighty figure was terrifying to the extreme. The giant golden hand was enough to kill all existences below the mighty figure level, but it could not do anything to the indestructible martial physique. Warriors who could cultivate the indestructible martial physique were all peerless figures in the past. Even if a mighty figure encountered such a person, they would probably retreat. The indestructible martial physique was not a legend. Even though the old tortoise's indestructible martial physique had fallen for countless years, it still had unlimited potential. This clone was not able to display the terrifying battle strength of the mighty figure level. Even though it could not display the battle strength of the mighty figure level at this stage, the indestructible martial physique was still incredibly powerful. Even a mighty figure would find it difficult to cause any damage to the indestructible martial physique. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The indestructible martial physique was like an unkillable cockroach. It broke through the ground again and soared into the sky. Its black rod pointed to the sky, its long hair danced wildly, and its battle intent was like a rainbow. The mighty figure did not appear. He was attacking from thousands of miles away. Boom! 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 The giant golden hand continued to shatter the void and directly bombarded from the sky. It pierced through heaven and earth and collapsed mountains. The terrifying power of destruction spread between heaven and earth, and the whole world seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. However, the indestructible martial physique was still indestructible. It soared into the sky and dared to challenge the mighty figure. The Buddhist celestial being realm powerhouse who had retreated was also shocked when he saw this shocking scene. The indestructible martial physique was too powerful. If he had been the one to receive such an attack, he would have already been blasted into pieces. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already crossed the void and were already thousands of miles away. No matter how powerful the Buddhist mighty figure was, it was difficult to find traces of Gu Fei and the others this time. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They used the white jade platform to travel through the void. After a dozen times, the white jade platform could no longer withstand the power of traveling through the void. It turned into dust and dissipated into the void. At this moment, they were already over 50,000 kilometers away from the Buddhist land of the West and had entered the border of the Central Plains. The Central Plains was much vaster than the Western Buddhist lands. If mortals were to traverse through the Central Plains, they would most likely need to spend several years. The border between the Western Buddhist lands and the Central Plains was also vast and boundless. Although the border between Mount Song and the Central Plains could not be described as barren and unruly, it was also not some spiritual land. Miasma and poisonous fog would occasionally drift through the Mount Song army, making it an uncivilized and savage land. The Central Plains was the most prosperous region in the entire Tinglong continent. However, it was divided by three great empires. They were Southern Yan, Northern Wei, and Eastern Qi. Each of the three great empires controlled a territory of 1,000,000 miles. They were the three great powers of the Tinglong continent. They could contend against the Taoist sect, the demon race, and the Buddhist sect. At the border between the Buddhist land, Southern Yan, and Northern Wei, there was a place that was not governed by any of the three powers. The people there believed in the shaman religion, which was the inheritance of the ancient ancestors. It was a chaotic primitive region. Because it was not governed by any of the three powers, many people who were fleeing for their lives and those evil villains who had nowhere to go in the Central Plains gathered in this region. Over the years, this desolate land had become the most unique place in the Tinglong continent. Jinwu City was the largest city in this primitive region. No one knew the origin of this city because it had existed for too long. Some people said that this city was built by the ancient ancestors. Some people said that this city was built by the body of a great shaman after he passed away. Of course, compared to the big cities in the Central Plains, Jinwu City was nothing. The capital of the three great empires, Southern Yan, Northern Wei, and Eastern Qi, each had a population of 10 million. It was the most prosperous place in the Tinglong continent. However, it was rare to see a city like this in this undeveloped region that still retained its primitive customs. This was the sorcerer's land. It had the inheritance of the sorcerer tribe in the Tinglong continent. Sorcerer. This was a very old word. It could be traced back to the era of the ancient ancestors. In this place, sorcerers had a high status. The most powerful force of the sorcerer tribe in Jinwu City was the Dark Sorcerer cult. The Dark Sorcerer cult was an invincible existence that deterred all the sorcerers and sorcerers in this region. After Gu Fei and the others came out from the Buddhist land, they entered this ungoverned region. The people here were ferocious and seemed to be hostile to everyone who entered this region. What is this place? Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw people wearing strange clothes. The clothes they wore were clearly different from the clothes of the people in the Central Plains. Some of them even had strange pictures drawn on their bodies. This place. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. Although he had never been to many regions in the Tinglong continent, he had read about them in the ancient books. When they arrived in front of a large city that was pitch black, Gu Fei finally knew where they were. Jinwu City was completely black, as if it was cast from black iron. It was like a ferocious beast that was entrenched on the ground. It seemed as if it could explode at any time and tear all living things that came close to it into pieces. Jinwu City gave off a strong sense of oppression that made one's heart palpitate. We have come to the territory of Wu. Be careful. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. This kind of ancient witchcraft had unimaginable power. Although Gu Fei had the cultivation of the immortal realm, he still felt a little uneasy when facing this black city. This black ancient city was not simple. What was the reason that allowed it to stand in this primitive region for so many years? Wu. When He Tian heard this, the fire of soul in his skull suddenly flickered violently. He seemed to have some misgivings about Wu. At this moment, He Tian was wrapped in black clothes to avoid shocking the world. If he appeared with his bones, everyone would probably think of him as an evil spirit. Gu Fei remembered that he had killed a sorcerer from the dark sorcery cult called Ancestor White Bones in the southern wasteland. It seemed that the dark sorcery cult was nothing special and was not worth being afraid of. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Gu Fei strode into the city. Although there were already immortals walking around in the Tinglong continent, there were very few of them. Like a mysterious dragon, it was hard to find its tail. Gu Fei did not feel any particularly strong aura in this city. Shao Qing and the fire Kiran Balan followed Gu Fei in. However, He Tian raised his head and looked at the city in front of him. His eyes flashed. However, he did not say anything and chased after Gu Fei and the others. When Gu Fei and the others entered the city, they saw that the streets were very lively. People came and went. Most of the people in the city were sorcerers with weapons or colorful bags. There was even something moving in the small bags on the waists of the sorcerers. From time to time, people in Central Plains clothing could be seen walking around. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. They are selling it cheaply. A top-notch cold iron godly sword for only 1,000 taels of gold. It's worth it. Spirit beasts for sale. There were many shops on both sides of the street. There were also many stalls on the ground. The sound of hawking could be heard continuously. Many people stopped to look and choose their goods. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma? Pfft. It's only 100 years old. Cold iron godly sword? You have the nerve to take out scrap metal to buy it. Spirit beasts? Even cats and dogs can be called spirit beasts. Along the way, little Qing couldn't stay idle and kept giving pointers. His words infuriated the stall owners half to death. How could we still do business after hearing what you said, brat? The stall owners wanted to tear Shao Qing to pieces. However, when they saw the extraordinary bearing of this group of people, none of them dared to do anything. Seeing this, Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Shao Qing was too wicked. At this time, a fair and chubby little fatty suddenly came to Gu Fei and the others. He cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei, "Gentlemen, are you esteemed guests from the Central Plains?" When Gu Fei heard that, he couldn't help but size up the little fatty. He was about 17 or 18 years old and wore a gray robe. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He didn't look like a poor person. But this little fatty's clothes had already been washed white. He had such an aura, but his clothes were so shabby. What was this person's purpose? Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Before Gu Fei could say anything, little Qing took a step forward and coldly stared at the little fatty in front of her as she spoke. Although little Qing had already restrained his aura, he still made the little fatty feel a great deal of pressure when he took a step forward. His face turned deathly pale, and his heart thumped wildly. Haha. I see that you are new to Yanwu City, so I took the liberty to recommend myself. Do you need a guide? The little fatty forced himself to calm down and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Big brother. Hearing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a little surprised that this little fatty could remain so calm in front of Xiaoqing. What's your name? Gu Fei asked with interest. This little fatty did not seem to be a local novice wizard. There was a faint trace of qi coming from him. Gu Fei couldn't help but be interested in this little fatty. My surname is Gu, my name is Zhong, Gu Zhong. The little fatty said carefully. He could tell that these people were not ordinary people. If he served them well, he would definitely be rewarded. Surname Gu? When Gu Fei heard this, he was truly taken aback. To think that he would actually have the same surname as him. This was truly shocking. Chapter 690. Gu Zhong, Gu Chong. What an interesting name. Gu Fei smiled. We also need a guide. You can be our guide for now. Gu Fei was surprised that this little fatty had the same surname as him, but he didn't reject him. Is it possible to get half of the reward in advance? Little fatty Gu Zhong scratched his head and asked Gu Fei with some hesitation and embarrassment. Reward? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel troubled. He wasn't a person of the secular world and didn't have any money on him. How was he going to pay? Xiaoqing and the fire Qilan Balan naturally didn't have any money, let alone He Tian who only had a skeleton. Gu Fei hesitated for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Money was absolutely indispensable in the secular world. Young masters, don't tell me you don't have any money on you. The little fatty thought that he had caught a few rich guys and could make a fortune, but it seemed like he had wasted his efforts. Money? What's that? Xiaoqing asked curiously. Is the benefit you want money? Xiaoqing had never traveled in the secular world before, so he was curious about everything. Most transactions between cultivators were based on bartering. Moreover, people in the cultivation world viewed money as dirt. Xiaoqing had no idea what money was. The fatty couldn't help but stare. Could it be that these well-dressed fellows with extraordinary bearing weren't the noble children of the Central Plains who had come out to train? We don't have money, but we have these things. They should be enough to pay you. Gu Fei suddenly said and threw a few things to the little fatty. What is it? The little fatty hurriedly took it. Before he could see what it was, he felt a warm sensation on his hand. Lowering his head, he saw that he was holding 3 pieces of crystal clear jade that were 3 fingers wide and had a misty luster flowing around them. The warm feeling was coming from the jade. When you? The little fatty's eyes lit up when he saw the things in his hand. His hands trembled as he quickly said, Enough, enough, enough. TCH. It's just a few pieces of mutton fat jade, why are you so happy? Xiaoqing couldn't help but have a disdainful expression when he saw the little fatty's excitement. That sort of sheep fat white jade was not a rare item for cultivators. The 3 pieces of sheep fat white jade that Gu Fei had tossed to little fatty did not have any spirit qi at all, making it even less attractive to the cultivation world. Gu Fei had a lot of this kind of white jade. In the Hell Path, there was even a white jade mountain that was completely made of white jade. Although Gu Fei hadn't truly grasped the Hell Path, he still had the ability to take some items from there. When little fatty heard little Qing's words, he couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't left just now. This young master was simply the god of fortune. These 3 pieces of white jade were worth at least a few thousand taels of gold. The little fatty's heart was blooming with joy. He was very, very short of money right now. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you leading the way? Xiaoqing said impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Where do you want to go? The little fatty put away the 3 pieces of white jade and smiled brightly at Gu Fei's group. Let's go eat a big meal first. Take us to the best restaurant here. Gu Fei said. He hadn't eaten anything from the secular world in a long time. All right. Young masters, please follow me. The little fatty responded and led the way, leading Gu Fei's group along the street. Although Yanwu City was a city in the barbarian lands, it was a place where people should be. Although the Sorcerer Land was an ungoverned region, the forces of the Central Plains still managed to infiltrate this place. The Heavenly Star Tower was the best restaurant in Yanwu City. Only people with status would be able to dine in the Heavenly Star Tower. As long as the guest wanted to eat something, it would be available here. Even the liver of a dragon or the gallbladder of a phoenix could be obtained. The little fatty, Gu Zhong, already knew that these young masters weren't simple. How could a person who casually threw out the white jade be an ordinary person? He led Gu Fei's group straight to the Sky Star Tower. In the entire Yanwu City, only the Sky Star Tower could barely entertain such people. With the little fatty's introduction, Gu Fei's group had a better understanding of the situation in Yanwu City. This was a city controlled by the Dark Sorcerer cult. The population of the entire city was less than 100,000, but it was the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Sorcerer Land. Compared to other places in the Sorcerer Land, this was simply heaven in the eyes of sorcerer cultivators. The Sky Star Tower had a total of 18 floors. The bottom floor was for ordinary customers. The higher the floor, the higher the status of the customers. The 18th floor was for important people of the demigod realm and above. The 18th floor of the Sky Star Tower was rarely open, but it was open today. Obviously, some important people had come to Yanwu City, and someone was entertaining them on the 18th floor. With the little fatty's eyesight, he naturally couldn't tell the strength of Gu Fei's group. If he knew that Gu Fei's group had immortal cultivation, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to bring them up to the 18th floor. The little fatty led the way. He seemed to be very familiar with the Sky Star Tower. He directly brought Gu Fei's group to the 9th floor. Isn't that the lazy worm of the Gu family? The little fatty, Gu Zhong, was recognized the moment he reached the 9th floor. It seemed like he was a regular customer of the Sky Star Tower. Gu family. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. There was a Gu family in Yanwu City. He suddenly had some interest in the little fatty's family. Who said it wasn't? Wasn't the Gu family chased out of Yanwu City by the Dark Sorcerer cult? Yes, this lazy worm actually dares to appear in Yanwu City. Isn't he afraid that the people of Yanwu City will chop him into pieces? Who's the person behind him? There were many customers on the 9th floor of the Sky Star Tower. Many of them were discussing in low voices. Some were even pointing at the little fatty. They were all very surprised that the little fatty would appear here. Gu Buzhong, it seems like they all recognize you. Little Qing walked forward with a smile on her face. Her eyes emitted a sharp light that was as sharp as lightning as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. The lobby of the 9th floor instantly quietened down. Little fatty, Gu Zhong, smiled but didn't say anything. Although Xiaoqing didn't release any aura, these people felt a sense of fear under Xiaoqing's gaze. It was as if a prehistoric beast was staring at them. The little fatty ignored those people and directly led Gu Fei and Gu Fei's group into a private room by the window. Who are these people? Scary. They look young, but they're definitely not simple. Look at their clothing. Could they be from the Central Plains? How did the lazy worm of the Gu family get to know such people? When Gu Fei and his group walked into the private room, the people in the lobby started to whisper again. The appearance of Gu Fei and his group made them feel uneasy. After sitting down in the private room, Gu Fei looked at the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and asked indifferently, "You have a feud with the Dark Sorcerer cult?" "Yes." Gu Zhong seemed unwilling to say more. Gu Zhong, get out here. At this moment, a loud shout sounded from outside, and a strange, sinister, and evil aura entered the private room from the outside. Gu Zhong's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this voice. Chapter 691. Bam! The door of the private room was kicked open, and a tall figure stood outside. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but frown, and a trace of displeasure appeared on their faces. They looked up and saw that the man was 9 feet tall, like an iron tower, standing at the door and blocking the entire door. This was an extremely tough young man, dressed in black, with 3 small bags of different colors hanging on his waist. The muscles all over his body were bulging, giving people a strong sense of power. Wu man, don't go too far. The little fatty stepped forward and said in a deep voice, let's put aside our grievances for today. I have a distinguished guest to entertain. Humph. Who do you think you are? The voodoo barbarian's arrogance soared to the sky. He directly punched the fatty's head. His fist, which was as big as a copper hammer, moved quickly in the void, making a whoosh sound. The air in the private room suddenly surged, producing a strong airflow. The little fatty was taken aback. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to directly attack in the Sky Star Tower. The private room was not big, and it was difficult for the little fatty to avoid Wu Man's punch. The little fatty had no choice but to raise his hand. Bam! Wu Man's punch directly hit the little fatty's arms, causing the little fatty to retreat 5 or 6 steps, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Wu Man's divine strength was amazing, and the little fatty, Gu Zhong, seemed to be no match for him at all. I said that I, Wu Man, will kill every member of the Gu family I see. Wu Man's arrogance soared to the sky, and he was about to step into the private room. He completely ignored the existence of Gu Fei and the others. Humph! A cold snort sounded in the private room. The sound was not loud, but the entire Sky Star Tower shook. Before Wu Man stepped into the private room, he seemed to have suffered a great impact, and his tower-like body flew up and smashed backward. In the hall outside the private room, there was a burst of exclamation, and then there was chaos. The barbarian shaman smashed many tables, and everyone hurriedly dodged. Everyone in the entire Heaven Star Tower was alarmed. This was incredible. There was actually someone with unfathomable cultivation making a move. Even the people on the 18th floor were astonished. Who is it? Who is it? A cold snort shook the entire Heavenly Star Tower. Could it be that there is a demigod realm expert in the Heavenly Star Tower? On the 9th floor, let's go take a look. For a moment, the entire Heaven Star Tower was in an uproar. Experts who could fly in the air from the 10th floor and above rushed out, wanting to see what was going on. The Dark Shaman cult's young master Wu Man had been beaten up. Someone actually dared to attack the Dark Shaman cult's young master Wu Man in Dark Shaman City. On the 9th floor, everyone was discussing. Roar! A beast-like roar resounded, and the entire Heaven Star Tower shook. Sorcery power revolved around Wu Man's body, and he stood up from the ground like an injured ferocious beast. Little fatty Gu Zhong was also stunned. Although he didn't know who attacked just now, the person who did it was definitely one of Gu Fei's group. Who are these people? Little fatty was scared witless. These people were too powerful and mysterious. They actually dared to challenge the Dark Shaman cult. Scram if you don't want to die. Balon's voice came from the private room. He didn't usually speak much, and he didn't joke around. He didn't mind killing this insignificant sorcerer man, Wu Man's eyes were red. In Dark Shaman City, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. In Dark Shaman City, the Dark Shaman cult was the heavens. As the Dark Shaman cult's young master, Wu Man was the future master of Dark Shaman City. To be scolded like this in his own territory was a great humiliation. Bam! 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 Sorcery power surged around Wu Man's body, and the shadows of 2 strange beasts vaguely appeared on his body. A fierce murderous aura spread across the 9th floor. He walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, the entire floor would shake. Everyone avoided him as far as they could. If they were to be implicated, they would be in trouble. You're courting death. Balon's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he was about to attack. Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand to stop Balon. If Balon attacked, Wu Man wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, Gu Fei had other plans. Swoosh! He pointed a finger, and a divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger, hitting the aggressive and murderous Wu Man. As the divine light entered Wu Man's body, the 2 beast souls that were condensing on his body immediately dissipated. Wu Man also stood there motionless, as if he had been cursed. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and his face had turned purple. Roar! He roared again and again, desperately activating the sorcery power in his body. However, it was all in vain. He couldn't even move his fingers. Apart from his head, his body didn't seem to belong to him anymore. How is this possible? What kind of people did the lazy Gu from the Gu family bring? They're too powerful. Could they be from a big sect in the Central Plain? Seeing this scene, the people on the 9th floor found it hard to remain calm. Even the experts who were flying outside the building were dumbfounded. Wu Man was subdued just like that. So easily? Wu Man is the Dark Shaman cult's young master. A level 9 sorcerer. Wu Man is a level 9 sorcerer. Little fatty Gu Zhong was also shocked. What kind of people were these? At this time, he had no confidence in himself. These people were more powerful and abnormal than the previous one. Gu Buzhong, why are you still standing here? If you have any grievances, go and settle them. Shao Qing came to the fatty's side, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. The fatty's legs and neck went soft. He shivered and almost fell to the ground. Why, don't you want revenge? Gu Fei said indifferently. He had already heard the words of the people around him. Was a level 9 sorcerer very powerful? This Dark Shaman cult's young master was only at the transcending mortality realm. After listening to Gu Fei's words, Fatty Gu Zhong's eyes were filled with hatred. He was no longer afraid, as if he had become a different person. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, strode out of the private room, and went straight to the imprisoned Wu Man. How dare you? Wu Man glared fiercely at the little fatty and shouted in a stern voice. Bam! The little fatty didn't say anything. He directly threw a punch at Wu Man's face. Wu Man's nose started to bleed, and he was enraged. Chapter 692. Pa. 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 Fatty slapped Wu Man a dozen times with both hands. Wu Man's mouth was full of blood, and his teeth were almost all gone. Awesome. Not only did the little fatty not stop, but he also started punching and kicking, beating Barbarian Wu, who was restrained by Gu Fei, like a human sandbag. The little fatty vented the anger that had accumulated in his chest for a long time. Poor Wu Man. In the end, he couldn't even make a sound. Wu Man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and many bones in his body were broken. However, it had to be said that Fatty's ability to torture people was absolutely first class. He was very careful. Although Wu Man's injury seemed to be serious, it was not life-threatening. After all, Wu Man was the young master of the dark sorcery cult, so Fatty did not dare to kill him. Wu Man had never been humiliated like this before. He fainted a few times. Humph. Just when Fatty was having fun beating Wu Man, suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the 9th floor. Then, a ball of green light gushed out from the floor in the middle of the lobby, and a figure appeared from the green light. With the appearance of this person, a gloomy and strange aura immediately filled the 9th floor, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Everyone shuddered involuntarily and retreated even further away. Everyone upstairs seemed to have some misgivings about this person, and many people even left directly. Fatty Gu Zhong did not stop, and then retreated to Gu Fei and the others. He felt a bone-chilling killing intent, which made him tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh. Swoosh. At this time, figures flashed. Several young men and women dressed in Central Plains costumes appeared in the building. Seeing these people, Gu Fei could not help but frown. These young men and women were the mysterious figures on the 18th floor. Gu Fei thought they were experts of the older generation, but he did not expect them to be young men and women. The person in the lead was wearing a purple gold dragon crown. Dragon chi was faintly emitting from his body, and he actually had the aura of an emperor. Could it be that he was from the imperial family of an immortal dynasty? The three eternal empires were able to stand towering in the Central Plains for countless years and control an area of 500,000 kilometers, so their resources were naturally unimaginably deep. An undying empire was comparable to a great sect. They couldn't be underestimated. He's not from the dragon clan, but he has the dragon aura to protect him. Xiaoqing's gaze was immediately attracted by the young man with the purple gold dragon crown. How dare you behave atrociously in our sorcerer's land? Damn you! The mysterious person was shrouded in green light, and his aura was strange and terrifying. His oily green face sent chills down people's spines. A chilling killing intent swirled around the building. He stared at Gu Fei and the others behind Little Fatty, his dark green eyes flashing with a strange evil light. They're dead meat. One of the dark shaman sect's 4 divine shamans, the human demon, has arrived. Once the demonic human appears, not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Human demon? Gu Fei heard the murmurs of the bystanders in the building. It was not funny. How could someone like this be called a demon? He had seen real demons before. The young men and women dressed in Central Plains uniforms watched everything coldly from the side. They had arrogant expressions on their faces. It was obvious at a glance that these people had been in positions of power for a long time, and they had an aura that ordinary people didn't have. Gu Fei and the others didn't think much of this human demon, but that didn't mean that the others would treat him like air. Human. Human demon. Little Fatty's legs and neck stopped trembling when he saw the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. His face turned pale. It wasn't just Little Fatty. Anyone who knew about the human demon's background was shocked. Among the 4 divine shamans of the Dark Shaman sect, this human demon was the easiest to kill. In the sorcerer's land, there was a saying that once a human demon appeared, not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. Moreover, his methods were cruel. This human demon was shrouded in a green light. He was tall and thin, with a narrow pointy forehead and high cheekbones. He looked like a mouse. Seeing Wu Man's miserable state, his green eyes suddenly emitted a fierce evil light. He directly stretched out his skinny right hand, which was like a chicken's claw, and grabbed Little Fatty. Little Fatty was really shocked. This ruthless person was actually attacking him. In his fear, he didn't think much and directly waved his hand to block. Humph. You're courting death. With a sharp and harsh voice, a cruel smile appeared on the human demon's face. Green light burst out from his right claw, and 5 rays of dark green evil light shot out from his 5 fingers, piercing towards Little Fatty. Just when everyone thought that Little Fatty was about to be killed by the human demon, the green light from the human demon's right claw collided with Little Fatty's palm. The 5 rays of evil light were all shattered by Little Fatty's random slap. Bang! The human demon flew backward, directly smashed through the wall, and fell out of the building. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that this would be the result. How was this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't speak for a long time. This Little Fatty was actually an expert. He pretended to be weak and waited until now to defeat one of the 4 divine sorcerers of the Dark Sorcerer sect. Why didn't this lazy bum help when the Gu family was expelled from Dark Sorcerer City? They couldn't figure it out, they really couldn't figure it out. Everyone was in disbelief. Only the expressions of the young men and women from the Central Plains changed a little. The eyes of the young man wearing a purple gold dragon crown in the lead flashed as he swept a glance at Gu Fei, who was in the private room. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were still leisurely sitting in the private room, watching this scene with interest. Roar! An angry roar came from outside, followed by a flash of green light. The human demon that had been sent flying by Little Fatty rushed in from outside. His beady eyes stared fixedly at Little Fatty, a trace of blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. His expression was ferocious and fearful, as if he wanted to eat Little Fatty alive. Good, good, good. I didn't think that the Goo family would have someone like you. The human demon laughed in anger. He reached into a pitch-black pouch at his waist. Crash. Everyone upstairs immediately rushed to the staircase in a panic. Some people even directly jumped out of the surrounding windows. Everyone's expression changed. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a ghastly wind blew angrily. A cloud of black gas exploded from the human demon's hand. Within the churning black gas were countless black snake shadows that pounced at Little Fatty. No one knew what the human demon had taken out of the leather pouch, but it definitely wasn't anything good. In just a moment, everyone who knew about the human demon fled. Only the young men and women from the Central Plains were still standing there. Chapter 693. Infuriated, the human demon performed a vicious witchcraft. The black gas condensed into more than a dozen black snakes, which swooped toward the Little Fatty, Guzhong. The pungent smell made people dizzy. Young masters, save me. The Little Fatty clapped his hands and retreated in a panic. Just at this moment, a strong gust of wind swept through the building. Although the Little Fatty was frantically slapping his palms, every time he did so, a powerful force would surge forth from his palms. The wind from his palms whistled through the air, looking extremely powerful. Bang! 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 The tables and chairs in the building were blown out by the wind from his palms. Seeing this, the young men and women in Central Plains clothes were all shocked. Is this Little Fatty really pretending to be crazy? Whoosh! 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 The wind from the palm howled and the wind howled. The entire Sky Star Tower shook under the ferocious power of the Little Fatty's palm. The dozen black snakes that were trying to devour him were dispersed by the power of his palm in an instant. Layers of black gas were forced back by the Little Fatty's palm strength. Third uncle, save me. Wu Man, who had been restrained by Gu Fei, was also swept up by the palm strength and flew out of the building like a meteorite. Unable to move, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it. The wind from the palm strength was like a knife cutting across the flesh, causing a dull pain. Only then was the human demon shocked. This Little Fatty is very scary. Could it be that he has been pretending to be stupid all this time? He was about to save Wu Man, but at this moment, the Little Fatty seemed to have unintentionally slapped him with his palm strength. The terrifying palm strength was like a flash flood, rushing toward him with unstoppable force. Hiss! The human demon gasped. All the pores on his body instantly opened and his hair stood on end. He felt great danger and raised his palm to meet it without thinking. Bam! The human demon's palm collided with the palm strength. At that moment, his palm turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the human demon's body was smashed into pieces by the Little Fatty's palm. The purple-robed young man was taken aback. He could never have imagined that the human devil who had dominated the land of witches for hundreds of years and was at the peak of the void-controlling realm would die just like that. Wu Barbarian was not spared either. The evil black gas rolled back and was swept out of the building by the palm wind. Wu Barbarian was contaminated by the black gas, and his skin and flesh instantly turned black. Before he fell to the ground, he directly turned into a mass of black water in the air, splashing in all directions. It showed how terrifying the black gas was. Outside the building, a few people who were flying in the air couldn't dodge in time and were enveloped by the black gas. They fell from the sky and died instantly. There were even more people who were splashed by the black water. Downstairs, there were blood-curdling screams. The witchcraft of the humanoid devil was too vicious. Whether it was the black gas or the black water transformed from the barbarian's body, as long as it touched a little, it could take a person's life. Even a practitioner in the void-controlling realm could not be spared. No, it's not me, what the hell? Little Fatty revealed a look of disbelief and stared at his hands. He had just killed the humanoid devil with one palm strike. That was the humanoid devil, one of the 4 great divine sorcerers of the Dark Sorcerer cult. This was bad. Little Fatty thought of the terrible consequences of killing Wu Barbarian and the humanoid devil, and his whole body instantly turned cold. Run away. Little Fatty couldn't care so much anymore. He directly jumped down from the window on the 9th floor, trying to escape from the Dark Sorcerer City. Howl. Where are you going? How dare you kill the young master of my cult? Die. A middle-aged man surrounded by red evil chi descended from the sky and stopped Little Fatty. At this time, a large number of cultivators had gathered around the Starry Sky Tower to watch the show. Because of the terrible black gas that suddenly gushed out from the Starry Sky Tower, there was poisonous black water sprinkling from the sky. More than a dozen people had already been killed. Everyone was frightened and didn't dare to get too close. Bang! Little Fatty Guzhong sent out another palm strike. Before the middle-aged man could even let out a scream, he was smashed into smithereens and turned into a putrid bloody mist. I'm not seeing things, am I? How is this possible? One of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Chi Gui, died just like that? Everyone was in an uproar as they looked at Little Fatty as if they were looking at a monster. This lazy worm of the Gu clan was actually a hidden supreme expert. 2 experts of the Dark Sorcerer cult had died in his hands one after another. Even Little Fatty himself was stunned. Chi Gui, the person who was smashed by his palm, was one of the 4 great divine sorcerers of the Dark Sorcerer cult, Chi Gui. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Little Fatty was about to go crazy. Not only himself, but the entire Gu clan might also be annihilated by the Dark Sorcerer cult by killing 3 important figures of the Dark Sorcerer cult. At the moment when Chi Gui was smashed to death by Little Fatty, in the depths of a swamp that was filled with miasma, an ancient lamp on top of a black mountain extinguished in an ancient palace. In the sinister ancient palace, there were 4 ancient lamps placed side by side on the offering table. Right now, only one of the ancient lamps was still flickering with a dark green evil light. Roar. A low roar sounded from the depths of the death swamp. Instantly, the entire death swamp was filled with a sinister wind and the aura of death surged. An evil and powerful aura filled the air. Chi Gui. An angry roar came from the direction of the city lord's residence. The voice shook the entire Dark Sorcerer city. From the city lord's residence, a torrential blood light rushed out, dyeing the entire sky a blood-red color. Damn Fatty, not only will you die, I will also bury the entire Gu clan with you. Within the blood light, a person rushed into the sky. His cold voice reverberated throughout the entire Dark Sorcerer city, causing everyone in the city to tremble in fear. The evil aura was vast. This person was even stronger than the human demon and Chi Gui. He was definitely one of the rare experts in the Dark Sorcerer cult. The sorcerers and cultivators near the Sky Star Tower were instantly shocked. When they saw this person, they all retreated further away to avoid being implicated. This is the City Lord of Dark Sorcerer cult, the head of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Blood Demon. Even such an expert was alarmed. This Little Fatty from the Gu clan is dead for sure. Blood Demon? It has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill these people. Little Fatty looked like he was about to cry. When the head of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Blood Demon, attacked, he had no hope of surviving at all. This was not a fight of the same level. You didn't kill them? Blood Demon was about to go crazy from anger. Cut the crap, hand over your life. Blood Demon rode on the endless blood light like a demon god rushing out of the sea of blood. He descended, his 5 fingers spread out and grabbed forward. Blood-colored evil light shot out from the blood devil's fingers like dark black blood. It transformed into 5 ferocious, blood-colored flood dragons that spiraled toward the fatty to devour him. I really didn't kill them. Little Fatty Guzhong cried. As he screamed, his right palm once again rose uncontrollably and pressed forward. Pung! Something shocking happened. The head of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Blood Demon, actually turned into a blood mist on the spot. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. This lazy worm from the Gu clan is too scary. He said he didn't kill them, but look at what happened. Even Blood Demon, who is second only to the leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult, was scared to death by a slap from him. I knew it. How could the Gu clan be chased out of Dark Sorcerer City so easily? The Gu clan comes from the Central Plains. They have a lot of resources. Pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. That's a ruthless person. When the head of the Dark Sorcery cult's 4 divine sorcerers, Blood Demon, was killed by Little Fatty's palm, the last ancient lamp on the offering table in the depths of the death swamp was extinguished. Roar. A furious roar came from the Black Mountain. Then, a black shadow with an evil aura rushed out from the ancient temple at the top of the mountain and disappeared into the horizon. In Dark Sorcerer City, when everyone's attention was attracted by the lazy worm from the Gu clan, the young men and women from the Central Plains walked towards Gu Fei and the others who were still sitting in the VIP room. Nice move. The black-haired young man who was wearing a purple gold dragon crown and had a faint dragon aura around him clapped his hands. This young man had black hair that reached his shoulders. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes that were like cold stars. He had an oppressive aura and was very extraordinary. The 2 men and 1 woman behind him also had dignified appearances and were dragons among men. A peak demigod. Since when did the Central Plains have such a young expert? Gu Fei looked at the young man, then slowly took out a jade bottle and a few jade cups. The black-haired young man's heart trembled. His opponent had actually seen through his cultivation, but he could not. When Gu Fei poured out the bejeweled nectar from the jade bottle, the expressions of the few people changed again. A strong aura of life filled the VIP room. This is the divine liquid of life? The black-haired young man was shocked. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but look at the black-haired young man again. This guy was very knowledgeable. He seemed to know the origin of the spring of life. I am Chu Qingquang. May I ask who you are? The black-haired young man did not dare to be negligent. I am Gu Fei of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei did not hide anything. He no longer needed to hide anything. He had a powerful weapon in his hands and was no longer afraid of anyone. When the black-haired young man and the others heard this, their expressions became a little strange. The woman in red clothes who looked like a ball of fire said, "You are Gu Fei? The Gu Fei who beat up the younger generation of the southern wilderness 300 years ago?" Another young man seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "Haha. Big brother, so you are so famous in the Tinglong continent." Xiaoqing said with a smile. He then drank the cup of divine liquid of life in one gulp. The black-haired young man was about to say something when an evil aura suddenly appeared in the distance and quickly approached Yanwu City. A strong gust of wind and black gas came from the horizon and enveloped Yanwu City. It covered the sky and the earth, and the sky darkened as if night had suddenly come. The true experts of the Dark Sorcerer cult had arrived. It should be known that important figures of the Dark Sorcerer cult would occasionally appear in Yanwu City. No one would dare to be presumptuous here. Chapter 694. Dark winds howled angrily in Dark Sorcerer City. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and thousands of evil spirits rushed out. Terrifying, illusory figures could be faintly seen. It's him, the leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult. The little fatty from the Gu family is dead meat. I heard that the leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult is only one step away from becoming a sorcerer demon. He has been cultivating in the Sorcerer God's temple all year round. I didn't expect him to be alarmed. At this time, Gu Fei and the others also walked out of the private room. Looking out the window, they saw a terrifying shadow looming in the midst of the surging black qi in the air. Sorcery power was vast and evil aura shot into the sky. The leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult was like a demon that had descended. It was terrifying. Humph. That guy is so cool. Xiaoqing, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said disdainfully. However, not everyone could be as calm as little Qing. Inside the city, no one spoke, no one felt anything. There was only the howling of the cold wind and the surging of the black gas. Everyone's heart was trembling in fear and everyone was in danger. How dare you kill my son and kill the elder of my cult? I don't care who you are, you will die today. A sinister voice came from the sky with a murderous aura. It really wasn't me. The little fatty's legs and neck were trembling and his entire body was trembling. His body almost fell to the ground as he panicked to the extreme. Die. The black gas was vast and mighty, covering the sky and covering the earth. A tall figure swooped down from the sky. It really wasn't me. The little fatty exclaimed. Bam! Blood splattered everywhere, and something that left everyone dumbfounded happened once again. The cult leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult was smashed into pieces by little fatty like a fly. His body parts fell to the ground, and a bloody mist exploded in the air. At this moment, everyone was speechless. This little fatty from the Goo family was too strange. Even a figure like the sect master was easily killed. It made everyone feel terror and terror. Interesting. Shao Qing also found this scene interesting. The young man wearing the purple gold dragon crown, Chu Qinghuang, could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. The leader of the Dark Sorcery sect was a super expert at the peak of the demigod realm. However, such a super expert was still killed by a single slap from little fatty. Even the Dark Sorcerer cult's leader would not have expected such an outcome. I wonder if this fatty can still do this when he's facing the Lich. Chu Qinghuang could not help but look forward to it. Little fatty had even killed the sect master of the Dark Witch sect. This would definitely alarm the Lich in the Dark Witch sect. After the death of the Dark Shaman cult's cult master, the evil aura that had engulfed the entire Black Fog City gradually dissipated into the air. The world began to shine brightly once more. The Dark Sorcerer cult master had come in a threatening manner, but he had been slapped to death by the fatty. The Dark Sorcerer cult master could be considered to have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. After more than 10 minutes, the onlookers finally came back to their senses. The Dark Sorcerer cult leader was dead. The crowd in the vicinity immediately went into an uproar. This was definitely a shocking and unbelievable event in Dark Sorcerer City. The Dark Sorcerer cult had lost 4 core members in a single day. One of them was the Dark Sorcerer cult's leader. 4 of the true experts in the Dark Sorcerer cult had been killed in one go. If there were no accidents, the Sorcerer Land was going to be in chaos. Leader, damned fatty Goo, damned Goo clan, kill. Avenge the leader. Members of the Dark Sorcerer cult charged in from all directions and surrounded little fatty Goo Zhong. This was the Dark Sorcerer cult's territory, so there were many members of the Dark Sorcerer cult. There were also more than 1,000 members surrounding little fatty. Moreover, members of the Dark Sorcerer cult continued to charge in from all over Dark Sorcerer City. These sorcerers were not afraid of death at all. Kill. Chop this guy into minced meat. Someone shouted. Then, all the members of the Dark Sorcerer cult immediately attacked. They reached into the small pouches tied around their waists and took out their Dharma treasures. Then, they cast sorcery spells and attacked little fatty. In an instant, all sorts of colored smoke filled the air. The sorcery poison was extremely evil and poisonous. No one dared to let the smoke touch them. The spectators fell into chaos and everyone retreated. At this time, little fatty was on the verge of tears. 1 person against 1,000 people, wasn't that just asking for death? He couldn't care less anymore. He raised his hands and slapped them in all directions. A vast amount of palm energy surged out, and with each palm, someone was smashed to smithereens. Great power filled the air. The little fatty was like the reincarnation of the god of war. He was unbelievably powerful. However, little fatty knew his pain. In the beginning, he had struck out with his own palms, but then he lost control of his body. His body was no longer his own, and he was being controlled by someone else. Someone was indirectly attacking him through his body. Boom! With one palm, dozens of sorcerers turned into a mist of blood. Bam! With one punch, dozens of sorcerers and a house were smashed into dust, disappearing with the wind. Thousands of sorcerers could not withstand a single blow. It was like a group of ants attacking an elephant. A battle of this level was no longer something that could be won with numbers. On the street in front of the Heavenly Star Tower, blood flowed like a river. Broken corpses were scattered all over the ground. It was like a terrifying slaughterhouse. It was a one-sided massacre. More and more dark sorcery sect members were killed. The blood on the ground gathered into a stream, but the sorcerers continued to charge forward without fear of death. Gu Fei watched this scene coldly from upstairs. He was using Little Fatty to weaken the dark sorcery sect's strength as much as possible. He had an idea. Chu Qingquang and the others did not say anything when they saw this bloody scene. In their eyes, the dark sorcery sect members were no different from ants. No matter how many ants died, these higher-ups would never frown. Rumble, just as Little Fatty killed the leader of the dark sorcery sect in an instant, the death swamp hundreds of miles away shook as if a terrifying prehistoric beast had awakened. The terrifying evil power shook the entire death swamp and caused the sky to tremble. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the death swamp. A dark green evil light enveloped the entire death swamp. The aura of death was vast and mighty, and dark clouds surged. The entire world shook under this roar. The death swamp seemed to be boiling, constantly bubbling. A terrifying figure slowly rose from a black pool in the depths of the swamp. In the dark green evil light, the figure was 4 or 5 meters tall, and its body surged with monstrous sorcery power. Roar! With a roar, the heavens and earth shook. Endless evil light shot into the sky, covering the entire area and dyeing it green. That terrifying figure gave off an evil light that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. Like a peerless demon king, he flew in the direction of Yanwu City. Chapter 695. The massacre continued in Sangwu City. Even the brave and ruthless sorcerers, who were used to seeing death, did not feel disgusted by the bloody scene. Little Fatty from the Gu family was like the reincarnation of the god of death. He slaughtered the thousands of dark sorcerer sect members. Blood flowed on the ground, making it look like hell on earth. The pungent blood had already soaked Little Fatty's clothes. Even his hair was dripping with blood. He looked like he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. He was covered in blood. No one spoke. There was only silence. Little Fatty stood in a daze amidst the corpses. His eyes were dull as if he had lost his mind. His entire body was trembling. Wah! Suddenly, Little Fatty bent over and vomited. Although there were still dark sorcerer sect members in Sangwu City, no one dared to step forward anymore. After this battle, the dark sorcerer sect had suffered heavy casualties. However, the other factions in the sorcerer land were not happy because of Little Fatty's massacre, because the dark sorcerer sect had not reached the point of extinction. As long as the supreme existence of the dark sorcerer sect, the sorcerer demon, who was regarded as the god of the sorcerer land, was still around, no one could shake the dark sorcerer sect's position in the sorcerer land. No one dared to attack the dark sorcerer sect. On the 9th floor of the Sky Star Tower, Gu Fei and the others, as well as Chu Qingquang and the others from the Central Plains, stood by the window and witnessed the tragic scene below. Brother Gu's methods are a little too ruthless. Chu Qingquang could not help but sigh as he looked at the tragic scene below. The lives of thousands of people could be decided by a single thought from Gu Fei. Gu Fei said expressionlessly, "If I'm not wrong, Brother Chu, you're from the royal family of an eternal empire, right? How can my methods compare to yours?" The 3 eternal empires controlled millions of territories and each had countless subjects. If a war broke out between the 3 great empires, there would definitely be millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Chu Qingquang laughed but did not say anything. "Big brother, the main character is here." Suddenly, Shaoqing raised his head and looked into the distance. A cruel smile appeared on his face as a boundless battle intent surged in his body. What? Chu Qingquang was shocked when he heard this. He could not sense anything, but the other party knew that an expert was rushing over. These people. Chu Qingguang couldn't help but feel indignant. Their cultivations were much higher than his. Gu Fei's guess was right. Chu Qingguang came from the Great Yan dynasty, one of the 3 immortal dynasties. Among the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty, there was a royal family with the surname Chu. Chu Qingguang came from this royal family. Chu Qingguang was a rare genius in the Chu royal family of the southern Yan. In less than 400 years of cultivation, his cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. He originally thought that his strength was enough to compete with the younger generation of the primordial era's factions. However, when he met Gu Fei and the others, Chu Qingguang realized that there was always someone better than him. He could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Not to mention Gu Fei, Chu Qingguang could not see through any of the people around Gu Fei. In other words, these people's cultivation was higher than his. Could their cultivation have already reached the paramount saint realm, or even the immortal realm? Thinking of this, Chu Qingguang could not help but carefully put away his arrogance. In front of these people, he had nothing to be proud of. At this moment, Chu Qingguang finally sensed a powerful and evil aura in the distance that was rapidly approaching Shaman City. Although the aura was still far away, it still made his heart palpitate. Rumble, a faint thunderous sound came from the horizon. Then, Chu Qingguang saw a ball of green evil aura appear in the sky under the scorching sun. The ball of evil aura exuded an extremely tragic and evil aura. It was as if a great demon that had slaughtered countless lives had been born. The wretched green evil aura quickly spread out, covering half the sky in the end. It was like a boundless curtain that was covering the entire world. The ball of green evil aura came very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it surged above Shaman City and covered the sky, causing the entire world to be shrouded in an evil light. A terrifying aura spread out from the evil aura. Everyone in Shaman City was terrified. Some people were so scared that they peed and defecated. It was as if the end of the world had come. The little fatty was still vomiting. He vomited everything in his stomach until there was nothing left to vomit. Even his bile was vomited out. Lich, F***ck. We're going to die because of that little fatty. Run. What are you waiting for? When the powerful cultivators and magistrates woke up from their stupor, they immediately fled out of the city without looking back. The city was instantly in chaos. Cries, shouts, roars, curses, it was a mess. A huge figure that was 5 or 6 meters tall appeared in the green evil light. It exuded an endless aura of death. Then, a ghostly howl that made one's scalp go numb rang out from within the green evil light. It resounded through the heavens and earth, causing everyone to feel a bone-piercing chill in their hearts. In the billowing evil aura, 2 ghostly lights shot out. They were filled with hatred and looked angrily at Gu Fei and the others on the Star Tower. It's you. 300 years ago, you killed White Bones. A ghastly voice came from the sky. The 2 rays of evil light that shot out from the evil aura locked onto Gu Fei's face. The world was filled with ghostly aura. The green evil light was everywhere. Just one look was enough to make one's heart tremble. Everyone in Shaman City, whether they were sorcerers of other powers or members of the dark shaman cult, were fighting to be the first to escape the city. Some unlucky fellows were even trampled to death by those who were desperately trying to escape. Is this the legendary witch demon? Gu Fei looked up. His eyes were shining, but his expression remained calm. Even in the face of the terrifying existence in the sorcerer land, his expression did not change. A powerful and evil aura came crashing down. Even Chu Qingguang's expression changed. He had to use his mysterious skill to resist it. The 2 men and 1 woman behind Chu Qingguang were already sweating profusely. The witch demon in the sky did not deliberately release its aura, but even so, Chu Qingguang and the others could not stand it anymore. How terrifying. This is definitely a terrifying existence that surpasses immortals. Chu Qingguang was horrified. Brother Gu, we will take our leave first. With that, Chu Qingguang cupped his hands at Gu Fei and left with the 2 men and 1 woman. Trying to leave? Everyone here today will die. A cold voice came from the sky. Then, there was a boom. Evil chi soared into the sky, and endless green evil light condensed into a huge hand the size of a small mountain. It slammed downwards, enveloping everyone on the second floor. Chapter 696. The Lich Demon came aggressively and recognized Gu Fei as the person who had killed Ancestor White Bones 300 years ago. Hence, it immediately attacked, wanting to turn everyone into minced meat. Rumble, under the cover of the huge green hand, the entire void shook. Cracks appeared in the space, as if the world was collapsing. It's over. Chu Qingquang and the others were scared out of their wits. This Lich Demon was too powerful and they could not resist it at all. This was definitely a technique that surpassed the immortal realm. However, Gu Fei and the others remained calm. The half of the Sky Star Tower under their feet did not move at all, but the surroundings of the Sky Star Tower seemed to be collapsing one after another. The city residents who could not escape in time were injured and killed. The Lich Demon did not have any scruples when he attacked, nor did he care about the lives of these people. Humph. With a cold snort, a vast amount of energy erupted like a volcano. Demonic aura soared into the sky, almost dispersing the evil light that shrouded the sky above Mega City. Shaoqing made his move. A terrifying pressure spread from his body, and Chu Qingquang and the others were sent flying like catkins in the wind. These people, as expected, Chu Qingquang and the others were shocked. At this moment, they knew why Gu Fei and the others were so calm. After all, they were facing the invincible existence of the Magus land, the Lich Demon. It was not a coincidence that Chu Qingquang had appeared in the Magus land. He wanted to make contact with the Dark Sorcerer sect and see if he could subdue the Dark Sorcerer sect for his own use. The battles within the immortal empires were much crueler and more dangerous than the battles within the cultivation world. Although Chu Qingquang's family was the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty, it did not mean that he was very popular within the Great Yan dynasty. In the Great Yan dynasty, there were many people who wanted Chu Qingquang dead. Chu Qingquang was developing his own power, and it was very necessary. Bam! Shaoqing soared into the sky and threw a heaven-defying punch, directly colliding with the huge green hand that was descending from the sky. Endless demonic light bloomed from his fist, and a purple sun appeared in the sky. Boom! It was as if two mountains had collided with each other, causing the world to shake violently. The two forces collided without any effort, causing the void to collapse. Spatial cracks spread out into the distance, as if a piece of porcelain had been smashed. Who? Shaoqing fell from the sky. He was at a disadvantage. The vast and mighty energy formed a terrifying storm, sweeping out in all directions. Bam! Shaoqing's feet landed on the ground, causing the half of the heavenly star tower to shake violently. Hideous cracks appeared on the building, and the 9-story heavenly star tower almost collapsed. When Gu Fei saw that Shaoqing still wanted to rush forward, he quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and said in a deep voice, "You're not his opponent. Don't act rashly." The green hand disappeared into the void, and the evil aura in the world became even stronger and more terrifying. The entire Yanwu city seemed to have turned into a part of hell. Rumble, the vast and mighty energy storm destroyed everything, with the heavenly star tower at the center. Everywhere the storm passed, houses collapsed, dust rose into the sky, and the earth shook. It was a scene of doomsday. The sorcerers and other cultivators from the Central Plains who had already escaped Yanwu City looked back at this terrifying scene and could not help but secretly wipe their cold sweat. Who are those people? How dare they fight with the sorcerer demon? They seem to be experts from the Central Plains. Are you talking about the invincible young master of the Southern Yan? Everyone was guessing who had raised the butcher's knife against the Dark Sorcerer sect, and even alarmed the sorcerer demon who was cultivating in the holy land of the Dark Sorcerer sect. Only Chu Qingquang knew about Gu Fei's background. Those who could escape Yanwu City were not ordinary people. They were either sorcerers or cultivators from the Central Plains. Most of the ordinary residents were still in Yanwu City. No one cared about the lives of these ordinary people. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world, and it could even be said that this was the cruelty of the world. No one cared about the lives of ants. "I'll go and kill this demon," the fire Chilan Balan said. He looked up at the evil figure in the sky and stretched out his hand. Endless divine fire appeared in his hand and condensed into a fiery divine spear. Swoosh! Balan raised the divine spear in his hand and stabbed it at the huge figure in the sky. The divine spear pierced through the void and turned into a ray of fire, directly piercing into the heavy evil aura. Boom! The void shook, and streaks of green evil energy fell from the sky like ferocious evil dragons. Not only did they block Baron's spear, but they also tried to devour everyone on the 9th floor. All right. Balan's battle intent was like a rainbow, and he rushed into the sky with the divine spear in his hand. "Burn to desolation!" Balan shouted. Vast fire elemental power immediately surged out of his body and swept through the sky. A huge fire appeared in the sky above Yenwu City. The divine fire burned until the void was distorted and dispersed the endless evil aura. The evil aura that fell from the sky like evil dragons was instantly annihilated in the huge fire. Roar! The demon's angry roar shook the sky and the entire Yenwu City shook. The experts who could fly outside the city fell from the sky because of this roar. Even Balan is no match for him, Gu Fei said calmly. His eyes flashed and his gaze pierced through the void. He could see the situation of the battle clearly. What? This time, even Xiaoqing found it hard to accept. Even Balan was no match for this demon. Didn't this mean that this demon's cultivation level had surpassed the immortal realm? One should know that Balan's cultivation level was even higher than Xiaoqing's. Balan was already at the peak of the immortal realm. If even Balan was no match for this demon, one could imagine how powerful this demon was. Indeed, the demon's evil aura soared to the sky. He used his supreme evil power to disperse the divine fire, break the divine spear in Balan's hand, and hit Balan down from the sky. Die! An eerie and terrifying voice came from the sky. The huge silhouette was faintly discernible in the evil aura. It was like an ancient god of death, looking down on those who were about to die. Old Black, do you want to go up and fight? Gu Fei did not care about this demon at all. He even dared to fight against Green Lotus of the Western Buddhist lands. Why would he be afraid of this demon? He looked at Black nonchalantly. Oh. Tian said. Forget it, it's better if Big Brother does it. Hey, Tian saw that Xiaoqing and Balan were defeated, how would he dare to fight? All right. Gu Fei smiled and moved his arms and legs, ready to fight. You, how dare you look down on me? The Lich demon was enraged. Gu Fei's attitude had completely infuriated him. Boundless shaman energy gushed forth as a bitter aura soared into the heavens. At this moment, the power unleashed by the Lich demon was unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 697. The Dark Sorcery Cult actually has a mysterious transformation realm cultivator. No wonder they can dominate the sorcery land. Gu Fei sneered. He even dared to fight Buddha Lord Green Lotus, let alone this demon. It was not a coincidence that the Dark Sorcery Cult dominated the sorcery land. They had a strong foundation. The Lich was invincible in this lawless sorcery land. Even an immortal would not be able to defeat him. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was no ordinary immortal. He was an immortal martial artist who had become an immortal through martial arts. He could challenge experts of a higher level. I'm going to tear you apart. The Lich roared. Boom! Endless sorcery power exploded. A gust of black chi suddenly appeared in the sky and surged towards Gu Fei. A pungent smell came from the black chi. Countless black shadows flashed in the black chi, emitting a terrifying evil aura. Gu Fei immediately frowned when he saw the black chi. He discovered that there were countless terrifying venomous creatures vaguely appearing in the black chi. There were colorful poisonous snakes, colorful spiders, pitch-black scorpions, red centipedes, and disgusting toads. These creatures were all extremely poisonous. However, Gu Fei realized that they were not real living creatures. The countless venomous creatures in the black fog were all shadows. This is the 5 poison miasma. Is the Lich going to massacre the entire city? He's really fearless. The crowd outside the city was in an uproar when they saw the black chi suddenly surging down from the sky. Some people had already recognized that it was one of the most vicious sorcery techniques of the dark sorcery cult. At this time, the area around the Sky Star Tower was already in ruins. No one could survive. Even the little fatty had almost died. Fortunately, Hei Tian had saved the little fatty who had fainted from vomiting. I'll show you what martial arts are. Gu Fei raised his head. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes like 2 divine rainbows. Then, his blood and qi surged. Streams of yin and yang energy rushed out of his body like giant dragons and circled around him. The extremely vigorous qi and blood directly shook the void, causing the only remaining 9-story heavenly star tower under Gu Fei's feet to totter, on the verge of collapse. Go! Seeing this, Shao Qing hurriedly waved his hand and swept Chu Qingquang and the others into his sleeves. Then, he soared into the sky and flew out of the city before the poisonous gas enveloped them. The 2 experts were finally going to fight for real. Hei Tian grabbed little Fatty's collar with one hand and lifted him up into the sky, chasing after Shao Qing. Fire Qilan Balan took one last look at the terrifying figure in the sky and also retreated. Even immortals and deities would have to avoid such a voodoo poison. Rumble, the black fog fell from the sky like a black river and instantly collided with the qi and blood that rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The endless black fog enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. Countless poisonous snakes, centipedes, spiders, scorpions, and toads pounced on Gu Fei from all directions. These were the 5 poisons that the Lich had extracted from countless 5 poison essences. They were indestructible. Once the 5 poison miasma appeared, there would no longer be any living things in the area that was enveloped by the 5 poison miasma. This kind of voodoo poison was extremely vicious. Any living thing that came into contact with it would be poisoned to death instantly. Even immortals and deities would be poisoned to death. The yin and yang energy on Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty, blocking the countless poisonous creatures that were flying towards him from all directions. The 5 poison miasma could not touch his body. He stretched out his right hand and a ball of white light appeared in his palm. Endless yang energy gathered on his palm. Then, he raised his palm and struck the sky. Bam! The void shook. On top of Gu Fei's right palm, a blinding white light suddenly exploded. It lit up the sky and dispelled the darkness. It was as if a sun had appeared in the middle of Ji Wu City. The extremely ferocious power in Gu Fei's hand was like a volcanic eruption. It surged out violently, causing the void to tremble. The black river that was hanging down from the sky was instantly cut off. The endless poison miasma was forced back by Gu Fei's unparalleled palm strength. Gu Fei rushed into the sky and struck out with his palm again. Boom! There was a loud sound as if the sky had collapsed. The 5 poison miasma that covered the sky was instantly dispersed. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. He used the desolate steps and Taoist rhymes circulated under his feet. His murderous aura soared into the sky and his battle intent surged like a rainbow. He charged towards the evil and terrifying figure in the sky. Shao Qing and the others stood in the sky outside the city and looked at the scene in front of them. Shao Qing and the others did not feel anything, but Chu Qingquang and the others were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Using martial arts to become an immortal? Has Gu Fei already become a martial immortal? Chu Qingquang muttered to himself. He never imagined that Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Ever since the decline of martial arts, martial immortals had disappeared from the Tinglong continent for countless years. The words, immortal martial arts, would only occasionally appear in the most ancient books. Chu Qingquang was a member of the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty, so he naturally knew many secrets of the continent. He also knew that cultivating on the path of martial arts was difficult. But today, he had met an immortal martial artist. The others were equally shocked. Those who came with Chu Qingquang knew who Gu Fei was and were speechless for a long time. The number 1 figure of Taoism, who had disappeared for 300 years, had returned. The Ting-Long continent would be in turmoil. At the thought of the Taishan sect, the expressions on Chu Qingquang and the others' faces became even more interesting. The Taishan sect had actually produced a martial immortal. Many people would probably have a headache. At this time, Gu Fei and the Lich Demon had already begun fighting. Boom! It was like a battle between two gods and devils. Endless evil energy surged, and the two silhouettes were sent flying backward. The void between the two of them shattered like a piece of porcelain. Gu Fei's blood qi soared into the sky, and the yin and yang essence qi around him was vast and mighty. It was like a black and white dragon was circling around him. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were like cold stars. He stepped in the void, and with each step he took, a figure appeared. Roar! The Lich Demon roared angrily, and the heavens and earth shook. From the dark green evil aura, a terrifying figure walked out. It was a tall and unusual body. It was like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. The body of the Lich Demon was 5 or 6 meters tall. It was surrounded by death and evil aura, and its evil and powerful aura made people's hearts palpitate. The Lich Demon's clothes were tattered, and it looked like a corpse that had been soaked in corpse water for an unknown period of time. Yellow-black liquid constantly seeped out of its body. Its arms were covered with pitch-black scales, and its jet-black claws were like 10 sharp swords. This was an extremely evil creature that would strike fear in the hearts of anyone who looked at it. It had already transcended the boundaries of humans and was merely an evil demon with a human body. Is this what a Lich Demon looks like? Shaoqing and the others could not help but feel nauseous when they saw the true appearance of the Lich Demon in the sky. It was hard to imagine that the invincible existence of the Sorcerer Land would look like this. This is not a lich. He Tian's eyes shone with divine light as he tried to see through the evil spirit in the sky. What do you know? Have you seen a real lich before? Chu Qingquang asked. The history of the Lich Demon could be traced back to the ancient times. Chu Qingquang knew that in ancient times, sorcerers were synonymous with power. Their witchcraft could overturn rivers and seas, and some powerful sorcerers could even hunt down gods in the sky. In the most ancient books, sorcerers were even mentioned in the same breath as immortals, gods, and demons. A real lich could compete with immortals, gods, and demons. It seems that the real lich has already disappeared in the long river of time. He Tian did not answer Chu Qingquang. Instead, he muttered to himself, and there was a hint of loneliness in his voice. Of course, he was not speaking with his voice. Instead, he was communicating with others through his mind power. He Tian was wrapped in thick black clothes and looked extremely mysterious. This piqued Chu Qingquang's interest, but He Tian was not willing to talk to Chu Qingquang. Gu Fei did not expect the legendary lich to look like this. While he was shocked, he launched an even more powerful attack on the lich. He held yin in his left hand and yang in his right. Endless yin and yang power gathered in Gu Fei's hands. He used his martial body to communicate with heaven and earth, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. Rumble, the entire world shook. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted by Gu Fei and gathered in his hands from all directions. The power of yin and yang was mighty, and it was as if two suns, one yin and one yang, had appeared in the sky. Everyone's hearts palpitated and their souls shook. The mighty pressure from Gu Fei made it difficult for Shaoqing and the others to breathe, let alone the others. Those with weaker cultivation had already fallen to the ground. Roar! Divine Witchcraft Domain. The Lich Demon let out a furious roar and a terrifying energy burst forth from his body. His terrifying body immediately emitted an evil green light that was tens of thousands of zhang long. The Lich's figure disappeared into the green evil light. Then, in the center of the evil light, the void collapsed and a huge vortex appeared. Rumble, the vortex spun as if it was connected to a terrifying world. The huge vortex produced a terrifying suction force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. It tried to devour Gu Fei. The void in front of the vortex collapsed and was being devoured. Humph! Eat my fist! Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He suddenly put his hands together and the power of yin and yang collided with each other, shattering the heavens and earth. They formed a black and white Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, which then blasted forward. Gu Fei's fists were the two yin-yang eyes of the yin-yang diagram. The power of yin and yang rotated and the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was like a millstone. It emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and obliterated the terrifying vortex that was trying to devour it. It was as if two worlds had collided with each other. The ferocious power pierced through the heavens and the earth. The mighty pressure caused the entire Ji-Wu city to tremble. Buildings continued to collapse, and smoke and dust continued to rise from the city. However, no one noticed that the buildings that were collapsing in Ji-Wu city were all houses that were built later. The ancient buildings in the city did not collapse. Even though the ancient city was shaking violently, it still stood tall and did not show any signs of collapsing. Bam! Chapter 698. Humph. So what if you're a lich? It's time for the shaman land to have a new master. Gu Fei walked towards the lich who fell out of the void. Every step Gu Fei took would cause the entire heaven and earth to tremble. His battle prowess was unparalleled as he used his divine power to break divine arts and forcefully destroyed the witch demon's terrifying witchcraft, knocking the witch demon out of the void. Roar! There is only one master of the shaman land, and that is me. The lich was enraged. He raised his head and roared. His green hair danced wildly in the wind. Shaman power surged and an endless green evil aura surged out from the shaman demon's body. It covered the sky and covered the entire Gu-Wu city. It also covered the entire heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure spread out and the people who were watching the battle outside the city were all terrified. The world was filled with evil energy. The lich communicated with the world and attracted endless evil energy. The world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. It was extremely terrifying. Go to hell! The lich demon roared in anger. A sinister green light shot out from his eyes. He stretched out a huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. The huge hand tore through the void, surging with a terrifying destructive aura that could destroy everything. Yin and yang into the 5 elements. Gu Fei shouted and used his Xian Qi in reverse. The power of yin and yang in his body immediately turned into the power of the 5 elements. Then, 5 blurry worlds appeared around Gu Fei. This was a combination of the power of the inner heaven and earth and martial arts. It was like a magical power, but not a magical power. It was like a Taoist technique, but not a Taoist technique. Gu Fei reached out and took in a small golden world that was spinning and dancing around him. Then, he threw it forward. Endless power of the metal element spread out and clanging sounds were heard. The blurry golden world exploded, and an endless amount of metal elemental power condensed into countless bright golden swords, slashing towards the lich in an overwhelming manner. This was a sea of swords and knives. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Knife chi flew everywhere. It was as if countless divine weapons were unsheathed at the same time. They cut through the void and split the world. It was a shocking scene. The golden divine light lit up the world. Tens of thousands of swords and sabers collided with the huge hand. The power of the metal element was unparalleled. The overwhelming swords and sabers submerged the huge hand in an instant. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, seemingly indestructible. Thousands of blades and swords seemed to be able to cut through everything. The huge hand that was condensed from endless evil power was completely obliterated. Thousands of knives and swords pierced through the void, also pierced through that big hand. The force did not diminish, continued to slash towards the shaman demon. The spectators outside the city were all stunned by this incomparably shocking scene. The sky above Yanwu City had transformed into a sea of golden blades and swords. Such a great offensive technique was shocking. What was a mountain of blades and sea of swords? This was a mountain of blades and a sea of swords. He was too powerful. Chu Qingquang and the others were dumbfounded. Such a person, with such methods, could even destroy an army of thousands with a wave of his hand. A martial artist who was successful in cultivation was too terrifying. The shaman demon was shocked. He never would have thought that the other party's battle prowess would be so terrifying, drawing in the power of the metal element, turning it into countless blades, slashing towards him. Roar! The shaman demon let out an angry roar, his already extremely ferocious face becoming even more fearful. Suddenly, a gloomy green evil light surged out of his body, like a ball of fire, and directly rushed towards the thousands of knives and swords that were slashing towards him. Boom! Dark green evil fire suddenly erupted from the shaman demon's body, and the knives and swords that were enveloped by the evil fire all collapsed, turning into the power of the metal element, which was then absorbed by the evil fire, causing the evil fire to become even more vigorous. The thousands of knives and swords were collapsing, and the endless power of the metal element was being devoured by the evil fire. The fire rose to the sky, and even the void was being burned to pieces. The dark green evil light surged in the sky above Yanwu City, and the spectators from afar were all indescribably shocked, especially the sorcerers of the previous generation in the shaman land, who were even more shocked. It's the witch fire. The terrifying witch fire that can burn everything in the world. Oh my god, the shaman demon has cultivated the witch fire. The sorcerers of the previous generation in the shaman land were all stunned. This kind of fire only appeared in the legends, and it was a supreme witchcraft that could burn immortals to death. Big brother, Shaoqing and He Tian were no longer worried. The witch fire could burn everything in the world, and it could also devour the spiritual qi of the world to fuel the fire. It was truly terrifying, and they did not know if Gu Fei could withstand this terrifying witchcraft. Balon, the fire Qilin, looked at the scene with a serious expression, and did not say anything. Humph. You have fire, and so do I. Let's see whose fire is stronger. The thousands of knives and swords finally collapsed, and Gu Fei's killing technique was broken by the shaman demon. However, a blurry little world that was completely filled with flames appeared beside him, and he struck it forward. Rumble, the void shook, and the fire elemental world instantly expanded. Monstrous divine fire surged out from the fire elemental world, and met the burning witch fire. It was as if Gu Fei had opened up a world of fire, and the power of the world expanded. He stood in the fire elemental world, and he looked like the reincarnation of the fire god. The world of fire expanded in all directions high in the sky. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the flames soared into the sky. The two kinds of flames collided, and cancelled each other out. The power of the fire elemental world resisted the witch fire, but the entire fire elemental world was shaking violently, and there were actually signs of collapse. What kind of fire is this? Gu Fei felt the danger, and he was very surprised. The sorcery that the shaman demon displayed was astonishing, and his own fire elemental world was actually unable to resist this kind of flame. The shaman demon roared again and again, and he was going all out. Endless shaman power was burning, and the witch fire was surging, and this part of the world was burning until it collapsed and collapsed. The heaven and earth shook violently, and the power of Gu Fei's fire elemental world was shaken. The edge of the fire elemental world began to collapse, and the power of the fire elemental world was being forcibly devoured by the evil power of the witch fire. Damn it! Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked, and his heart couldn't help but give birth to endless battle intent. He cultivated the martial way, and walked on the path of martial arts. He would only become stronger when he met strong opponents. Using wood to fire, fire and wood as one. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He operated his mysterious technique, and brought over a little world that was full of vitality, and then he struck this little world into the collapsing fire elemental world. Break! With Gu Fei's shout, the wood elemental world that was derived from the wood elemental world and the power of the inner world suddenly exploded. Endless wood elemental world surged out from the fire elemental world like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The endless wood elemental world was like oil poured on a fire, burning up. Using wood to fire, the fire elemental world received this power, and the power of the fire elemental world instantly increased by many times. The fusion of fire and wood gave birth to an unbelievably strong power. This power was really too strong. The fire elemental world, which was constantly being burned by the witch fire, instantly reformed the shattered void, and counterattacked the witch fire. The fire swept the heaven and earth, and the whole sky turned into a sea of fire. Rumble, one side of the world was expanding, and the endless witch fire was being devoured by the rapidly expanding world. It was unstoppable, and even the witch fire that was said to be able to burn everything in the world couldn't do it. The endless witch fire was quickly refined by the power of the fire elemental world. After the power of the witch fire was refined, the divine fire in the fire elemental world became more vigorous, burning the whole world red. At this time, the power of the fire elemental world completely suppressed the power of the witch fire, and shrouded the lich demon, wanting to take the lich demon into the fire elemental world. Gu Fei, with absolute power, suppressed the witch fire, and refined it and devoured it. This proved one thing, and that was, as long as one's power was strong enough, one could overwhelm everything. Even an indestructible divine object, as long as one's power was strong enough, one could also destroy it. Who the hell are you? At this time, the lich demon panicked a little. He quickly dodged to avoid the engulfment of the fire elemental world, and shouted loudly. You are not a human, not a demon, not a god, and not even a demon. You are not qualified to know who I am. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He stood in the fire elemental world, controlling the void filled with monstrous divine fire, and pressed towards the lich demon. It was as if the whole world was moving, and the whole world was trembling. How is this possible? He broke the witch fire. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The sorcerers of the older generation of the sorcerer land were all stunned. The supreme sorcery that the lich demon had cast had been broken just like that. The monstrous divine fire had refined the witch fire, which was too shocking and appalling. When Xiao Qing and the others saw that Gu Fei had reversed the situation and gained the upper hand, they were all overjoyed. Chu Qingquang of the Great Yan royal family, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei stood in the fire elemental world, surrounded by the other 4 elemental worlds, and pressed towards the lich demon with unparalleled power, forcing the lich demon to retreat continuously. Bang! Gu Fei directly attacked in the fire elemental world, and punched at the lich demon. The violent power directly triggered the fire elemental power in the fire elemental world, and a fiery divine fist the size of a small mountain blasted out from the fire elemental world. Boom! The power of the fist shook heaven and earth, and the fire elemental power surged. The divine fire illuminated the world, and the giant fist instantly blasted in front of the lich demon. It was extremely fast. Roar! The lich demon roared and waved his claws, which were covered in scales, forward. Sorcery power rushed out from his claws like evil dragons, blocking the fiery divine fist that was in front of him. Bang! The fiery divine fist directly smashed the evil dragons and sent the lich demon flying thousands of feet away. In the entire Tinglong continent, perhaps only a warrior of the immortal realm like Gu Fei could suppress a lich demon in the mysterious change realm. I'm done playing with you. Gu Fei said coldly, and then a purple sword light rushed out from his dantian. He stretched out his hand to catch the sword light, and directly swung his sword at the lich demon. Swoosh! The shocking sword light suddenly appeared, and the sword chi instantly erupted, causing everyone to shiver. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their souls were frozen, unable to think. Chapter 699. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated through the 9 heavens, shocking even the gods and ghosts. The chilling sword chi filled the air, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. The bright sword light caused the world to lose its color. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Then, the terrifying aura also disappeared as if it had never appeared. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, what happened next shocked the experts in the sorcerer land. The lich had been sliced in half. Green blood splattered from the sky, and the corpse fell from the sky. The lich is dead? How is this possible? Aren't liches immortal? Everyone who witnessed this scene was inexplicably shocked. What had just happened? How could the lich be killed in an instant? Gu Fei's attack was too fast. The purple gold divine sword was unleashed and retracted in an instant. It was so fast that most people could not even see his movements clearly. Even the young Duke of the Yen Kingdom, Chu Qingquang, could only see the sword light flash and then disappear. Then, the powerful and terrifying lich was killed by Gu Fei. This. Chu Qingquang and the others were dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so afraid that it could kill the lich directly? However, at this moment, the two pieces of the lich's corpse that had fallen into the city suddenly emitted an evil green light. Within the evil light, a blurry figure instantly sank into the ground. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked. Without thinking, he pressed his right hand down from the sky. Boom! Endless divine fire surged out from his hand. A flaming divine palm, like a huge mountain, smashed through the void and smashed down from the sky. Bam! The sorcerer's city shook. Dust rose high into the sky, and endless flames enveloped the void. The terrifying fire elemental power instantly reduced the lich's corpse to ashes. Roar! Gu Fei roared in anger. How could the lich not die even after that? Using the desolate steps, he could travel several miles with each step. He chased in the southwest direction. He had already locked on to the lich's aura. Even the purple gold divine sword was unable to completely kill the lich demon. Although it destroyed his physical body, it allowed his primordial spirit to escape. It seemed that the lich demon was indeed quite capable. Swish! 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 Gu Fei walked in the void as if he was teleporting. With just a few steps, he disappeared into the horizon. At this time, the setting sun was like blood. It was already evening. No one could sense the lich's aura. Even Shao Qing and the others did not know how the lich had escaped. They hurriedly chased after the direction Gu Fei had disappeared. This little fatty. He Tian helplessly carried the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and chased after him. He really wanted to throw this fellow who was covered in blood away. However, He Tian knew that Gu Fei seemed to value this little fatty. Moreover, this little fatty had the same surname as Gu Fei. Could it be that Gu Fei was related to the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land? Although He Tian was unwilling, he did not dare to throw the unconscious little fatty away. If Gu Lao asked him for him, he would be in trouble. They are all experts of the immortal realm. Chu Qingquang murmured as he looked in the direction Shao Qing and the others had disappeared. At this time, he felt that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. In the Tinglong continent, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned. The immortals and immortals had reappeared. All heroes were rising. A great era was coming. The demigod realm was simply not enough. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Chu Qingquang's expression changed several times. Then, he called out to his companions and flew in the direction Shao Qing and the others had disappeared. The 2 men and 1 woman who had come to the Sorcerer Land with Chu Qingquang all followed Chu Qingquang's lead. They did not have any objections and followed behind Chu Qingquang. The light streaked across the sky like a divine rainbow. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. After Chu Qingquang and the others had left, a few old men walked out from the crowd of sorcerers outside the city. They looked in the direction Chu Qingquang and the others had left in and did not speak for a long time. That direction. An old man holding a black wooden walking stick broke the silence. This old man's entire body was shrouded in evil energy, and he had a green face. The black wooden walking stick in his hand had a black skull embedded in it. They are attacking the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground. Are they trying to destroy the Dark Sorcerer sect? The old men were all extremely shocked. Not only had those people killed the sorcerer demon True Body, but they were also attacking the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground without any hesitation. It seemed that the Dark Sorcerer sect was doomed. The few old men turned into rays of evil light and also flew towards the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground. The battle between Gu Fei and the sorcerer demon had shocked the entire sorcerer land. A group of people dressed in Central Plains clothes stood on a mountain outside Dark Sorcerer City and looked in the direction of Dark Sorcerer City. Gu Zhong, a white-haired old man, let out a long sigh. Then, he led the group of people down the mountain. They did not alarm anyone and left silently. A few sorcerers with evil energy also rode on the evil wind and rushed towards the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground. They wanted to know if the Dark Sorcerer sect was really finished. The power in the sorcerer land was about to be reshuffled. Swoosh! 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 The divine rainbow streaked across the sky. After flying for a few hundred miles, Shaoqing and the others entered an evil land. Although it was still dusk, this part of the world was already dark and gloomy. Evil energy lingered in the air. Gusts of foul wind blew from the front. It was nauseating. In front of them, black energy soared into the sky. Evil energy enveloped the land. Even sunlight could not shine in. Soon, they came to the sky above a swamp. They saw a figure standing on the periphery of the swamp. The figure was scanning the swamp. Evil energy surged in the swamp. There was no sign of life. This was a death swamp, a place where evil energy gathered. However, to the sorcerers of the sorcerer land, this place was a treasure land. The poisonous miasma here was very suitable for practicing evil sorcery. Practicing sorcery here would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. Shaoqing and the others flew down from the sky and came to Gu Fei's side. "Big brother, how is it?" Shaoqing asked. It seemed that the sorcerer demon had escaped into this death swamp. This sorcerer demon was quite capable. The sorcerer demon's primordial spirit has escaped. Gu Fei said. This sorcerer demon was quite good at escaping. It had actually escaped from his hands. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. What should we do? Shaoqing looked into the swamp and couldn't help but frown. This death swamp did not seem to be simple. There was a heart-palpitating evil energy surging in the depths of the swamp. Gu Fei looked at the swamp in front of him that was surrounded by evil energy. His eyes flashed. Chapter 700. Gu Fei entered the death swamp. Here, miasma filled the air and poisonous water flowed everywhere. There were unknown dangers. In the swamp, there were no signs of life. The poisonous fog shrouded the area and visibility was very low. It was lifeless, but there were strange noises coming from all directions. The water in the swamp was black, and some places were still bubbling. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Gu Fei sniffed a few times and felt dizzy. Poisonous water, extremely poisonous water. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in this world. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, it was a land of extreme poison. One could imagine that no matter man or beast, as long as they entered this land of extreme poison, they would definitely not be able to leave. The poison in the death swamp was too powerful. This kind of extreme poison could definitely kill immortals and gods. Gu Fei realized that in the swamp, it was very difficult to tell the direction. The sky and the ground seemed to be the same, and it was easy to get lost. After Gu Fei entered the death swamp gradually changed. The entire swamp seemed to be boiling, and traces of colorful poisonous gas came out from the ground. Most of the sorcerers' people in the sorcerer land knew how to use sorcerer's poison, and sorcerers were experts in using poison. When witchcraft and poison were combined, it gave rise to sorcerer's poison. And the sorcerer's poison was the most powerful among the sorcerer's people. Because the sorcerer's poison controlled a place that was a treasure in the eyes of the sorcerer's people. That place was this death swamp. All the sorcerers in the sorcerer land coveted this death swamp. This place contained an endless amount of poison. It was a place where thousands of poisons converged. It was definitely a holy land for practicing sorcerer's poison. It was no wonder that the other sorcerers valued the death swamp so much. Gu Fei continued to go deeper. He felt a strong presence in the depths of this swamp. Danger lurked everywhere in the death swamp. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He carefully flew towards the depths of the swamp. Soon, he was deep in the death swamp. But along the way, there was no danger. The sorcerer did not attack Gu Fei. However, the calmer it was, the more frightened Gu Fei was. The lich was hiding in the dark, no one knew when he would attack. Just as Gu Fei approached the depths of the swamp, there was a sudden boom, and the pitch-black mud directly below Gu Fei instantly exploded. A figure the size of a small hill burst out of the ground, exuding a boundless terrifying aura. It soared into the sky and fiercely swallowed Gu Fei. This is... Gu Fei was taken aback. He discovered that the evil creature that suddenly rushed out from the ground was actually a dragon, with a pair of wings on its back and a pitch-black skeleton. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Was he finally going to make a move? He stretched out his right palm and pressed it down. Bam! The void trembled, and the ferocious and terrifying bone dragon was blasted apart by Gu Fei, its broken bones scattering in all directions. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei blasted the bone dragon, the entire swamp of death trembled, as if a terrifying supreme evil spirit had awakened. Endless voodoo poison surged out from the swamp, the poisonous gas blotted out the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. Divine light curled around Gu Fei's body, completely repelling the surging voodoo poison. He was not tainted by even the slightest bit. Although he was enveloped by the poisonous gas, no poison could touch his body. Swish! 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 Suddenly, pitch-black mud mixed with black water soared up from below, like a huge dragon, and coiled towards Gu Fei in the sky. Ha! Heaven has a path, but you don't want to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging into it. Obediently accept your death. The sorcerer's voice came from the depths of the swamp. Humph! Reckless, the one who will die will only be you. Gu Fei said coldly, and then, a vast and boundless energy surged out from his body. The ferocious energy directly shook the void around Gu Fei's body. The dragon-like mud that rushed up from below was immediately dispersed by the energy that exploded out from within Gu Fei's body. Then, Gu Fei saw a scene that made him incomparably shocked. On the ground, silhouettes started to emerge. The pitch-black mud and poisonous water mixed together, and one by one, the sorcerer continuously emerged from the swamp. Every mudman was pitch-black, surging with a dense evil aura, as if they were real. Roar! The sorcerer roared, and one by one, the silhouettes surging with evil aura soared into the sky, emitting endless battle intent, and charged towards Gu Fei in the sky. This was simply a mud army. Bang! Gu Fei's right hand lightly touched the ground, and the group of silhouettes at the very front instantly exploded. With a single move, Gu Fei dispersed the hundreds of sorcerer condensed from mud. However, in the deathly swamp, sorcerer condensed from mud unceasingly emerged from the swamp, and charged towards Gu Fei. Countless silhouettes danced in the air, and the power of the entire deathly swamp was gradually pushed to the peak. Bang! 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 Gu Fei attacked again and again, causing the heaven and earth to tremble, and countless sorcerer were destroyed. However, countless sorcerer, after being killed by Gu Fei, once again emerged from the ground, and there was no end to them. The entire deathly swamp's evil aura surged violently. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed in his heart. This sorcerer was extremely cunning. It actually transformed into a myriad of forms, as if it had fused with the entire swamp. The aura of the sorcerer was everywhere, and even Gu Fei had a hard time identifying the location of the sorcerer's primordial spirit. Countless sorcerer surrounded Gu Fei, and like an army, wave after wave, they rushed towards Gu Fei like a tide. At the same time, the mud below Gu Fei began to surge, and the ground collapsed, forming a huge whirlpool, and silently swallowed Gu Fei from the bottom up. This move again. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be speechless. Did that sorcerer run out of techniques? Gu Fei fiercely shook his body, and an extremely powerful force, like a volcano eruption, spread out from Gu Fei's body. With Gu Fei as the center, a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rapidly spread out in all directions, and countless, sorcerer, condensed from mud crumbled one after another. Rumble, the void shook, and Gu Fei's unbelievably powerful martial physique directly shook the heaven and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Swoosh! Using the 8 desolate steps, he rushed out from the encirclement of the sorcerer's clones, and avoided the terrifying whirlpool that swallowed him from below. Protected by the divine light, Gu Fei's vigorous qi and blood rushed out of his body like dragons, repelling the poisonous water and soil that were splattering in all directions. It seems that without using a supreme treasure, it will be difficult to destroy the sorcerer's primordial spirit. While Gu Fei was moving quickly in the void, he was still thinking about how to destroy the sorcerer's primordial spirit. It was obvious that the sorcerer's primordial spirit had already fused with the death swamp, and as long as the death swamp existed, the sorcerer's primordial spirit would not be destroyed. With this thought, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. With a thought, a divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian, and within the divine light was a simple and unadorned small cauldron. Chapter 701. Once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. The area within a radius of a few hundred miles seemed to have become a piece of iron plate. Everything instantly became still, completely still. The foul wind, the poisonous fog, even the bubbles that were exploding on the swamp, the tiny black water droplets that were splashing in all directions, were all frozen in the void. Only the mountain and river cauldron became the only thing in this land of extreme poison. Rumble, the chaotic primordial qi fell on the mountain and river cauldron, and the mountain and river cauldron displayed the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers of the heaven and earth. In the sky above the swamp, countless liches that were condensed from poisonous black mud were frozen in the air in various postures, motionless. On the swamp, there were also countless liches that had just popped out of the mud, or half a body, or even stood on the surface of the swamp. Without exception, they were frozen by the mighty power of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! In the depths of the death swamp, there was a horrified roar. Waves of incomparably powerful energy rippled out, and the entire death swamp was shaking. The liches wanted to break out of the mountain and river cauldron's imprisonment. Humph! Let's see where you can escape to. Gu Fei sneered. No matter how powerful the liches were, once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, they had nowhere to hide. Wang! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and countless liches that were condensed from mud instantly turned into dust, and completely disappeared in the void. It's the power of a sacred weapon. Big Brother used the sacred weapon of extreme Tao. Finally, it's time to use the ultimate weapon. The moment the mountain and river cauldron rushed out from the void of Gu Fei's dantian, Shaoqing and the rest who were waiting outside the swamp immediately felt a terrifying pressure surging out from the death swamp in front of them. The power of the sacred weapon of extreme Tao made one's soul tremble. Even with the powerful cultivation of a demon god, Shaoqing and the rest almost couldn't help but worship it, as if they were facing a supreme god, full of respect. Shaoqing and the rest really wanted to rush into the deathly swamp in front of them, but in front of the extreme Tao's godly might, they discovered that they actually lost the ability to fly. At this moment, the explosion of the ultimate god's power shocked all the Sorcerer Land's experts who were heading towards the Dark Sorcerer cult's sacred land. Everyone was terrified and stopped in their tracks. The mountain and river cauldrons sealed the void, and in all directions, the extreme divine might enveloped the entire death swamp. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron on his head. Like a supreme god, he walked step by step towards the depths of the swamp of death. It was as if 100,000 mountains were moving, and the frozen space began to shake violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, and the swamp below was collapsing. Endless evil energy was dispersed, and the remaining light of the setting sun shone in from outside. Roar! You can't kill me! The lich roared angrily. The mountain that the Black Witch God temple was on had collapsed. The temple had fallen into the swamp and was slowly sinking into the ground. The black mud gradually swallowed the Black Witch God temple. I can't kill you. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above the Black Witch God temple. He looked down coldly, and a terrifying pressure shocked the surroundings, causing cracks to appear in the void. You, the Lich was shocked and furious. His spirit had already fused with the death swamp, and as long as there was a drop of mud in the swamp, he would not die. However, at this moment, he still felt a great danger. I just need to destroy this area, Gu Fei said coldly. The mountain and river cauldron released the extreme divine might that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The power could seal the void, and the Lich's spirit would definitely not be able to escape. With Gu Fei's current strength, he could activate the mountain and river cauldron. Although he could not truly display the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, it was still possible to kill a Lich in the mysterious change state. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron shook and emitted a boundless chaotic divine light. The entire world seemed to have turned into chaos, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The sealed swamp immediately collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron slowly descended from the sky. Boom! The entire world collapsed in an instant. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was like an exquisite porcelain that was full of cracks. It was as if a chaotic world was sinking. The power released by the mountain and river cauldron was unstoppable. It shattered the heavens and cracked the earth, and a giant hole appeared in the sky. Under the protection of the primordial chaotic energy, Gu Fei was not affected at all. However, the Lich was in a tragic situation. His spirit had fused with the death swamp. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Bang! An endless pressure descended from the sky. The Black Witch God temple that was already half submerged in the swamp collapsed in an instant. The earth melted like ice and snow. Whether it was the endless witch poison, the black water, or the poisonous fog, everything was melting. Everything was being destroyed, and the void was being crushed. Nothing existed anymore. Ah! Under the ground, the Lich's terrified and hopeless roar resounded. He never thought that Gu Fei was actually using the mountain and river cauldron to destroy the death swamp within a radius of a few hundred miles. In this way, the Lich would definitely not be able to escape the fate of having his spirit dispersed. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron was sinking. In just a short while, the entire death swamp had sunk by more than 10 meters. The Lich's spirit was severely injured, and his soul power and evil energy were rapidly weakening. At this moment, Shao Qing and the others who were outside the death swamp had no idea what was happening inside. The world was shaking, and they could barely stand. In front of them, the death swamp that was surging with evil energy was actually sinking. It was as if a layer of mud had been shaved off. An extreme saint tool is too terrifying. Shao Qing and the others were scared out of their wits, and their spirits were shaken. He Tian was still fine, but it was the first time Shao Qing and Fire Qilan Balan felt the terrifying power of an extreme saint tool. Their hearts were trembling, and they were extremely terrified. There was one thing they knew, and that was that the Lich demon was dead for sure. Gu Fei, who had used the extreme Dao Saint artifact, could even fight a celestial being, let alone a profound transformation realm expert. Without any suspense, the earth was sinking, the mountains around the death swamp were collapsing, and the world was shaking. The terrifying pressure of the mountain and river cauldron shook the entire shaman land, and caused all living beings to tremble. No, don't kill me, I am willing to serve you as my lord. The Lich was really panicking. His spirit had fused with the death swamp, and he could transform into thousands of clones. As long as the death swamp was not destroyed, he would not be destroyed. However, Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He actually used the mountain and river cauldron to create a world, and trapped the Lich along with the death swamp. He wanted to destroy the land of extreme poison in the shaman land, and this forced the Lich to submit. If he did not have the mountain and river cauldron, it would be very difficult for Gu Fei to kill the Lich, and it was almost impossible. However, with the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei made the impossible possible. Although the Lich was begging, Gu Fei did not want to let the Lich go. He still urged the mountain and river cauldron to descend. The entire death swamp gradually disappeared, and it was being obliterated. Gu Fei did not want to leave this trouble alive. Killing this Lich was undoubtedly the safest way. This way, he would not have any worries. Too late. Gu Fei's emotionless voice came from the sky. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shone with boundless primordial light. The primordial chaotic energy gushed out of the mountain and river cauldron like a volcanic eruption, and fell from the sky. The terrifying destructive power came down, and the endless evil aura dissipated in the void. Rays of green evil light shot up to the sky, and gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. That was the endless soul power that the Lich had smelted into the death swamp. Roar! You are so cruel. The Lich roared again and again, and the soul power gradually weakened. Finally, there was no more soul power. This part of the heaven and earth instantly collapsed, turned into nothingness, and disappeared. On the ground, there was a huge, bottomless pit that was a few hundred miles wide. The Lich was killed, and his soul power was completely devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. After killing the Lich, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. The terrifying coercion in the heaven and earth immediately retreated like the tide, and the evil aura that covered a few hundred miles was completely dispersed. The holy land of the Dark Sorcerer cult, which was regarded as a holy land by the people of the Sorcerer Land, disappeared. Gu Fei did not expect that not only did he kill the Lich, but he also destroyed the source of the Sorcerer Land's poison. He almost destroyed half of the Sorcerer tribe's foundation. This area, which had been shrouded in poisonous fog and death aura for many years, could finally see the light of day. At this time, the sun had already set in the west, and the sky had sunk below the horizon. Night was coming. After this battle, the local forces of the Sorcerer Land had suffered a severe blow. Gu Fei stood high in the sky, and just as he was about to leave, suddenly, boom! The void above Gu Fei's head shattered without warning. Swoosh! A ray of blood-red light, like a blood-red dragon, emitted a terrifying and evil aura, and directly pierced towards Gu Fei. A great danger suddenly descended, and the aura of fear instantly enveloped Gu Fei. All the pores on his body stood on end, and his black hair stood on end. He instinctively dodged to the side, and the blood-red demonic light brushed past his body. A few strands of his hair floated down from the air. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked and angry at the same time. His body was covered in cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower, his head would have been pierced by the demonic light. The blood-red demonic light did not hit Gu Fei, but it did not dissipate in the void. Instead, it turned and flew towards Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei could see clearly that within the blood-red light, there was a demonic arrow that emitted blood-red demonic light. A terrifying demonic power spread from the demonic arrow. Chapter 702. The blood demon arrow pierced through the void and did not stop until it hit its target. Around the blood demon arrow, there seemed to be countless demonic shadows, emitting a terrifying and powerful demonic aura. Gu Fei was enraged. He was almost hit just now. His blood and qi surged, and the power of yin and yang quickly gathered on his hands. Then, he punched at the incoming blood demon arrow. Dazzling divine light bloomed from his fist, illuminating the whole area. The terrifying power of yang was vast and mighty, and ripples were visible to the naked eye in the void. Clang! Gu Fei's fist was like a meteor, colliding with the blood demon arrow in an instant. A metallic sound was heard. Gu Fei only felt a strong force surging from his fist, and his body was involuntarily thrown back. Blood light flickered, and the blood demon arrow lost its aim after being hit by Gu Fei's fist, flying to the side. "Boss, big brother," 2 exclamations were heard. Xiao Qing and He Tian had already rushed over. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. There was actually a demon dweller secretly attacking Gu Fei. "Who is it? Get your ass out here." Xiao Qing and He Tian were both shocked and angry. Their powerful divine senses swept in all directions, but there was not a trace of demonic aura in the sky and on the ground. How could it be? The powerful divine senses of the immortal realm covered a radius of 100 miles, but there was nothing strange at all. Could it be that the demon dweller actually shot this arrow across the endless void? This time, not to mention Xiao Qing and He Tian, even the usually calm Fire Qilan Balan could not help but change his expression. The person who attacked in the dark was too terrifying. He actually shot this arrow across the endless void. Such a heaven-defying method. Could it be that there was a supreme being attacking Gu Fei? Swoosh! Blood light flashed. The blood demon arrow that was blown away by Gu Fei once again shot towards Gu Fei, as if it had already locked onto Gu Fei. It would not stop until Gu Fei was dead. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. Within the blood light, there were demonic shadows lingering. The blood-like arrow emitted a blazing demonic light, and the arrowhead was cold and dazzling. Seeing the power of the demon arrow, Shao Qing and the others could not help but shiver in fear. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a dazzling sun. His entire body was shrouded in white light, and there seemed to be raging flames burning outside of his body. Yin and yang energy was circulating within his body. He wanted to break this arrow with extreme yang energy. Arrow, he stretched out his right hand, and an unimaginably powerful force shook the entire sky. It was as if heaven and earth were going to collapse from the force. A gigantic hand the size of a small mountain reached out to grab the devil arrow. The power of the sun could destroy everything, locking everything in its path and dispelling the blood-colored devilish light. The hand directly grabbed the devil arrow. Boundless yin and yang energy crazily erupted from the hand, wanting to destroy the arrow. However, the arrow flickered with blood light and struggled fiercely in Gu Fei's hand. It did not shatter. What kind of arrow is that? Shao Qing and the others couldn't help being shocked. One had to know that Gu Fei's physical body was already comparable to divine weapons and magical treasures refined by supreme beings. The blood fiend arrow violently shook in Gu Fei's hand, trying to break free from Gu Fei's restraint. However, Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably powerful. Divine energy surged in his hand, suppressing the arrow's power. Even though Gu Fei's physical body was as tough as a divine artifact refined by a supreme expert, he still felt a stinging pain in his hand, as if he was being pricked by needles. This shocked him greatly. This demonic arrow was very extraordinary. It was definitely an important treasure of the demonic path. Swish! A ray of primal chaos divine light shot out of Gu Fei's body. Within the primal chaos divine light was a small cauldron. The cauldron rapidly grew to the size of a small mountain in the blink of an eye. An ancient aura immediately spread out from the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei directly threw the demonic blood arrow in his hand into the mountain and river cauldron. With Gu Fei's current strength, it was difficult for him to destroy this demonic arrow. Only the mountain and river cauldron could refine this demonic arrow. After the arrow was thrown into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, the sound of wind and thunder rang out from the cauldron. This strange sound didn't last for long, and it quickly calmed down. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos energy. This was the ancestral energy of heaven and earth. It could be said to be the mother of all things. It could refine all things in the world into their most primitive form. Just as the mountain and river cauldron was refining the blood fiend arrow, a cold snort came from a mountain range millions of miles away. A black figure stood on top of a mountain like a specter. This person's aura was very strange. One moment, he was like a divine immortal descending into the world. His body was shrouded in immortal energy and righteous energy. The next moment, his demonic energy soared into the sky like an unparalleled demon king. Immortal energy and demonic energy. These two extreme powers actually appeared on the same person at the same time. It was really unbelievable. The man in black held a demonic bow that shone with a bloody light. This was definitely a terrifying demonic weapon. Within the bloody light, a demonic shadow could be seen. The demonic nature of the bow was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. There were 3 blood fiend arrows wrapped in bloody light in the quiver at his waist. Gu Fei. The man in black muttered to himself, I didn't expect that even the demon god slaying bow couldn't kill you. But next time, you won't be so lucky. The man in black then turned and disappeared into the night. At this moment, in the sorcerer land, above the dark sorcerer cult's sacred place that had been destroyed by Gu Fei, a few figures stood in the air. Each of them emitted an unlimited amount of battle intent. Their powerful divine senses swept in all directions. Xiao Qing and the others were still trying to find the demon who had ambushed Gu Fei. However, they still couldn't find anything. They couldn't sense anything strange in the surrounding area. "Boss, do you know who attacked you?" The soul fire in He Tian's bones flickered and emitted waves of strong soul waves. "I don't know," Gu Fei said directly. He also couldn't sense where the person who attacked him was. This made him anxious. Who was it that wanted to kill him? An enemy in the open was not scary. What was scary was an enemy hiding in the dark. This was because Gu Fei knew that if the enemy didn't succeed this time, there would be another attack. An attack like this was impossible to predict and difficult to defend against. Next time, he might not be so lucky. Where is this? At this moment, little fatty Gu Zhongxing, who was in He Tian's hand, turned around and asked. When he saw that he was high up in the sky in a daze, he immediately screamed in fear. "Gu Zhongxing, don't be afraid, huh?" Xiao Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw that little fatty's face had turned green. The oppressive atmosphere immediately dissipated. "Young masters, what's going on?" When little fatty recognized Gu Fei and the others, he gradually calmed down. He had already vaguely guessed that everything was controlled by these masters in the dark. Nothing happened. "They just want a new master for the sorcerer land," Gu Fei said. At this moment, Gu Fei, Xiao Qing, and the others sensed a few powerful auras rapidly approaching them. Gu Fei didn't want to meet those people, so they immediately left the sorcerer's sect's holy land and disappeared into the night. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, 4 rays of light appeared in the sky like divine rainbows. Soon, 4 young people appeared in the sky. These 4 young people were Chu Qingquang and the others. They had just arrived, but Gu Fei had already killed the sorcerer demon and left calmly. When Chu Qingquang and the others saw the huge bottomless hole below, they were all stunned. The black hole was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. It was hundreds of miles in radius. How could they not be shocked? Isn't this the sorcerer sect's holy land? We just came here yesterday, so it can't be wrong. But how did it become like this in just a day? Could it be that all of this was done by Gu Fei? An immortal cultivator is actually so powerful? Chu Qingquang and the others were stunned by the scene in front of them. Gu Fei had actually destroyed the dark sorcery cult. It was unbelievable, and the ruthlessness of his methods was truly chilling. Looks like our goal is going to fail. Chu Qingquang was speechless for a long time. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said helplessly. No one had expected things to develop to such an uncontrollable state. Chu Qingquang had wanted to subdue the sorcerer sect and make them his own force in the sorcerer land. However, Gu Fei had destroyed the sorcerer sect. This shocked him and made him feel helpless. The cultivation world had always been a cruel world based on strength. Since the sorcerer land is going to have a new master, why don't we go all the way? A young man standing behind Chu Qingquang stopped halfway through his sentence. Chu Qingquang couldn't help but frown. The other man and woman were a little excited. They already knew what the young man wanted to say. Yes. Let's wait and see, Chu Qingquang said after pondering for a while. It seemed to be very risky to make a move at this time, so he decided to wait and see. Are you worried about Gu Fei and the others? The woman in red asked. Those who could travel with Chu Qingquang were definitely not simple. The woman could already tell what Chu Qingquang was worried about. Chu Qingquang nodded. This was a very realistic problem. Gu Fei would definitely not destroy the sorcerer sect for no reason. Since he had spent a lot of effort to kill the supreme existence of the sorcerer land, the Lich Demon, he would definitely do something else next. Gu Fei had even killed the Lich Demon and destroyed the sorcerer land's holy land. How could Chu Qingquang, who was only at the demigod realm, fight against Gu Fei and the others? Chu Qingquang knew his own limits. Even if the big shots of the dynasties came, they would probably not be able to fight against Gu Fei unless the immortal dynasties used all their resources. Of course, if Chu Qingquang knew how powerful Gu Fei was, he would definitely not dare to have such thoughts. Let's go. I don't want to see those sorcerers for now. Chu Qingquan glanced at the path they had come from and said calmly. The disgusting aura of the sorcerers had already appeared in the distance. Chapter 703. Night fell and the sorcerer land fell into darkness. The news of the dark sorcerer cult's destruction spread like wildfire. The entire sorcerer land was in turmoil. With the destruction of the dark sorcerer cult, the balance of power in the sorcerer land was broken. All the other forces began to stir. There were 12 sorcerer tribes in the sorcerer land. The dark sorcerer cult was just one of them. The dark sorcerer cult was guarded by the sorcerer demon, a supreme being of the sorcerer land. The dark sorcerer cult was the most powerful force in the sorcerer land. However, with the destruction of the dark sorcerer cult, the other 11 sorcerer tribes that were suppressed by the dark sorcerer cult began to surface. There were millions of sorcerer people in the sorcerer land, but witchcraft was firmly controlled by the 12 sorcerer tribes. Sorcerers could only be born from the 12 sorcerer tribes. Only the 11 sorcerer tribes had the ability to fight for the position of master of the sorcerer land. Only the 11 sorcerer tribes could command millions of sorcerer people. It was difficult for foreign forces to compete with the local forces. In the dark, a group of more than 100 people were moving quickly through the forest. None of them made a sound. They were all moving silently, as if they were hiding from something. The person in the lead was a tall, white-haired elder. A sword and a pitch-black scabbard hung from the elder's waist. There was a faint sword aura on the sword. Hee. Suddenly, a sharp and eerie laughter came from the forest. It was eerie, as if a malicious spirit was laughing in the dark. It added a strange aura to the forest. The elder raised his hand and signaled for the people behind him to stop. He then said in a low voice, "Who are you? Please come out." When everyone heard this hair-raising sound, they were startled. Some people had expressions of fear on their faces, but more people quietly pulled out their weapons. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were protected in the middle. A few middle-aged men with extraordinary auras came to the elder's back. Each of them was surging with vitality. Hee. Old ghost, the eerie voice came from all around the forest. The voice came from far and near, left and right. No one knew where the voice came from. Humph. Are you Wu Jiuyo of the ghost sorcerer tribe? The elder held the hilt of his sword and said coldly. He seemed to know who it was. Old ghost, where are you in a hurry to go? The voice rang out as if it was nearby. The voice came from all directions as if there were countless voices ringing out at the same time from different directions. The Gu family has already decided to leave the land of shamans and return to the Central Plains. Brother Abysmal, can't you let us go? The old man said in a deep voice. He had already confirmed that the person in the dark was an expert of the Ghost Witch clan, Wu Jiuyo. The Ghost Sorcerer clan was one of the 12 sorcerer clans in the land of Sorcerer. The sorcery of this clan was cruel and vicious. The elites of this clan liked to disguise themselves as ghosts and attack people while hiding in the dark. They came and went without a trace like ghosts. Old ghost, it's not that we don't want to let you off. It's just that your Gu clan has a little fatty. Wu Jiuyo, who was hiding in the dark, sighed. Wu Laojiu, why are you still talking to someone who is about to die? These outsiders should have been killed long ago. Another voice rang out. This person's voice was like a great bell, startling many birds that were resting in the forest. Wu Xiong of the Beast Sorcerer clan. After hearing that voice, the old man could not help but frown. It looked like the 12 shaman tribes were going to attack him. Could it be that the heavens were really going to destroy the Gu clan? The old man's face turned ugly. Little fatty Gu Zhong had caused a huge disaster in Xiaowu city and the entire Gu clan was in trouble. This old man was the master of the Gu clan, Gu Tianxiong. The ancestor of the Gu clan was a powerful warrior. After offending a large sect in the Central Plains, he fled to the land of Sorcerer to avoid being hunted down by that sect. Thereafter, he lived and thrived in the land of Sorcerer. However, since 500 years ago, the ancestor of the Gu clan had died of old age. After that, the Gu clan gradually declined. The cultivation of the later generations could no longer reach the level of the ancestor. A few years ago, the Gu clan was chased out of Qiao Wu City by the Dark Sorcerer sect. Wu Jiuyo, Wu Xiong, are you really going to kill us all? Gu Tianxiong said sternly. The blood in his body surged and his clothes fluttered. A powerful aura spread out from Chu Tianxiong's body. The trees in the forest shook and the leaves danced. The murderous aura made people's hearts palpitate. So what if I kill you all? The powerful voice rang out. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the depths of the forest. Bang! 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 It was as if a giant beast was walking. Following the heavy footsteps, the entire forest shook. A terrifying murderous aura surged out from the forest ahead. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the roars of beasts rang out from the surrounding forest. It was as if countless beasts had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The roars of beasts rose and fell. The Gu clan members were shocked. Clang! 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 The saber light flashed and the sword chi was cold. The warriors of the Gu clan drew their weapons and protected the old, the weak, the women and the children in the middle. They then looked around nervously. Everyone's body tensed up and they were ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! In the forest, a gust of wind blew. Under the dark night, a thick black fog rose from the deep forest. The black fog seemed to have a mind of its own as it surged towards the Gu clan members. In the black fog, there were countless black shadows flashing. The roars of beasts got closer and closer. Countless ferocious beasts were approaching quickly. This was the witchcraft of the Beast Sorcerer clan. It could control beasts for one's own use. Generally, controlled beasts were not scary. What was scary were the beasts that were refined by sorcerers using witchcraft. Not only were the beasts ferocious, but they also had all kinds of strange magical powers. Roar! In the midst of the beasts' roars, the black fog in front of the old man tumbled violently. A black wolf the size of a calf pounced out of the black fog. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword rang out in the forest. A bone-chilling and incomparably sharp sword chi surged in the forest. A bright, cold light suddenly appeared in the forest and flashed by. Swoosh! The black wolf was directly cut in half by the sword light. A puff of stinking blood splattered everywhere. As if they could smell the blood, the roars of beasts from the surrounding forest became even more intense. The countless beasts hidden in the black fog were stimulated. Their murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the forest. Bam! A khaki-colored single-horned earth python with the thickness of a bucket broke out of the ground and directly pounced towards Gu Tianxiong. On its horn, a khaki-colored brilliance flashed, and a powerful energy gathered. Swoosh! A khaki-colored lightning rushed out from the earth python's horn. It tore through the void and bombarded Gu Tianxiong. Chapter 704. Swoosh! A sword light appeared abruptly like a graceful swan as it tore through space and obliterated the earthen yellow lightning that blasted towards it. Clang! Gu Tianxiong's sword landed on the earthy yellow horn of the one-horned earth python, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Gu Tianxiong wanted to cut off the horn of the one-horned earth python, but the horn was so hard that even the Gu family's heirloom sword could not cut it. The one-horned earth python was sent flying by the force of Gu Tianxiong's sword. Cowardly scoundrel! Gu Tianxiong shouted, and the divine sword in his hand turned into a divine rainbow. Unparalleled sword chi slashed out in all directions. Every sword light was at least 1,000 feet long. They dispersed the heavy black gas and instantly killed a few ferocious beasts that were hiding nearby. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the blood of the beasts splattered and dyed the nearby trees and flowers red. Roar! 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 The beasts roared, stimulated by the smell of blood, and began to rush out of the black fog, pouncing on the Gu family members, biting them fiercely. Kill! 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 The warriors of the Gu family waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at the beasts that were pouncing on them. For a moment, the forest was filled with sword radiance and sword shadows, and the battle between man and beast began. Gu Gui, stop struggling pointlessly. The erratic voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, and it was eerie and terrifying, making people's hair stand on end. Wu Jiuyo, if you have the guts, come and fight me fair and square. Gu Tianxiong's eyes flashed, and he scanned the surroundings, but he could not find any trace of Wu Jiuyo. Boom! At this moment, the ground in the middle of the crowd suddenly caved in. A figure stepped on an earth python and rushed out from the ground. 3 or 4 people from the Gu clan who couldn't dodge in time immediately fell into the pit and were instantly killed by that person. Roar! That person's hair was fluffy, and he looked like a terrifying beast, roaring at the sky, full of wildness. In his hand was a pitch-black mace that was dripping with blood. Wu Xiong, you're courting death. As soon as Gu Tianxiong saw that there were casualties among the Gu clan, his eyes immediately turned red, and he directly charged towards the savage guy standing on top of the earth python. Ha! Old Gu, I'll send you on your way. Wu Xiong, who was standing on the earth python, waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Tianxiong. Who? A strong wind suddenly appeared, and the trees in the forest shook violently. The fallen leaves on the ground were blown into the air by the mighty force of the mace. Everyone from the Gu clan cried out in alarm as they tried to escape. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The divine sword in Gu Tianxiong's hand collided violently with the mace in Wu Xiong's hand. Both of them were sent flying backwards by the force of the collision. Bam! Wu Xiong landed on the ground like a huge mountain. His feet caused the ground to tremble and crack. Dust and fallen leaves rose into the air. This barbaric bear, after Gu Tianxiong and Wu Xiong clashed head-on, he felt a numbness in his right hand, which was holding the divine sword. He couldn't help but be shocked. His opponent's divine strength was astonishing. Again. Man Xiong shouted, Peng! 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 With heavy footsteps, he charged to a place about 3 feet away from Gu Tianxiong. He suddenly leaped up, raised the mace with both hands, and smashed it down towards Gu Tianxiong's head. Boom! The air shook and a strong wind blew. The Gu clan members nearby were blown away by the strong wind. Even the ferocious beasts were frightened and fled into the distance. Wu Xiong's all-out attack was like a thunderbolt. The mace carried a vast amount of power, and it let out the sound of wind and thunder. It smashed down like a huge mountain, unstoppable. Even Gu Tianxiong couldn't help but change his expression when faced with this attack. Apart from being able to control ferocious beasts, the sorcerer tribe's strong point was their strong physical body. Roar! Gu Tianxiong roared. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his blood and qi surged. He dashed to the side, dodging the shocking attack, and was about to attack. But at this moment, the air behind him suddenly rippled like water, and a black figure walked out of the void, appearing silently behind Gu Tianxiong. Master, be careful. The powerful middle-aged cultivators of the Gu clan were shocked to see this. They hurriedly shouted to warn Gu Tianxiong, but at this time, the ghost-like person behind Gu Tianxiong had already made his move. Bam! That person's palm hit Gu Tianxiong's back, and at the same time, Wu Xiong's mace hit the place where Gu Tianxiong was originally standing. Boom! The earth shook, and dust rose high into the sky. The ground undulated like waves, and trees fell one after another. A huge pit appeared in the forest. In the midst of the dust, Gu Tianxiong was hit by the person who suddenly attacked him, and he was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. When he landed on the ground, his face was already black. Wu Jiuyo, Gu Tianxiong was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. He used his sword to support himself, and tried to stand up, but he was powerless to do so. Hee hee. Old Gu, you've been poisoned by my voodoo poison, so you only have 2 hours left to live. Just stand there and watch us slaughter your clansmen." The person who launched a sneak attack on Gu Tianxiong was shrouded in black qi as he walked out from the conflict. He was a skinny old man dressed in black. He was an expert from the Ghost Witch clan, Wu Jiuyo. This Wu Jiuyo had been looking for the best opportunity to attack, and only now did he succeed and show himself. "Master." The middle-aged cultivators rushed to Gu Tianxiong, and one of them stretched out his hand to support him. "Don't touch me," Gu Tianxiong said weakly. He knew that unless Wu Jiuyo was willing to give him the antidote, he would turn into a poisonous corpse in 2 hours. Whoever touched his body would be poisoned, and then die. "Master, don't worry about me. Lead the clansmen and break out of the encirclement." At this moment, a large number of beasts rushed out of the black fog, and the Gu clansmen were injured or torn apart by the beasts. The horned earth python had already devoured a few of the Gu clansmen. Other than the earth python, there were all kinds of strange beasts. The strong beasts surrounded the Gu clansmen, and they kept attacking them. The Gu clansmen were forced to retreat, but when they heard that their master only had 2 hours to live, they were filled with grief and anger, and they attacked the beasts crazily. With this all-out effort, the Gu family actually managed to kill a few exotic beasts in succession, almost scattering the beast horde. Ha! This place is destined to be the burial ground of the Gu clansmen. It's useless to struggle, Wu Jiuyo said coldly, and a vicious look appeared on his face. "Wu old Jiu, how about we make a bet?" Wu Xiong walked over with his mace. Hee, what bet?" Wu Jiuyo looked at Wu Xiong and said. The Gu clansmen were already trapped here, and they were not in a hurry to attack. Wu Xiong looked at the Gu clansmen, who were fighting with the beasts, and revealed a cruel and sinister smile. He then said, "Let's see who kills more people." "All right. If I lose, the divine sword in Old Man Gu's hand will be yours." Wu Jiuyo agreed readily. He seemed to think that Gu Tianxiong was dead, and he had already started to divide the ownership of the Gu clansmen's treasures. The Gu clansmen's ink sword? "Very well, if I lose, I will give you a sorcerer beast," Wu Xiong said. It's a deal. Wu Jiuyo laughed. A sorcerer beast was comparable to the Gu clansman's divine weapon. A sorcerer beast was incomparably powerful, and it was like a sorcerer's second body. It had powerful combat strength. The two were about to attack. Humph. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the sky. "How about I make a bet with you too?" A cold voice sounded in the forest. This, Wu Xiong and Wu Jiuyo were shocked. They quickly looked up to the sky. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared in the sky above the forest. Someone was standing in the sky, and he was looking at them coldly. "I bet that you won't live for more than an hour," the person in the sky said. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Wu Jiuyo and Wu Xiong's expressions changed immediately. When the Gu clansmen saw that the person had his eyes on Wu Jiuyo and Wu Xiong, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Everyone felt as though they had been saved from a desperate situation, and they almost cried tears of joy. "Who are you? Who cares who he is? He must die for being so impudent in front of us." The person in the sky had completely angered Wu Jiuyo and Wu Xiong. Wu Jiuyo was one of the top experts in the Ghost Sorcerer clan, and Wu Xiong was also an expert in the Beast Sorcerer clan. Even if that person could fly in the sky, they weren't afraid. Their sorcery could definitely kill a void-controlling realm cultivator. As long as that person dared to come down, they would have a way to kill him. In the forest, black fog filled the air. The black fog contained a terrifying sorcery poison. If an ordinary person were to accidentally come into contact with the black fog, they would die instantly. The black fog and the beasts had surrounded the Gu clansmen, and the Gu clansmen had fallen into a dead end. Reckless. The person in the sky waved his hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was instantly sucked dry. Countless divine lights appeared on the person's hand, and then shot down from the sky. Swoosh. 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 Swoosh, a soft sound pierced through the air. Rays of divine lights descended from the sky and flew into the forest below. Then, one by one, the beasts fell to the ground. The divine light of destruction directly penetrated the heads of these beasts, killing them in an instant. Even the one-horned earth python was not spared. Its horn was cut off by the divine light, and its body was twisted into several pieces. Chapter 705. In an instant, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was sucked dry and turned into a destructive divine light that killed countless beasts. Such a move was terrifying and intimidating. Wu Jiuyo, an expert from the Ghost Witch tribe, had the intention to retreat. He could feel the danger. The person in the sky was very powerful and he was not someone they could fight against. Roar! You killed my shaman beast, I want your life. Wu Xiong was like a madman. He held the mace in his hand and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath his feet cracked open as he soared into the sky. This idiot! Wu Jiuyo was shocked. He did not expect that Wu Xiong would still dare to attack after the other party displayed such a powerful magical power. However, it was no wonder that Wu Xiong was like this. The countless beasts and the shaman beast were Wu Xiong's lifeblood. Without the beasts and the shaman beast, Wu Xiong's ferocity was immediately reduced by half. The sorcery of the Beast Witch tribe was mostly related to the beasts. The shaman beast was very difficult to refine. Wu Xiong only had one shaman beast. Wu Jiuyo did not attack. Instead, he quietly retreated into the depths of the forest. He wanted to escape while the idiot Wu Xiong was fighting with the person. Go to hell! Wu Xiong shouted and rushed to the person in the sky. He used all his strength and smashed the mace down on the person's head. Boom! The void trembled as the mace turned into a black shadow and rapidly streaked across the void, producing a sharp piercing sound. Everywhere it passed, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. However, the person only stretched out a finger and the mace, which was as heavy as a mountain, was fixed in the air. The person actually used a finger to block the mace and blocked Wu Xiong's attack. Wu Xiong's dark face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He used all his strength, but he couldn't even move a single finger of his opponent. What the hell? At this time, Wu Xiong's monstrous aura immediately disappeared and was replaced by fear. His hands holding the mace were trembling. Cold sweat instantly drenched Wu Xiong's clothes. He was horrified. His opponent's strength had already exceeded his imagination. This was simply too abnormal. It should be known that the sorcerers of the Beast Sorcerer tribe had strong bodies. They were not inferior to the warriors of the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land. Wu Xiong's hands had the strength of 1,000 kilograms. Even a small mountain would be blown up if he struck with all his strength. That person's face was cold and arrogant, but a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Wu Xiong was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The man's finger on the mace suddenly emitted a ball of divine light. Bam! The wolf-tooth mace instantly shattered into countless pieces. Every piece was surrounded by divine light. They pierced through the void and shot towards Wu Xiong. Pooh! 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 Wu Xiong didn't even have time to let out a scream before his tall and sturdy body was pierced by thousands of fragments, leaving countless bloody holes on his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Wu Xiong's body fell from the sky, dead. The people of the Gu family who were looking up from the forest were all stunned by the scene in front of them. The forest was silent. No one spoke. They had already forgotten how to speak. That person had killed Wu Xiong, an expert of the Beast Sorcerer tribe, with just one finger. No one could believe that this was true. However, Wu Xiong was really dead. He couldn't be more dead. I said, you won't live for more than an hour. That person said indifferently. At this time, everyone could see clearly that the person in the sky was a young man. They couldn't help but be shocked by his youth. The person who killed Wu Xiong in an instant was actually a young man. In the Sorcerer Land, even the older generation of the major forces could defeat Wu Xiong. Facing Wu Xiong's countless ferocious beasts and the sorcerer beast was already a headache. This person is not from the sorcerer land. There is no such young expert in the sorcerer land. The middle-aged men who were guarding Gu Tianxiong in the Gu family recovered from their shock. They couldn't help but look at each other and saw confusion and shock in each other's eyes. At this time, the forest was still shrouded in black fog. Apart from where the people of the Gu family were, the entire forest was surging with black fog. Within the black fog, there were corpses of ferocious beasts. Where's Wu Jiuyo? Wu Jiuyo was here just now. Wu Jiuyo has escaped. The people of the Gu family who had recovered from their shock immediately realized that Wu Jiuyo had disappeared. That guy had actually escaped. Humph. You still want to escape from me? The young man in the sky said coldly. He then disappeared into the void. No one could see how he disappeared. Under the night sky, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. A ghost-like black shadow moved quickly through the forest like black smoke. It was completely silent and did not make a single sound. It was a skinny figure shrouded in a black robe. This person looked as if he was floating on the ground. His body was covered in a ghostly aura. His pair of dark green eyes kept looking behind him as if he was being chased by something. Stop running. A voice suddenly rang out in the forest. A figure descended from the sky. His body was shrouded in divine light and he stood in front of that person like a deity. I said that you won't live for more than an hour. You won't live for another moment. The young man said calmly as he looked at the figure shrouded in black fog. The person immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, he had only taken a few steps when the young man shrouded in divine light suddenly appeared in front of him. You're meddling too much. You should know that this is an internal matter of the sorcerer land. Do you want to become enemies with the 12 sorcerer tribes of the sorcerer land? Wu Jiuyo said in a low voice. He seemed to be very calm, but deep down, he was terrified. He never expected that a young man would suddenly appear and not only save the Gu family, but also kill him. What are the 12 sorcerer tribes? The young man still looked calm. He stood there quietly and looked extraordinary. He was like a deity who could fly away with the wind at any time. You. Wu Jiuyo was furious. This person dared to look down on the 12 sorcerer tribes. However, he did not dare to say anything. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. All right, it's time for you to go. The young man said. Don't kill me. Wu Jiuyo panicked and quickly knelt down in front of the young man. He did not care about anything else. He only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do it even if the young man told him to eat **T. Chapter 706. In the middle of a dark and windy night, cries could be heard in the wild forest. The Gu family head, Gu Tianxiong, was leaning against a huge tree and sitting with his legs crossed under the roots. The people of the Gu family were kneeling in front of Gu Tianxiong and crying. Great-grandfather hug, great-grandfather hug, a fair-skinned child was carried in front of Gu Tianxiong. The child was only 3 or 4 years old and had no idea what was happening. He kept asking for a hug from his great-grandfather. Father. A middle-aged man with white hair knelt in front of the crowd with tears rolling down his cheeks. Meanwhile, the Gu family head, Gu Tianxiong, was on the brink of death. His face was so dark that it looked like black water was about to drip from it. The huge tree behind him was lush and full of vitality. But at this time, withered leaves kept falling from the tree. Wu Jiuyo's shaman poison was simply too bizarre and tyrannical. Anyone who came into contact with it would lose their life force, and it was practically incurable. Even the plants around Gu Tianxiong were withering. Wu Jiuyo was not lying when he said that Gu Tianxiong would not live for more than 2 hours. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have lost his vitality long ago. Gu Tianxiong practiced a martial art that very few people in the world would practice. His body was extremely strong and his blood was vigorous, which was why he was able to hold on until now. Tian, hurry up and leave with your people. Don't worry about me. Gu Tianxiong said weakly. He could feel his vitality depleting rapidly. That terrifying voodoo poison was corroding his body and gradually ending his life force. Father, grandfather, the middle-aged man with white hair said in a sorrowful voice. The 4 or 5 middle-aged men kneeling behind him also had sorrowful expressions. They could tell that Gu Tianxiong was beyond saving. Unless they could find the legendary godly medicine, no one would be able to save Gu Tianxiong. Go, all of you go. If the heavens want to destroy our Gu family, there's nothing we can do about it. Gu Tianxiong sighed. The flame of his life could be extinguished at any time. Those fellows from the 12 sorcerer tribes. Let's fight it out with them. A young man from the Gu family said angrily. It's all because of that bastard Gu Zhong. I don't have the face to face my ancestors. A fat middle-aged man who looked like the little fatty Gu Zhong had tears streaming down his face. Don't blame Gu Zhong either. The 12 shaman clans have long wanted to make a move against our Gu clan, Gu Tianxiong said. Great-grandpa, father, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Then, the rustling sound of someone moving quickly through the forest could be heard. It's that bastard. Gu Zhong's father suddenly stood up from the ground and wiped away the tears on his face. His eyes were red and his face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, a figure rushed out from the forest. That person was fair and chubby. Who else could it be but that little fatty? The little fatty's face was originally filled with joy, but when he saw the people kneeling on the ground, his smile immediately froze. Dad, great-grandpa, uncles, what's wrong? Little fatty Gu Zhong didn't seem to know what was going on. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Gu Zhong's father appeared in front of Gu Zhong in a flash. He raised his palm, which was the size of a sunflower fan, and slapped Gu Zhong's face. Pa! A loud slap rang out in the forest. Little fatty Gu Zhong was slapped by his father and spun a few times on the spot. He stumbled and his head was spinning. His mind was blank. Ha! I knew it. That little fatty's father must also be a fatty. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the forest. Not only is he a fatty, but he's also very hot-tempered. Another voice rang out in the forest. This voice was a bit special. It wasn't a real voice, but rather a wave of mind power that reached the hearts of everyone present. Everyone from the Gu clan was indescribably shocked and looked around. Little fatty's father swung his palm again. However, this time, his palm froze in the air and couldn't descend. Who is this expert? Please come out. The middle-aged man kneeling in front of the Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianxiong, stood up. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. However, no one knew where the voice came from, nor did they see anyone appear in the forest. Pa! Dad! Why did you hit me? Little fatty looked at his father with a wronged expression. One side of his face was already swollen and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. You unfilial son. Fatty's voice quavered as soon as he heard Fatty's voice. Fury filled his heart, and his eyes seemed to be on the verge of spitting fire. Whoosh! His palm, which was hovering in midair, slammed down toward Fatty. Why are you so angry? Suddenly, little Fatty's father heard a voice beside his ear. Then, his fat body was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by a surging force. After he steadied himself, little Fatty's father hurriedly looked over and saw a figure standing beside his son. He did not know when, but there was already a figure standing next to him. That person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one present could see how he had appeared or how he had pushed little Fatty away. Who are you? Little Fatty's father said in shock. He saw that the other party was a young man in green robes. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that there were 2 small, forked, and shining silver horns in between the young man's green hair. Little Uncle Master. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with tears. He had no idea why his father would be so angry. It was as if he was about to kill him. What, little Uncle Master? You bastard, you actually betrayed the Gu clan and joined another sect? Little Fatty's father's eyes were red as he pointed at Little Fatty and spoke in a trembling voice. Brother Qing, there's an old man who's about to die. All of a sudden, a wave of consciousness came from under the tree. Gu Tianxiong was sitting cross-legged. A black shadow appeared silently beside Gu Tianxiong. Everyone from the Gu clan was shocked. Text collation, don't be presumptuous. Gu Tianxiong's eldest son, Gu Tian, didn't even think before slapping his palm towards the black figure standing beside his father. Who? A violent gale blew and the wind from his palm was like a blade, sweeping up the leaves and branches on the ground. A vast force surged out and Gu Tian's palm glowed faintly. Mortal realm martial artist? A voice suddenly came from the sky. That person seemed very surprised. Big brother, boss is here. The green-clothed young man and the black-clothed strange man were overjoyed. The black-clothed strange man waved his sleeve and a powerful force surged out, directly breaking Gu Tian's palm energy. Chapter 707. In the sky above the mountain forest, a white figure descended from the sky. A divine rainbow surrounded his body and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal god descending from the 9 heavens. Boss, big brother. When the azure-clothed youth and the black-robed youth saw the white-clothed youth descending from the sky, they immediately went to greet him. Along with the white-clothed youth, a burly man in scarlet armor appeared. He looked like a peerless divine general. The burly man's body was surrounded by flames, and even his hair had flames flowing around it. At this moment, the little fatty, Gu Zhong, had a rough idea of what had happened. He hurriedly rushed to the white-clothed youth and hugged him. The little fatty said with tears and snot, Master, please save my great-grandfather. The Gu family's patriarch, Gu Tianxiong, was almost at the end of his rope. The voodoo poison had already penetrated deep into his bones, and ink-like black blood had begun to seep out of his 7 orifices. He was not far from death. Him? Gu Fei looked at Gu Tianxiong under the tree and couldn't help but shake his head. He then said, even if he can be saved, it will be difficult for him to make another breakthrough on the path of martial arts. Moreover, he doesn't have much lifespan left. Gu Fei said. He could clearly see Gu Tianxiong's current state. If he didn't help, the Gu family's patriarch wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Everyone in the Gu family was pleasantly surprised when they heard the conversation between the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth seemed to have the ability to save their patriarch. Although they didn't know who these people were, since they could save their patriarch, everyone in the Gu family felt as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly knelt before Gu Fei and begged. Senior, please help. As long as you can save my father, I am willing to do anything to repay you. Gu Tian's voice was trembling. This matter concerned his father's life and death, and he was afraid that the other party wouldn't agree. Even if you want to be my boss's slave, you don't have the qualifications. He Tian stood beside Gu Fei and said disdainfully. Gu Fei had ascended to immortality through martial prowess, and his battle prowess could be said to be invincible amongst his peers. He could even put up a fight against a profound transformation realm expert. With just a wave of his arm and a call for action, there would simply be as many people as one wanted to be his servant. Gu Tian was merely a mortal realm martial artist, and he really wasn't qualified to be Gu Fei's servant. Master. Little Fatty begged. He knew that what He Tian said was the truth. His master had the ability to even kill an invincible existence in the shaman land, the shaman demon. How could a mere voodoo poison trouble him? All right. Get up. As my disciple, your head can be chopped off and your blood can flow, but you absolutely cannot bow and scrape. Do you understand? Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes. The little fatty immediately let go of Gu Fei with a face full of joy. He stood up from the ground and wiped away the tears and snot on his face. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the little fatty's reaction. He then walked toward Gu Tianxiong, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree. The people of the Gu clan hurriedly stepped aside to let Gu Fei pass. Xiao Qin, He Tian, and Balan followed behind Gu Fei. Little fatty Gu Zhong also followed behind them and arrived under the tree. At this moment, the master of the Gu clan, Gu Tianxiong, was already speechless. Even his consciousness was blurred, and he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Even Xiao Qin and the others were secretly shocked when they saw black blood flowing out of Gu Tianxiong's 7 orifices and his extremely hideous expression. An ordinary cultivator would have died a long time ago. It seemed like there were benefits to having a strong physical body. At least when poisoned, one wouldn't die so quickly. This level of voodoo poison was nothing to Gu Fei. He directly guided a drop of godly spring from his inner world. The drop of godly spring appeared on the tip of his finger like a crystal clear green pearl. It emitted a bright spiritual light and dyed the surrounding scenery in a layer of green. An extremely exuberant aura of life spread out from that divine spring. Everyone felt refreshed, and their spirits were shaken. Gu Fei gently flicked his finger and the drop of godly spring immediately flew toward the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows. It was like a green divine light that entered Gu Tianxiong's forehead. Although it was only a drop of godly spring, the life essence it contained was still very large. After the drop of godly spring entered the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows, Gu Tianxiong's body immediately surged with a vigorous life aura. Like a withered tree in the spring, Gu Tianxiong's physical body seemed to immediately glow with vitality. A dot of divine light settled in the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows. Bursts of life essence spread out from the dot of divine light and nourished Gu Tianxiong's body. Gu Fei continuously sent out streams of yuan qi, using the power of his immortal spirit to slowly dissolve the drop of godly spring, allowing the life essence contained in the godly spring to gradually be unleashed. Very soon, pitch-black venom seeped out of Gu Tianxiong's skin. A foul smell spread from Gu Tianxiong's body, and the thick black qi on his face also began to dissipate. Gu Fei and the others did not feel anything, but Gu Tian and the other experts of the Gu family, who were nearby, immediately felt dizzy when they smelled the foul smell. They hurriedly retreated into the distance, not daring to approach. Everyone was inexplicably horrified. That voodoo poison was definitely an extremely poisonous item. It was too powerful. Fortunately, this youth had taken action. Otherwise, the family head would not have been able to escape this calamity. Everyone could already tell that the family head was saved, and they were all pleasantly surprised. However, the forest was silent. No one made a sound, and no one dared to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb Gu Fei. Less than an hour later, the dot of divine light in the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows finally completely dissolved. Vast life essence constantly cleansed Gu Tianxiong's physical body, expelling the poison from his body. Gu Tianxiong's blood qi surged, and his skin turned pitch black, forming a layer of black filth. His body trembled slightly, and the layer of black filth immediately cracked and fell. After the black filth fell, Gu Tianxiong's skin became clear, as if there was a layer of light circulating. Vigorous blood qi flowed in his body, and the voodoo poison seemed to have been completely expelled. Gu Fei had already stopped. He had pulled Gu Tianxiong back from the gates of hell. The life essence contained in a drop of heavenly spring water was enough to dispel the voodoo poison that Wu Jiuyo had refined. The heavenly spring of life was the most precious divine water in the world. It could bring the dead back to life. As long as one was not completely dead, he could be saved. To Gu Fei, he could have as much of the heavenly spring of life as he wanted. "Thank you, Master." The little fatty was full of smiles. Gu Tianxiong was the spiritual pillar of the Gu family. If he fell, the Gu family would definitely be in chaos, and it would be even more difficult for the Gu family to survive in the Sorcerer's Land. Even if they escaped from the Sorcerer's Land, they would still completely decline in the world of cultivation. "This little brat, I really don't know what the boss sees in you, to be willing to take you as a disciple," He Tian said in an indifferent tone. In his eyes, this little fatty had nothing good about him apart from having a little more meat on his body than the others. Sigh. Gu Tianxiong, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree, let out a long sigh. He then opened his eyes and knelt in front of Gu Fei. He said respectfully, "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Gu Fei calmly accepted Gu Tianxiong's bow. He was still worthy of Gu Tianxiong's bow. Although he still looked young, like a young man in his early 20s, he had, after all, slept in the Purgatory Path's boundary pearl for 300 years. Therefore, Gu Fei was actually more than 300 years old. If it was 300 years ago, people like Gu Fei would already be considered as experts of the older generation in the various sections. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, it was important to reach the top. Age and appearance were not important. Mortal realm cultivators had a lifespan of 500 years. In terms of age, Gu Tianxiong was even older than Gu Fei. His lifespan was about to reach its end, and it would be within the next 10 years. However, it had to be said that Gu Tianxiong was really lucky. It was a blessing in disguise. Not only had Gu Fei's drop of divine spring of life gotten rid of the poison in his body, but it had also nourished his body with the essence of life. His body, which had already aged, had regained its vitality. It was enough for him to live for another 100 years, giving him a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. When the people of the Gu clan saw their clan leader kneeling in front of the white-robed young man, they also hurriedly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. "All right, get up and lead the way. I'm going to your Gu clan," said Gu Fei. Since he had taken the little fatty as his disciple, he had to pass on the cultivation techniques of the martial path to him. He had obtained the brand of the great path of the martial ancestor, so he wanted to pass on the legacy of the martial ancestor's bloodline so that the true martial path would not be lost. The Gu clan of the Sorcerer Land actually had nothing to do with Gu Fei. The East region and the West Earth were separated by tens of thousands of miles. It was absolutely impossible for mortals to travel from the East region to the West Earth. Even cultivators would find it difficult to cross the distance. However, since they both had the surname Gu, Gu Fei had a different feeling for the little fatty. "Yes." Gu Tianxiong nodded and stood up. After that, someone brought over a clean set of clothes for Gu Tianxiong to change into. His clothes had already been soaked through by the black poison, and he couldn't wear them anymore. Then, the people of the Gu clan began to head back. The people of the Gu clan were overjoyed to have survived the calamity, especially the little fatty's father, who was laughing so hard that only his teeth could be seen. He was happy. Why? Was there a need to ask? The little fatty had an amazing master and his future was limitless. The people of the Gu clan were extremely envious of the little fatty's father. Ever since the Gu clan heard the news, they immediately packed their things and abandoned the Gu clan villa, preparing to escape the Sorcerer Land. This forest was already 100 miles away from the Gu clan villa. However, even though they had escaped 100 miles away, the people of the Gu clan were still beaten up by the people of the 12 sorcerer tribes. If Gu Fei and the others had not arrived in time, the Gu clan would not have escaped the fate of being massacred. Chapter 708. Flames soared into the sky. The Gu family villa had already turned into a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the flames, several corpses could be seen lying outside the entrance of the Gu family villa. They were the guards of the Gu family. They were not direct descendants of the Gu family, but locals. The Gu family had been operating in the Sorcerer Land for 1,000 years. Many locals were loyal to the Gu family. These people refused to leave and volunteered to stay in the Gu family villa to manage the Gu family's business. Unfortunately, the 12 sorcerer tribes had already decided to attack the Gu family. Not only did they kill all the guards of the Gu family, but they also set the villa on fire, intending to burn the Gu family villa to the ground. When everyone arrived outside the villa, they felt an oppressive heat wave. The fire soared dozens of meters high, burning the air until it was distorted. The surroundings were as bright as day. Gu Tianxiong's eyes were red and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He was furious. The 12 sorcerer tribes had gone too far. They actually wanted to destroy the Gu family. "Father." Gu Tian stepped forward and said angrily. His body trembled and he clenched his fists tightly when he saw the Gu family's 1,000-year foundation being burned to the ground. "Senior, please seek justice for the Gu family. Gu Tianxiong suddenly turned to Gu Fei and said with a trembling voice. He was about to go crazy when his 1,000-year foundation was destroyed in his hands. Justice? There's no such thing as justice in the world of cultivation. Before Gu Fei could speak, He Tian's strange voice sounded. That's right. Whoever's fist is harder is the boss. Xiao Qing said in a low voice. There was no such thing as justice in the world of cultivation. Only strength was respected. Senior. Gu Tian wanted to say something but stopped. If these people did not make a move, it would be difficult for them to fight against the 12 sorcerer tribes. Master. Little Fatty looked at Gu Fei expectantly. If Master did not make a move, the Gu family would not be able to survive in the sorcerer land. They would have no choice but to leave. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, Xiao Qing, Old Black, I've taken in a good disciple. You should express your gratitude too. He said indifferently. Of course we wouldn't dare to neglect Big Brother's disciple, Xiao Qing said. Boss, Old Black, don't even have a single magic treasure on me. Don't count me in. Erebus really couldn't bring out a decent gift. On the other hand, the Fire Qilin Baron was very straightforward. He directly took out a god bead that was surrounded by raging flames and handed it to Gu Fei. It was a blazing fire bead. As soon as the god bead was taken out, everyone felt a wave of heat assaulting their bodies. Gu Fei received the pearl that was only the size of a finger and used his immortal spirit to seal the blazing pearl. The scorching aura immediately disappeared. Everyone could see that the fiery orb in Gu Fei's hand was a vermilion orb, and they could see that there was a divine fire burning within it. Hurry up and thank your uncle Master Baron. Gu Fei tossed the blazing pearl to Little Fatty. Thank you, Old Master Balon. Little Fatty hurriedly received it and thanked him profusely. Everyone could tell that this god bead was no ordinary item. Balon didn't say anything. He ignored Little Fatty. Since Brother Balon has given us such an immortal item, we can't be rude. Xiao Qing said. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the pearl was an immortal item. That pearl was actually an immortal item. Everyone couldn't help but be aghast. They actually saw a legendary immortal item. The people of the Gu clan were even more respectful to Gu Fei. They were practically treating them as gods in heaven. A random gift was actually an immortal item. Could it be that Little Fatty had become the disciple of an immortal? The disciples of an immortal and the people of the Gu clan looked at Little Fatty differently. Little Fatty's father was overjoyed. All the fat on his body was jiggling. His son had really made him proud. He had actually become the disciple of an immortal master. Brother Qing, let's give Yanwu City to this little disciple. He Tian suddenly said. He never did business without capital. Give Yanwu City to me? Little Fatty was shocked. That was Yanwu City, the center of the shaman land. Over the years, only the 12 shaman tribes could control Yanwu City. The people of the Gu clan were shocked. Gu Tianxiong and his son's expressions changed. Even if He Tian and the green-robed man were to give Yanwu City to them, they wouldn't dare to accept it. The 12 shaman tribes were not benevolent people. They were all vicious and merciless people who loved to fight. These people would definitely not allow the Gu clan to enter Mega City again. Senior, Gu Tianxiong wanted to say something but stopped. Right now, Wu City was like a hot potato. Whoever caught it would have their hands covered in blisters. You don't have to worry. Gu Fei said. He knew what Gu Tianxiong was worried about. The 12 shaman tribes? They weren't even small fries in his eyes. All right. Let's do it. Little Qing nodded. Then, she rose into the sky with He Tian and flew towards Yanwu City. She did not hesitate to do so. Gu Tianxiong and the rest of the Gu clan were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Little Fatty's 2 junior masters were really going to give Little Fatty Shenwu City to him? The Gu clan's manor was burned and the 1,000-year foundation of the Gu clan was destroyed. If Little Fatty's 2 uncle masters could really take over Yanwu City, the Gu clan would be able to rise again in the shaman land. With Gu Fei's guarantee, Gu Tianxiong and the rest were no longer worried. Even the shaman of the dark sorcerer cult was killed by them. Who else in the shaman land could be their match? The shaman land was going to have a new master, the Gu clan. Since Gu Fei had taken Little Fatty as his disciple and passed down the teachings of the martial ancestor, he would remove all obstacles that could threaten Little Fatty. In the shaman land, the only ones that could threaten the Gu clan were the 12 shaman tribes. Let's go. Let me see the gifts your uncle masters have given you, Gu Fei said. Then, he grabbed Little Fatty's arm and soared into the sky towards Yanwu City. Yanwu City was not silent under the night sky. Instead, it was even livelier than it was during the day. Various figures appeared in Yanwu City. All the forces that entered Yanwu City were fighting for the power vacuum and territory left by the Dark Sorcerer cult. Intense battles broke out everywhere in Yanwu City. One of the 12 shaman tribes, the Dark Sorcerer cult, was completely defeated by Gu Fei. Almost all the higher-ups were killed or injured. Jing Jin and the other 11 shaman tribes were like hungry wolves. They attacked the dying Dark Sorcerer cult as a group. The 11 shaman tribes were working together. No one in the shaman land could compete with them for the control of Yanwu City. Then, the 11 shaman tribes started fighting. There was only one piece of fatty meat, and everyone wanted to get the biggest piece of it. The battle between the 11 shaman tribes could not be avoided. Flames soared into the sky in Yanwu City, and there were even powerful fighters from the 11 shaman tribes who joined the battle. Boom! Suddenly, a cloud of black mist rushed out from the Yanwu City Lord's mansion, enveloping the entire place. A foul wind howled, and the shaman poison raged. Near the Yanwu City Lord's mansion, many figures fell to the ground, screaming. Roar! Wu Tu, do you really want to fight me? An angry roar came from the governor's residence. Chapter 709. Boom! The entire mayor's palace shook. A vast amount of shaman power exploded and a ray of green light shot into the sky. The dark green evil aura turned the entire area green. Within the dark green light, there was a figure covered in evil aura. It was an old man with a circle of fist-sized skulls around his neck. The old man was tall and burly. He was filled with wildness. He was like a god of death that had charged out of hell. He charged into the black aura in the sky and headed towards another person who was shrouded in the black aura. Good. I, Wu Tu, will see who is stronger today. The black aura in the sky surged. It was an extremely poisonous shaman poison. Wu Tu was so angry that he laughed. He attacked the evil old man. Endless black aura surged and the shadow of a strange beast appeared. It was not a real strange beast, but one that was formed by shaman power. The strange beast was the size of a small mountain. It had the body of a snake and the head of a dragon. It looked extremely ferocious. It spat out a poisonous fog from its mouth and pounced towards the old man. Wu Ju, go and die. The shaman called Wu Tu was enraged. He could no longer care about the alliance of the 11 shaman tribes. Wu Tu, I've long found you an eyesore. The burly old man roared. He stretched out his hand and tore off the circle of skulls around his neck. Then, he threw them forward. The 18 dark green skulls immediately emitted a vast amount of wizard power. They turned into 18 balls of dark green willow, the wisp, and flew away. Then, surrounded by the evil green light, the 18 fist-sized skulls turned into 18 evil creatures that were covered in green hair. They looked as ferocious as demons. They pounced towards the strange beast formed by the black aura. You have refined a shaman corpse. Wu Tu was shocked. He could not help but exclaim. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His voice was trembling. Humph. Wu Ju laughed coldly. He activated his shaman power and the 18 evil corpses emitted an evil aura. They directly destroyed the strange beast with the body of a snake and the head of a dragon and surrounded Wu Tuesday. All of you, remember this. Wu Tu roared. Then, just as the 18 evil corpses were about to surround him, he turned into a gust of black wind and rushed into the sky. Then, he flew out of Shaman City. Humph. I won't see you out. Wu Ju did not give chase. Wu Ju's strength was on par with his. Wu Ju was only afraid of the 18 witch corpses that he had just refined. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the sky outside Magus City. The black gas that Wu Tu had transformed into suddenly exploded. The scream spread through the entire Yanwu City. The people who were fighting for territory in the city couldn't help but stop and look up into the sky. At this moment, the person on the ground outside the city suddenly felt a drop of water dripping down. He couldn't help reaching out to touch it, only to see that his hand was covered in blood. How was this a drop of water? The dozen or so people standing on the ground were shocked. However, in an instant, they started foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, they stopped moving. Wu Ju, who was about to cast his sorcery and collect the 18 sorcerer corpses, was also shocked. Wu Tu was dead. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He looked out of the city. In the sky above the city, there was not even a shadow. Because of this, Wu Ju was even more shocked. The 18 witch corpses were protecting him. The 18 witch corpses emitted a dark green evil light that lit up the night sky of Yanwu City. Ever since Wu Tu let out that blood-curdling scream, Yanwu City had fallen into silence. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. It made people feel a strong pressure. Wu Ju, what happened? Whoosh. As the voice spoke, a figure that was also surrounded by evil light rushed out from the city leader's residence. It was a tall and skinny old man dressed in hemp clothes. He looked like the legendary White Impermanence. The old man was tall and skinny. He stood in the air with a gray evil energy under his feet. In his hand, he held a morning staff. It was as if the White Impermanence had come out from hell. Whoosh. 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 Another few old men rushed out from the city leader's residence. These people were all dressed in weird clothes. Their bodies were filled with evil energy. They were all the older generation sorcerers of the 11 witch tribes. Wu Tu is dead, Wu Ju said in a low voice. He did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that the person who killed Wu Tu was still nearby and was watching them from the shadows. What? This, Wu Tu is dead. Then the ghost sorcerer tribe. We're in big trouble now. The few older sorcerers could not help but change their expressions. Wu Tu was a powerful member of the ghost sorcerer tribe. Now that the ghost sorcerer tribe had died outside Yanwu City, the ghost sorcerer tribe would definitely be enraged. The leader of the ghost sorcerer tribe was a powerful member who had surpassed the sorcerer realm. He was also extremely protective and cruel. In the sorcerer land, even the leader of the dark sorcerer cult, who was killed by Little Fatty with one slap, was wary of the ghost sorcerer king. Someone attacked and killed Wu Tu in an instant. Wu Ju said. Who? The few old men could not help but look at each other. They were all extremely shocked. To kill Wu Tu in an instant, how powerful must one's cultivation be? One must know that Wu Tu's strength could be said to be on par with theirs. Only Wu Ju, who had recently refined the 18 green-furred sorcerer corpses, could suppress Wu Tu's day. At this moment, two figures appeared soundlessly in the sky above Yanwu City. No one knew how they had appeared. It was as if they had been standing there for a long time. These two people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no vibration in the air at all. No one could sense the aura of the two people. The sudden appearance of the two people stunned Wu Ju and the rest. Even Wu Ju was dumbfounded. He did not see how the two people had appeared. There was only one possibility, and that was that the cultivation of these two people was far higher than theirs. Who are you? Wu Ju's eyes shone with a cold light. He stared at the two people and shouted coldly. The 18 green-furred sorcerer corpses began to move. It was as if they could pounce on the two people at any time and tear them to pieces. You have no right to know who we are. A wave of mental energy rippled out from the body of the strange person in front of them. His voice rang directly in the hearts of Wu Ju and the few old men. Wu Ju's expression changed. The other party did not even care about him. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. These two people definitely had the ability to ignore him. The other few old men were also furious. However, they did not dare to say anything. No one dared to make a sound. They had already guessed that the people who killed Wu Tu were these two people. Chapter 710. Under the night sky above Sorcerer City, two figures stood proudly in the sky, coldly staring at the few strangely dressed old men in front of them. One of the fierce-looking old men was surrounded by 18 demonic corpses that were covered in green fur. They were sorcerer corpses that were refined using sorcery. The 18 sorcerer corpses were filled with evil energy and disgusting dark green liquid flowed from their bodies. There was not a single part of these sorcerer corpses that was free of poison. Living people were not allowed to get close to them. If a mortal were to touch these sorcerer corpses, they would instantly be poisoned and die. If you don't want to die, scram. The man in green said coldly. He was not angry, but he was imposing, causing the few old men to feel a great pressure. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, Wu Hua? An old man with fiery red eyes walked out from the opposite side. Humph. Xiao Qing laughed coldly and glanced at the old man called Wu Hua. Everyone only felt a cold light flash past like a fleeting shadow. Then, Wizard Fire screamed as he covered his eyes and fell from the sky. Wu Hua, what happened to you? Someone cried out in surprise, and then he charged down from the sky. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly shocked when they saw this scene. Could it be that he had actually injured the shaman flame with a single gaze? Wu Hua was an expert of the fire sorcerer tribe. His fire sorcerer technique was extremely powerful. Among the 12 sorcerer tribes, he was one of the few experts. Very quickly, the person who rushed down from the sky rushed up from the ground. He came to Wu Ju's side and said with a trembling voice, Wu Hua is dead. What? Wu Ju and the other experts of the sorcerer tribe were shocked. Wu Hua was dead. He was killed by a glance from that person. How is this possible? No one dared to believe it, nor did they want to believe that a glance could kill. Moreover, it was an expert of the fire sorcerer tribe. This was very shocking. I don't want to say it a second time. Xiao Qing said calmly. It would be best for you all to do as he says. He Tian, who was completely covered in black clothes, chuckled and walked forward. This is too much. The tall and thin old man, who was holding a morning staff and looked like the legendary Soul Reaper by Wu Chang, was enraged. He waved the morning staff in his hand and struck at Xiao Qing from afar. Who? A gust of chilly wind suddenly blew, and within the chilly wind, there was an ear-piercing sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. It was as if the gates of hell had suddenly opened, and countless ghosts and evil spirits rushed out. The world was suddenly filled with ghostly qi. Since you don't want to leave, then there's no need for you to leave. Xiao Qing exuded a murderous aura. His eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Swoosh! A blazing divine light rushed out of Xiao Qing's eyes and pierced through the void. It broke through the layers of sinister winds and destroyed the morning cudgel in the middle of the sinister winds. He pressed his hand towards the tall and thin old man who looked like the white impermanence. Bam! The old man didn't even have the chance to scream before his body exploded into a bloody mist. His body and soul were both destroyed. Wu Ju and the rest were horrified. The opponent had killed a powerful sorcerer with just a wave of his hand. How could they fight against such a powerful sorcerer? Go! Wu Ju roared and turned into a ball of green light. It enveloped the 18 sorcerer corpses around him and soared into the sky. He wanted to escape. The opponent was too powerful. Wu Ju had already escaped. The other experts of the sorcerer tribe also scattered like birds and beasts, rushing in all directions. They were completely intimidated by Xiaoqing and did not dare to fight with Xiaoqing. Trying to escape. It's too late. A cruel smile appeared on Xiaoqing's face. He then raised his hand. Boom! A vast demonic power immediately surged out like a volcanic eruption, lighting up the world. All the sorcerers in the sorcerer's city below felt an unparalleled pressure descending from the sky. They could not help but kneel on the ground. The void trembled and demonic light shot into the sky. A terrifying energy ripple spread out and a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. It locked down a part of the world. All the sorcerers who were escaping in all directions were locked in the void. Even Wu Ju, who had been refined into the 18 sorcerer corpses, was locked down by Xiaoqing's power and could not move at all. Xiaoqing seemed to have become the supreme emperor of this part of the world. He walked in the demonic light. He did not kill the few sorcerers at the same time. Instead, he pointed his finger lightly and turned the few sorcerers into dust, causing their souls to dissipate. Haha! Brother Qing has gone all out. You guys are out of luck. The yin-yang qi around He Tian's body blocked the demonic light. The mighty power that locked down the void did not affect him at all. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, his strength had taken a huge leap. He was now comparable to an expert of the immortal realm. Xiaoqing was like the god of death walking in the void, harvesting the lives of all the people in the sky. This was a shocking scene. There were people in the dark who saw this, but they all retreated quietly. Gu Fei grabbed little Fatty and stopped in the sky outside the sorcerer's city. He looked at the scene calmly. Xiaoqing is too flamboyant. However, there is nothing wrong with that. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Xiaoqing's display of invincible power had shocked the sorcerers. This way, even if someone wanted to deal with the Gu family, they would have to think twice. Little Uncle Master is too fierce. He is my idol. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with stars. The invincible figure of Xiaoqing was deeply imprinted in his heart. Gu Fei was speechless towards this little disciple of his. Idol? He himself had never had any idols, nor had he ever worshipped any of the great figures in history. The only person he worshipped was himself. A true expert did not need to worship anyone. At this moment, Xiaoqing had already killed Wu Ju. The 18 sorcerer corpses could scare away the experts of the 12 sorcerer tribes. However, in front of him, it was just a joke. Xiaoqing was a demon immortal. Cultivators below the immortal realm were all ants. All of you, get out of Sorcerer City. Xiaoqing said to everyone in the city. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with majesty. It was like the voice of a celestial emperor, causing everyone's soul to tremble. The entire Sorcerer City was shaken. Everyone in the city was shocked. They fought to escape towards the city gate. Who would dare to stay in the city? There is something strange about this city. Gu Fei suddenly noticed that after the previous battle, the main buildings in Sorcerer City were not damaged. The entire Sorcerer City seemed to be a single entity. The pitch-black walls were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was like a giant beast that was entrenched on the ground. Chapter 7:11. There was a city gate in each of the 4 corners of the city. At this moment, the city gates had already been destroyed. All the people from the various factions in the city rushed towards the 4 city gates. Shouts, roars, and cries filled the city. Everyone had seen what had happened in the sky. The person in the sky had killed all the elders of the sorcerer tribe with a raise of his hand. Wu Ju and the others were actually the leaders of these people. The 11 sorcerer tribes had attacked the dark sorcerer tribe when they were down. They had sent Wu Ju, Wu Tu, Wu Hua, and other experts to lead their respective sorcerer tribes into the city. Dark sorcerer cult was in a panic. Almost all the higher-ups had been killed by Little Fatty during the day. The dark sorcerer cult members in the city could not fight against the 11 sorcerer tribes. The dark sorcerer cult members in the city did not put up much of a fight and escaped from the city. After the allied forces of the 11 sorcerer tribes attacked the city and took down the governor's residence, they fought for their own interests. In the end, they even fought. If the higher-ups were in such a state, then the subordinates of these people were even more chaotic. They fought for territory in the city and many people died. But now, the people of the various factions in the city had forgotten about the fight. They had even forgotten why they had entered the city in the first place. All of them fled for their lives. No one dared to stay. The 4 city gates were quickly filled with people. Unavoidably, serious trampling occurred. Countless people were trampled to death. Some people even brandished the weapons in their hands in a frenzy as they charged out. Xiao Qing watched this scene from the sky. He was expressionless. He did not care about the lives of the sorcerer tribes. Besides, the sorcerer tribes of the sorcerer land could not be considered true sorcerer anymore. The sorcerer of the ancients was a powerful existence that could hunt down the gods in the sky. The sorcerer of the current era was more like a group of demons that cultivated evil arts. Chaos ensued in the sorcerer city. The sorcerer tribes that rushed out of the city were like stray dogs. They fled in all directions in a panic, no longer caring about fighting. The fall of a batch of older sorcerer tribes would definitely shake the sorcerer land. The true experts of the 11 sorcerer tribes would probably jump out. The sorcerer land would welcome darkness and chaos. The leaders of the 11 shaman tribes had yet to appear. It was still unknown whether or not Xiao Qing would be able to intimidate these people who were spying in the dark. At this moment, the Gu clan leader, Gu Tianxiong, was leading the members of the Gu clan towards Yanwu City. The Gu clan was not very far away from Magus City. However, it was still 50 to 60 miles away. To Gu Tianxiong, such a distance was something that he could cover in a short while. However, Gu Tianxiong wasn't alone. He had brought a group of people from the Gu clan with him. As such, the distance between them was quite a distance. When they were still a few miles away from Yanwu City, Gu Tianxiong suddenly discovered a large group of people charging towards them. The experts of the Gu clan were instantly shocked. The experts of the Gu clan immediately led a group of young and strong men of the Gu clan to rush to the front. They drew their weapons and were on high alert. It's a magihuman. When they saw the clothing of the large group of people charging towards them, the members of the Gu clan were even more frightened. Even Gu Tianxiong was a little nervous. There were more than 1,000 people in that large group. Moreover, the magihumans were brave and ruthless. They were far more ferocious than the people of the Central Plains. Prepare to fight, Gu Tianxiong said in a low voice. His clothes immediately fluttered even though there was no wind. A powerful ripple of energy spread from his body. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and stared at the magihumans who were charging towards them. Gu Tianxiong's qi and blood surged violently. Essential qi circulated rapidly in his body and his qi and blood overflowed. His body faintly emitted a layer of light. Father, Gu Tian, who was standing beside Gu Tianxiong, could not help but be surprised and delighted when he saw a layer of faint light appearing on his father's body. His father's skills had become even more profound and profound. Gu Tianxiong benefited from this disaster. His body was nourished by the heavenly spring of life. Not only did he survive, his cultivation level had also increased significantly. Just as the members of the Gu clan thought that they were going to start fighting with the large group of people in front of them, the large group of people in front of them actually went around to the sides. They had no intention of fighting. What's going on? Gu Tianxiong and the rest saw that the group of people were panicking. Some of them did not even pick up their weapons. They only ran forward in a panic, as if there were fierce beasts chasing after them. In just a short while, the large group of people had disappeared. On the main road, only the members of the Gu clan were left looking at each other. They were all scratching their heads in confusion. Something must have happened up ahead. Are we still going to Yanwu City? Gu Tian asked worriedly. This can't be caused by my unfilial son's master, right? Fatty's father, who was also a fatty, rubbed his chin and said suspiciously. From today onwards, shamans are not allowed to step into Yanwu City. If you do, you will be killed. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the front. The voice was not loud, but it spread through the sky and could be heard clearly in a radius of hundreds of miles. It seems to be the voice of Fatty's Uncle Master. It's the voice of the man in green. Gu Tianxiong, Gu Tian, and the other members of the Gu clan could not help but look at each other. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that these people were chased out of Yanwu City by Fatty's master? After the Gu clan heard Xiaoqing's voice, they no longer had any worries and headed straight for Yanwu City. Along the way, Gu Tianxiong and the rest met many scattered shamans who were escaping from the direction of Yanwu City. Very soon, Yanwu City appeared in the Gu clan's sight. In the darkness of the night, the city shone with the light of fire. It was extremely quiet. Only the occasional sound of the night wind and the rustling of the trees could be heard. When Gu Tianxiong and the rest approached the city gate, they were stunned by the carnage in front of them. There were corpses both inside and outside the city gate. The ground was stained with blood. Some of the corpses were already in pieces. It could be seen that many people were trampled to death. Corpses and blood covered the ground. They were scattered in every corner of the city. There was not a single clean place for people to stand. Among the Gu clan members, there were many women and children. The adults covered the children's eyes, not letting them see this terrifying scene. Some of the women could not help but vomit. The smell of blood was too strong. Even those who were used to seeing blood could not help but frown. At this moment, a person walked out of the city gate. Great-grandfather, father, uncles, my master invites you. Chapter 712. The governor's mansion of Yanwu City was located in the center of Yanwu City. It was the grandest cluster of palaces in Yanwu City. It was a city within a city. The governor's mansion was known as the minor witch city in the shaman land. Today, not only this minor shaman city, but the entire Qiu shaman city had a new master. Countless novice shaman ran out of Qiu shaman city, not a single novice shaman dared to stay in the city. Because at this time, only the dead sorcerer humans could stay in Yanwu City. Terrifying figures roamed around the city. From time to time, terrified screams could be heard from within the city. It was as if the Grim Reaper was harvesting the lives of the people hiding in Yanwu City. Little Fatty brought Gu Tianxiong and the rest along the desolate streets. The streets that were usually bustling with activity were now devoid of a single person. They walked straight towards the governor's mansion at the end of the street. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from one of the houses to the side. Then, everyone heard a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking. Everyone was startled by the sudden scream. They all looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with terror. Don't panic. It's my master's subordinates who are cleaning up some disobedient sorcerer humans. Fatty explained to Gu Tianxiong and the rest of the important missions. Swoosh. At this moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone and blocked their way. It was a powerful creature shrouded in a thick aura of death. A terrifying aura came from the front, causing everyone to feel as if they were in an ice cave. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. 2 spots of blood-red evil light pierced through the aura of death and swept towards Gu Tianxiong and the rest. Under the gaze of that person, Gu Tianxiong and the rest shuddered. It was as if they were being stared at by a terrifying evil creature. It was as if they could be torn apart by that evil creature at any time. Their hearts went cold. If the important missions of the Gu family were in such a state, the rest were even worse off. Some of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The terrifying creature shrouded in death chi took 2 steps forward. However, when it saw the little fatty, it stopped. Then, with a whoosh, it disappeared on the spot. No one was able to see how the terrifying creature left, and no one was able to see which direction it went. Not to mention Gu Tianxiong and the others, even little Fatty secretly wiped his cold sweat. This kind of terrifying creature that seemed to have crawled out of hell was too terrifying. So what if it was such a terrifying creature? Wasn't he subdued by master and ordered around like a slave? Little Fatty thought to himself that if he had half of his master's strength, he would be able to dominate the world. Little Fatty was like a frog in a well in the sorcerer land. He had no idea that the outside world had undergone a tremendous change. The forces of the Antiquity era had returned, and the deities had reappeared. Even if it was Gu Fei, it would be very difficult for him to fight for a place in this great era of rise. After the false alarm, the group continued on their way to the city lord's residence. Gu Tianxiong and the others were even more fearful of little Fatty's master. How powerful was that person to be able to command such a terrifying creature? They really did not know if this was a blessing or a curse. The fate of the Gu family no longer seemed to be in the hands of Gu Tianxiong. The Gu family could only passively accept the arrangements of others. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivation. The weak had no right to speak. Only the strong could control everything. Gu Tianxiong's heart was heavy. The Gu family did not speak either. They were extremely terrified. They had no idea what was waiting for them in front of them. Everyone followed behind little Fatty in silence. The sorcerer's city was not small. The entire city had a radius of several dozen miles. Of course, a city like this would only be considered a small or medium-sized city in the flourishing Central Plains. It could not even be considered a large city. In the Central Plains, there were many huge cities that could accommodate tens of millions of people. Before long, little Fatty led the Gu family to the city lord's residence. The pitch-black door was tightly shut, and there was no one outside. Little Fatty walked straight up, pushed the door open, and walked in. Gu Tianxiong and the others hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Since they were already here, there was no turning back. They could only brace themselves and go forward. Furthermore, this person had saved the Gu family. If it were not for little Fatty's master, the Gu family would have been destroyed by the 11 sorcerer tribes. Little Fatty led Gu Tianxiong and the others through a few halls, and finally arrived in front of a large hall. The large hall was pitch black, as if it was made out of dark steel. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling, as if they were facing a huge mountain. Gu Buchong is back. A creaking sound could be heard as the door to the hall was pushed open. Then, a green-robed figure walked out to greet Fatty and the others. This person wore a green robe and had green hair that reached his shoulders. His face was delicate and handsome, and his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. As he looked around, his eyes shone brightly, making it hard for people to look at him directly. "Greetings, little martial uncle." When the little Fatty saw the young man, he immediately ran over and bowed respectfully to the young man. Xiaoqing nodded, then looked behind little Fatty and said, "Your master doesn't see outsiders. Old Black and I will handle the Gu family's matters." Gu Tianxiong and the others did not dare to show any anger when they heard this. Instead, they were filled with fear and trepidation. They knew that these people were not ordinary people, and it was very likely that they were the legendary immortals. "Brother Qin, I don't want to waste my energy on this. It's better if you handle it yourself." He Tian appeared in front of the hall. He Tian's entire body was covered in black robes, and no one knew his true appearance. He was talking to Xiaoqing with his mental energy. He did not purposely hide his mental energy, so everyone present felt as if there was a voice directly in their hearts. "Hee, Old Black, you can't slack off." Xiaoqing laughed. When He Tian heard this, he did not say anything else. He said to Xiaoqing, "I only care about killing people. I don't care about anything else." Thus, the Gu family did not even see Gu Fei's face before they were arranged to stay in the city lord's mansion by Xiaoqing. Little Fatty Gu Zhong was called over by Gu Fei. Gu Fei was about to start teaching Gu Zhong martial arts techniques. The 11 sorcerer tribes seemed to be really shocked by Xiaoqing. The night passed uneventfully, and on the second day, there was still no one inside or outside the sorcerer city. There were still powerful and terrifying creatures moving about in the city, like the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the sorcerer tribes that were still hidden in the city. Not all the sorcerer tribes had escaped the city. Many of them were hiding in the dark, waiting for the matter to pass before coming out. However, these people did not expect that even if they hid for a while, it would be difficult for them to survive in the end. Chapter 713. Jinwu City had regained its peace, but the shaman land was in chaos. It was a huge mess. The shaman land was shaken, and all the shaman tribes, big and small, were in danger. Little Qing's attack had indeed shocked the leaders of all the forces in the land of voodoo. Of the 12 shaman tribes, the dark shaman tribe had been crippled by Gu Fei and the rest. They could no longer do anything. Of the 12 shaman tribes, only the 11 shaman tribes were left with real power. The 12 shaman tribes were practically dead. Ever since that night, Shao Qing and the rest had stopped attacking. Those watching forces seemed to have woken up from their shock. Shaman tribes began to appear outside Jinwu City again. All the forces in the shaman land had sent out spies to keep a close eye on Jinwu City. No one dared to approach Jinwu City. All the forces were watching, waiting for someone else to make the first move. The Gu family had entered Jinwu City. Many shaman tribes had seen them that night. This was no secret. Everyone was guessing if the Gu family had invited an expert from outside. On the afternoon of the third day, the sun was setting. 4 figures walked over from afar, their shadows dragging on the ground. They were 4 young men and women. The one in the lead was dressed in a purple robe and had a dragon crown on his head. He was surrounded by dragon aura. It was Chu Qingquang of the Great Yen Kingdom. Chu Qingquang was followed by 2 men and a woman. Just like Chu Qingquang, these 3 young men and women were outstanding young elites with extraordinary bearings. They did not fly in the air. Instead, they walked step by step. Even so, their speed was extremely fast. They were not much slower than flying in the air. Soon, they arrived outside the city gates. The gates were wide open. Ever since the chaos that night, the 4 gates of Jinwu City had never been closed again. Dried blood stains that had turned dark could be seen everywhere on the ground. That night, many people had died in Jinwu City, especially at the gates. However, the corpses at the gates had already been cleaned up. Chu Qingquang stopped outside the gates. He had a bad feeling that if he stepped into the city, he would not be able to leave. He felt danger and did not dare to move forward. Brother Chu, the person who spoke, was a young man in white behind Chu Qingquang. The young man looked no more than 30 years old, but in the world of cultivation, appearance was the most unreliable thing. The young man carried an inconspicuous long sword on his back. Sword chi was faintly discernible all over his body, like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Chu Qingquang raised his hand and interrupted the young man's words. His expression became extremely solemn. He had a feeling that this city was different. It had become different. Chu Qingquang of Great Yen is here to pay a visit to Brother Gu Fei. Chu Qingquang cupped his hands towards the city and said loudly. His voice was not loud, but it spread through the sky and could be heard clearly within a radius of 100 miles. Swoosh! Chu Qingquang's words were still lingering in the air when a ghost-like black shadow appeared on top of the city gate. A pair of cold eyes swept across Chu Qingquang and the others below. So it's Brother He. We would like to pay a visit to Brother Gu. Please pass on the message. Chu Qingquang did not dare to be negligent and said carefully to the person on top of the city gate tower. The person on top of the city gate tower was none other than He Tian. Gu Fei had already gone into seclusion with the little fatty. Even if Chu Qingquang's words spread throughout the entire Yanwu city, Gu Fei would not be able to hear them. Our boss is not free. Go back to where you came from. He Tian said rudely. In his eyes, demigods were like ants. This. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chu Qingquang's face. The 3 young men and women behind Chu Qingquang all had a look of anger on their faces. This guy who was neither human nor ghost dared to look down on them. It was outrageous. One had to know that they were the top figures among the younger generation of Great Yen City. At such a young age, they were already regarded as cultivation geniuses and were the center of attention. It was a little arrogant of them. Brother He, I'm actually here this time because someone asked me to mediate the dispute in the land of shamans. Chu Qingquang was not displeased and said calmly. He knew that the other party definitely had the strength to look down on him. Mediate? Ha! He Tian could not help but burst into laughter when he heard this. Old He, what are you shouting for? Suddenly, an impatient voice came from the city. In the next moment, a green shadow flashed next to He Tian, and a man suddenly appeared next to He Tian. Greetings, Brother Qing. Chu Qingquang took a closer look. After seeing who it was, he hurriedly bowed to him. The man was none other than Xiao Qing. He was in charge of almost everything in Shaman City. He Tian, on the other hand, had nothing to do. He led a group of undead creatures and hunted the shamans hiding in the city for fun. Gu Fei temporarily handed over the 500 undead creatures to He Tian and Xiao Qing. They were all King Realm undead creatures, and their strength was equivalent to that of a demigod among human cultivators. 500 demigods was enough to sweep across the entire land of shamans. It's you? What are you doing here? Xiao Qing was not surprised to see Chu Qingquang, because he already knew it was him. Ha! Brother Qing, he said he wanted to mediate the dispute in the land of shamans. What a joke! What a joke! He Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. When Xiao Qing heard this, he could not help but frown. He pondered for a moment before saying, "You guys should go back. Also, tell the leaders of the shaman tribe that I'll give them 10 days. If they're willing to surrender and serve the Gu family as the master of the land of shamans, they can live. Otherwise, we'll have to carry out a purge in the land of shamans." A purge? When Chu Qingquang heard Xiao Qing's words, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew the strength of these people. If they really started a massacre in the land of shamans, only the legendary immortals could stop them. The 3 young men and women behind Chu Qingquang looked at each other in shock. Surrender in 10 days? This was simply not giving the shamans any chance of survival. The shamans of the 11 shaman tribes were a group of brave and ruthless fellows. How could they surrender so easily? They all had a bad feeling. It seemed that the bloodshed in the land of shamans had just begun. Is there any room for negotiation? Chu Qingquang asked. No, they only have 2 choices. One is to die, and the other is to surrender. Xiao Qing's tone was extremely firm. This was something that could not be changed. He was well aware of Gu Fei's intentions. Gu Fei wanted the Gu family to become the master of the land of shamans. Therefore, he would never allow any force that could threaten the Gu family to exist in the land of shamans. Sigh. All right then. We'll take our leave first. Chu Qingquang had no choice but to cup his hands at the 2 people on the tower. Then, he turned around and left with his men. Soon, Chu Qingquang and his men disappeared at the end of the road outside Shaman City. Hee hee. Those fellows from the shaman tribe finally couldn't take it anymore. They actually wanted to use Chu Qingquang to test our strength. What a joke. He Zi said disdainfully. 10 days. After 10 days, I'll leave those fellows to you. Xiao Qing said expressionlessly. He wanted to wait in the city for everyone to surrender. Xiao Qing turned around and walked into the city. He Tian stood on the tower. He could feel that there were more and more spies outside the city. 10 more days. If you don't surrender, you people will only have 10 more days to live. Then, He Tian's figure disappeared from the tower. What? You want us to surrender to the Gu family? That's impossible. An angry roar came from a stone forest. This stone forest was about 100 miles away from Shaman City. Many shamans stood outside the stone forest. The stone forest had a radius of a few miles. Pitch-black stone pillars stood on top of the sand and stones. In the center of the stone forest was a tall, pitch-black altar. At this moment, there were 11 old men in unique clothes standing on the altar. Each of these old men had a strong evil aura. A young man in a purple robe and a dragon crown was talking to one of the old men. That's too much. An old man holding a white bone staff said angrily. They were the masters of the land of shamans. How could they allow an outsider to be the master of the land of shamans? We can't agree to it. At most, we'll fight them to the death. The other old men spoke up one after another. All of them looked angry and indignant. Surrender? That was a great humiliation. No one wanted to be someone else's slave and be ordered around by others. Chu Qingguang shook his head helplessly. These people did not know what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. If they knew, they would not have been so arrogant. That's all I have to say. As for whether you surrender or not, it's up to you. Chu Qingguang finished speaking, then turned around and walked down the ancient altar and left. When night fell, only the city lord's mansion was lit up in Shaman City. At this moment, in the silent night, a few figures silently appeared in the night sky. They were carefully flying towards Jinwu City. However, just as they entered the sky above Shaman City, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few beams of divine light appeared in the sky above Shaman City, illuminating the dark night sky. A few screams were heard in the sky. The divine light pierced through the void, causing a few clouds of blood mist to explode in the sky. Those sneaky fellows were directly annihilated in body and soul. In the darkness, some people quietly retreated. This seemed to be just a test. The real experts had not appeared. The seemingly peaceful Shaman City had already become a killing ground. Chapter 7:14. Shamans were tough and would not easily submit. Xiaoqing's condition of surrendering to Yanwu City within 10 days was difficult for them to accept. Hence, the shaman tribe sent people to test the waters after nightfall. However, no one would have thought that Yanwu City had already turned into a killing ground. The few shamans who came to test the waters were instantly killed by the divine light the moment they entered the sky above Yanwu City. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Shamans who could control flight were definitely at least in the void-controlling realm. However, they were instantly destroyed. This shocked many of the hidden shaman tribe members. The world was silent. Yanwu City was like a giant beast that was entrenched on the ground, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. In the dark night, there was no movement in the city. Other than the bright lights in the governor's mansion, the other places in Yanwu City were all dark. There were no lights at all. One could still vaguely see people moving around in the governor's mansion. However, the people outside the city no longer dared to enter the city that originally belonged to them. The powerful shaman tribe members were frustrated. Their territory had been snatched away and they could do nothing about it. No one tried to test the waters anymore. The hidden powerful shamans all retreated. Shamans may be tough, but they were not idiots. Even if they knew they would die, they would still charge into the city. In the next few days, only the Gu family members moved around in the city. The shaman spies hid outside the city and peeked into the city. The Gu family members did not walk out of the city. The 4 city gates were all open, but no one dared to enter the city. On the night of the 4th day, fog began to rise around Yanwu City. It was not a normal fog, but a 5-colored fog. Black, red, white, yellow, and blue fog gradually spread out from the 5 directions of Yanwu City. The 5 types of fog surrounded Yanwu City. Within the 5-colored fog, a vast amount of shaman power rippled out. The 11 powerful shaman tribe members had finally made their move. The 5-colored fog was like a 5-colored cloud. Very quickly, it surged towards Yanwu City from all directions. Everywhere it passed, the lush greenery outside the city withered as if its life force had been sucked out. Swoosh! Just as the 5-colored fog was about to enter the city, a silhouette flashed above the city. A silhouette appeared high up in the sky and scanned the surroundings. Voodoo? Xiaoqing coldly looked at the 5-colored poisonous fog that covered the sky and surged towards Zhangwu City. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. The 5-colored shaman fog sealed off all directions and surrounded the entire Ji shaman city. The 11 shaman clansmen were truly extravagant. They wanted to use shaman poison to poison everyone in the city to death. Humph! Since you guys want to die, you can't blame anyone else. Xiaoqing mumbled to himself. Then, he descended from the sky and entered the city lord's mansion. Soon, 18 flags flew out of the city lord's mansion and stuck themselves in the ground around it. Mysterious runes appeared on the 18 flags. Each flag exuded a vast amount of power. The power of the heavens and the earth was also activated. This was a matrix. Matrices were He Tian's forte. He Tian made his move. The moment he made his move, he enveloped the entire city lord's mansion with a matrix, isolating it from the heavens and the earth. It was as if the city lord's mansion had become an independent space. Roar! 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 Roars of beasts came from outside the city. It was as if countless ferocious beasts were quickly approaching Ji Shaman City from afar. Waves of murderous aura came from outside the city. The five-colored fog covered the sky and sealed off the heavens and the earth. It surged into Ji Shaman City. Countless houses were covered by the five-colored fog. Under the cover of the fog, all lives were instantly cut off. Countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the city lost their lives. The black fog was like a ghostly aura. Within the black fog, there seemed to be countless figures faintly discernible. It was as if there were countless ferocious spirits and malicious spirits rushing out from hell. It was eerie and terrifying. The red fog was like a raging flame, like a great fire burning in the sky. It emitted a terrifying heat. Even though it was not a real flame, it seemed to be able to burn everything and even cause the air to distort. The white fog, yellow fog, and blue fog all contained terrifying power. The five-colored fog could destroy everything. Wherever it passed, all life would be cut off. No life could survive. It was extremely terrifying. The sorcery power was vast and mighty. No one knew how many powerful fighters from the 11 shaman tribes had come from within the five-colored fog. No one knew how many of them were attacking. At this moment, the strange phenomenon in the city had already alerted the members of the Gu family in the city lord's mansion. Gu Tianxiong and the other important members of the Gu family were the first to rush out of their houses and jump onto the roof. When they saw the situation around the city lord's mansion, they could not help but turn pale with fright. In the distance, the five-colored fog was surging towards the city lord's mansion from all directions. That is, have the people from the 11 shaman tribes gone mad? Gu Tianxiong and the others were horrified. They seemed to know how powerful the five-colored fog was. Their expressions changed drastically and their bodies trembled slightly. It's over. Gu Tianxiong despaired. This shaman poison could destroy everything. It was one of the most powerful shaman poisons refined by the shaman tribe. He had never truly seen the power of this shaman poison. Legend had it that the shaman tribe would only use such a terrifying shaman art when it was a matter of life and death. Humph. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Then, with a creak, someone pushed open the door and walked out. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was a young man dressed in green. Hearing that cold snort, Gu Tianxiong and the others on the roof could not help but feel shocked. Then, they felt a lot more at ease. With such a powerful person here, even if the shaman tribe wanted to fight with their lives, it would probably be like throwing an egg against a rock. As long as we don't walk out of the city lord's mansion, we'll be fine. Xiaoqing said to himself. He seemed to be talking to himself. However, Gu Tianxiong and the others knew that Xiaoqing's words were meant for everyone in the Gu clan. The city lord's mansion was safe. The 18 flags fluttered in the wind. A mysterious aura surged from the flags, as if there was a Taoist rhyme circulating around them. The mysterious power isolated a part of the space. Xiaoqing soared into the sky and stood in the air above the city lord's mansion. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light as he scanned his surroundings. It was as if he could see through the space and the five-colored fog that was surging in from all directions. Sigh. These days, why are there so many people who don't know what's good for them? A voice suddenly rang out from the main hall. Then, everyone saw a man dressed entirely in black walking out with an armchair in his hand. The person came to the empty space in front of the main hall, put down the armchair in his hand, and sat down on it. The ruffian He Tian would probably only put away his ruffian aura in front of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He slouched on the armchair and with a flip of his hand, an array board appeared in his hand. It was a square formation board that was 1 foot wide and carved out of spiritual jade. On the formation board, there were many mysterious formation inscriptions. On the formation board, there was a city that was exactly the same as Gu Wu City. This was not a real city, but a faint shadow. This was the projection of Yanwu City. He Tian's array was amazing. The entire Yanwu City was covered by his array. Any movement in the city would be immediately known by him through the array board in his hand. Suddenly, tiny specks of light that looked like fireflies appeared on the disc in Erebus's hand. Those specks of light appeared on the periphery of the small city on the disc, as if they were rushing into the small city from the outside. Hee hee. A good show is about to begin. He Tian suddenly sat up. His laughter was filled with strangeness and cruelty, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, there were roars of beasts coming from all around Yanwu City. Countless ferocious beasts were rushing towards Yanwu City in the colorful fog. Whoosh! 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 Huge black shadows streaked across the night sky and charged into the 5-colored shaman mist. There seemed to be human figures standing on the black shadows. The experts of the beast sorcerer tribe were controlling countless ferocious beasts to surround Yanwu City. Faint ghostly shadows could be vaguely seen in the black mist. The ghost sorcerer clan had sent countless ferocious ghosts into Jiwu City. Ghostly energy soared into the sky, and an eerie and terrifying atmosphere covered the entire Jiwu City. These cunning fellows. In the governor's mansion, He Tian looked at the array board in his hand and mumbled to himself. There were more and more light spots on the array board. However, the aura coming from these light spots was not the aura of human cultivators. Countless ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits had rushed into Yanwu City. However, none of the experts of the sorcerer tribe dared to enter Yanwu City. No wonder He Tian said that these sorcerer humans were cunning. The 11 sorcerer tribe members used countless ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits as cannon fodder. The array board in He Tian's hand was filled with light spots. These light spots were coming from all directions and were quickly approaching the center of the small city on the array board. The ultimate killing array covered the entire city. As long as He Tian activated the array, he could destroy all the ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits that entered the city with the power of the array. Even if it was the towering 5-colored mist, Mahakala could disperse it with the power of the formation. However, he did not do so. He wanted to wait for the people outside the city to enter the city, then he would capture them all. Shaoqing stood quietly in the air above the governor's mansion. He did not plan to attack. At this moment, the 5-colored mist that surged over from all directions had finally reached the vicinity of the city governor's mansion. The 18 large flags that were planted around the city governor's mansion were fluttering, and the vast and immeasurable power that was released from the flags isolated the void and enveloped the city governor's mansion, keeping the 5-colored mist that surged over from entering the mansion. At this moment, Gu Tianxiong and the rest were relieved. The colorful fog could not enter at all. As long as they did not leave the governor's mansion, they would not be in danger. Chapter 7:15. The 5-colored shaman fog covered the sky and the ground. The entire Pang Shaman city was enveloped in this terrifying shaman poison that could kill everything in its path. No one knew how many powerful shaman tribe members were secretly attacking, but one thing was for sure. The 11 shaman tribe members were really anxious. The 10-day deadline was definitely not a joke. They wanted to fight with all their might and strike first to gain the upper hand. They wanted to see if they could fight for a chance of survival and not have to submit to the Gu family. They wanted to take back Pang Shaman City from the hands of the outsiders. The 11 shaman tribes used all their power. The Ghost Shaman tribe, the Beast Shaman tribe, the Fire Shaman tribe and other powerful shaman tribes all unleashed their terrifying shaman spells. They wanted to destroy all the living things in the city. Huge figures moved quickly in the five-colored shaman fog. The sound of the beasts running on the ground could be heard even in the governor's mansion. Countless beasts driven by the powerful beast shaman tribe members charged into the city from all directions. There were also flying beasts in the sky that pounced into the city. The shaman fog did not affect these beasts at all. No one knew how many beasts were driven into the city by the five-colored shaman fog. The sound of houses collapsing could be heard from all over the city. After the beasts entered the city, they began to destroy everything. The ancient buildings in Pang Shaman City seemed to be protected by some strange power and were difficult to destroy. However, the other buildings were not protected. This was definitely an extraordinary city. It had been through countless years of being battered by wind and rain, yet it still stood tall on the ground. There was definitely a secret that no one knew about. In the shaman land, there were all sorts of legends about Pang Shaman City. Some people said that this was a divine city built from the flesh and blood of a supreme shaman. Some people said that an ancient great shaman was sleeping under the ground in the city. Some people said that this was a divine city that fell from the heavenly realm. However, Shaman City had existed for far too long. It was difficult to truly investigate the various legends. However, there was one thing that all shamans knew, and that was that this city was truly an indestructible divine city. The ancient buildings in the city were filled with the vicissitudes of time. However, they were like peerless divine weapons. Even though they were covered in dust, they were difficult to destroy. At this moment, exclamations of surprise could be heard from the city lord's mansion. The 18 large flags that were stuck in the surroundings of the city governor's estate drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to form a translucent force field that completely kept out the five-colored shaman mist that surged over from all directions. The great flag fluttered in the wind. Mysterious runes appeared one after another, emitting resplendent divine light. It was as if there was a rhythm of the Tao swirling on top of it. Pung! Suddenly, the five-colored shaman mist in the sky above the city governor's estate roiled violently, and then a savage ferocious beast that was like a bat tore through the shaman mist and charged out before diving down towards the city governor's estate. Boom! A loud bang resounded. The ferocious beast that looked like a bat seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. It howled as it flew backward and disappeared into the shaman mist. The people of the Gu clan had long been alarmed, and they all came out. They clearly saw the appearance of the ferocious beast. It was a ferocious monster that was 3 m long, completely pitch black, and seemed like a bat that had been enlarged countless times. It's a ferocious beast reared by the Beast Sorcerer clan. Gu Tianxiong stood on the roof and saw it clearly. He was secretly shocked. Xiao Qing was still standing in the void with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked at the scene coldly and had no intention of making a move. He even concealed his aura. He was a flood dragon and had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline. If he released the aura of the true dragon, no ferocious beast would dare to charge into the shaman city. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous flame suddenly rushed out of the shaman mist. Within the flame, a beast claw that was the size of a small mountain and covered in scales directly grabbed down from the sky. That's, Gu Tianxiong and the other important figures of the Gu clan saw this scene and their expressions immediately changed. The beast claw ignited a monstrous flame that shook the void. The terrifying flame burned the void until it was distorted. An extremely ferocious aura surged down from the sky, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Xiao Qing, who was standing in the sky above the governor's mansion, could not help but frown when he saw this scene. This ferocious beast was not simple and its strength was incomparably strong. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the sky and the ground. The giant beast claw fiercely grabbed the void, causing the 18 flags that were planted around the governor's mansion to shake. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, rays of divine light rushed out from the 18 flags. The divine light intertwined in the sky above the governor's mansion and formed a transparent light screen. This ferocious beast had activated the true power of the formation that protected the governor's mansion. Roar! A deafening, frightening roar of a beast resounded in the sky. The air trembled, and the five-colored mist rolled violently. Raging flames burned the sky. The beast claw, which was surrounded by endless flames, quickly shrank back to its original size. Could it be the sorcerer beast of the beast sorcerer clan leader, the blazing lion? Gu Tianxiong murmured to himself in shock. It seems to be that sorcerer beast. Gu Tian, who was standing next to Gu Tianxiong, said with a trembling voice. He Tian, who was sitting in front of the palace, was staring at the formation board in his hand. On the formation board, there were a few extremely bright spots of light in the small city. One of the spots of light was right above the governor's mansion in the small city. Countless spots of light were rushing in from all directions. All the movements in Yanwu City were being shown on the formation board in He Tian's hand. The small city on the formation board was the projection of Yanwu City. Why haven't those guys come in yet? He Tian was getting impatient. Those guys outside the city were too cautious and still refused to enter Dark Shaman City. Brother Qing, why don't we just kill our way out? He Tian said to Shao Qing in the sky. He really did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to kill all the cunning shamans tonight. Shao Qing said, the 10 days are not up yet. As long as those people don't enter the city, let them live for a few more days. Shao Qing did not want to go back on his word. You said it yourself. If they enter the city, they won't be able to leave alive. He Tian said fiercely. Since he could not initiate the attack, he would just wait for them to come to him. He Tian did not want to embarrass Shao Qing, so he could only stay in the governor's mansion and look at the formation board in his hand in boredom. Suddenly, Erebus stared at a moving dot of light on the array disk. Haha. You finally can't hold back anymore? Erebus laughed out loudly. He could sense the aura of a human cultivator on the array disk. 1, 2, 3, haha, come in, let me kill to my heart's content. He Tian laughed cruelly. His body was filled with a murderous aura. Roar. 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 Beastly roars could be heard around the governor's mansion. A few terrifying presences came from the thick shaman mist. Powerful beasts had arrived near the governor's mansion. At this moment, huge black shadows were moving quickly in the colorful shaman mist. Sorcery energy surged, and blurry human figures stood on top of the black shadows. The beastly shaman clan finally entered the city on flying beasts. Bang! The air shook. The terrifying shaman beast hidden in the shaman mist was still attacking the seal outside the governor's mansion. It was trying to break the seal and enter the city. Chapter 7:16. More and more ferocious beasts were gathering at the governor's mansion. The roars of the beasts shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying murderous aura filled the air. At this moment, Dark Shaman City was shrouded in a five-colored mist. Other than the governor's mansion, every corner of the city was filled with the poisonous mist. Other than the ferocious beasts and the wizards of the 11 shaman tribes, there were no other living beings in the city. Other than the governor's mansion, the entire Dark Shaman City had become a dead city. Even snakes, insects, rats, and ants could not survive here. The five-colored mist could destroy everything in its path. Nothing could survive here. Everything was poisoned to death. Bam! Bam! Boom! More and more ferocious beasts were attacking the seal of the governor's mansion. The 18 flags were fluttering in the air, drawing upon the power of the heavens and earth to form a layer of transparent divine light. The divine light kept the ferocious beasts and the poisonous mist at bay. In front of the main hall of the city lord mansion, the people of the Gu clan were trembling in fear. The ferocious beasts caused their hearts to palpitate. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the Gu clan's people would have been torn to shreds by these ferocious beasts. However, with Shao Qing and He Tian around, the people of the Gu family were not worried even though they were terrified. Shao Qing and He Tian did not do anything. Shao Qing had already flown down from the sky, while He Tian was staring at the formation board in his hand with a murderous look. The formation board glowed with a divine light. A strange force connected to the heavens and earth. It resonated with the formation that He Tian had set up in the city. The formation board projected an image of Dark Shaman City. "I'll leave this to you. Don't forget what I said," Shao Qing said to He Tian. He did not wait for He Tian to reply. He turned around and walked into the hall. He did not want to play this game. Although Shao Qing didn't want to play this kind of game, He Tian really liked this kind of game where he could control everything. In the city, he was the supreme emperor, and he could control everything. What a boring person. Just like boss, he only knows how to cultivate. Apart from cultivating, he also needs to find some fun to play with so he won't be so boring. He Tian muttered to himself as he watched Shao Qing's figure disappear into the gate. In the shaman land, only the Lich Demon could pose a threat to He Tian and Shao Qing. Once the Lich Demon died, there was no one else in the invincible land who could fight against Shao Qing and the others. As long as Shao Qing and He Tian were willing, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy the entire witch tribe. However, Gu Fei did not want to do so. He did not want to end the legacy of the witch tribe. Although the true witchcraft had disappeared for countless years, and the current witchcraft was more like an evil spirit, it was still a witch. Shao Qing and He Tian knew what Gu Fei was thinking, so they did not go too far. Shao Qing even gave the witch tribe a deadline of 10 days. In reality, with Shao Qing and He Tian's temperament, things would be very simple. If they did not surrender, they would kill them or simply destroy the witch tribe, so that the Gu family would be the strongest family in the shaman land. F***ck, those bastards. Why are there only a few of them? He Tian said angrily as he sat in front of the hall and stared at the formation plate in his hand. He sensed from the formation plate that some people had entered Dark Shaman City on flying beasts. However, he only sensed the presence of around 100 people. The 100 light spots that represented the witch tribe were mixed with the countless light spots that represented the beasts. They were heading toward the city governor's mansion. The 11 witch tribe members were too cautious. They were still probing the city. The real elites were still watching from outside the city. They did not actually enter the city. Roar! 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 Terrifying beast roars rose around the city governor's mansion. A few powerful beasts emitted a terrifying aura and led countless other beasts to attack the layer of divine light that covered the city governor's mansion. They were definitely Beast King level existences. However, in He Tian's eyes, these Beast Kings were no different from kittens and puppies. Even the blazing lion from the Beast Shaman clan would be killed if he wanted to. At this moment, many people were standing on top of a mountain about 10 miles away from Dark Shaman City. Each of them was emitting a demonic aura. Everyone on the mountain looked nervously at the colorful mist that covered the entire Dark Shaman City. There were 3 strange beasts hovering above the mountain. A 50 feet long blood-red bat was circling above the mountain. A 30 to 40 feet long flying centipede was as thick as a water bucket and had a pair of wings on its back. There was also a bone dragon the size of a small mountain that was shrouded in a thick aura of death. It had a pair of wings on its back. It was a bone dragon with no flesh or blood. This bone dragon's skull had already given birth to a clump of soul fire. A powerful soul force surged out. It was an undead creature. The Dark Shaman tribe was the strongest among the 12 shaman tribes. It was only a matter of time before it was devoured by the other shaman tribes after being defeated by Gu Fei and the others. Among the 12 shaman tribes, the Beast Shaman tribe was skilled in refining shaman beasts and controlling beasts. The Ghost Shaman tribe was skilled in dealing with ghosts. They could control evil spirits and ghosts, and they could also refine undead creatures. The bone dragon was very powerful. It was obvious that it had been refined by the Ghost Shaman tribe for many years. It was definitely the Ghost Shaman tribe's ultimate weapon. The bone dragon hovered above the mountain, causing the air above the mountain to be shrouded in an aura of death. The purple flying centipede and the blood-red bat hid far away, not daring to get close to the bone dragon. Apart from the elites of the 11 shaman tribes, there was also an old man wearing a beast skin and holding a white bone hammer that was formed from 5 beast heads on top of the mountain. He was followed by a fearsome demon ape. The demon ape was more than 30 feet tall. Its fur was black and shiny, and its body was shrouded in a murderous aura. Its blood-red eyes shone with a ferocious glare that could make one's heart palpitate. At that moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the colorful mist. The crowd immediately tensed up. It was a big black bat, and a man was standing on top of the bat. Soon, the big bat carried the man and flew to the top of the mountain, landing in front of the crowd. The man jumped down from the bat's back and walked quickly to the elites of the shaman tribe. Reporting to the Honorable Witch, the enemies in the city are holed up in the city lord's mansion. They don't dare to come out. What happened? How are the casualties? Someone asked impatiently. They looked at their phones eagerly, wanting to know the situation in the city. Everyone pricked up their ears and waited for the man's answer. Reporting to the lords, the enemies in the city have set up a formation around the city lord's mansion. Our shaman beasts can't break through the formation and we can't do anything to the people inside. Everyone looked at each other and felt a little sad. Those people were able to kill a supreme lich, so they would definitely not die so easily under the witch mist. The colorful mist was a trump card of the shaman tribe. They would not use it easily. It was said that this poisonous mist could even poison immortals to death. If they could not deal with those people, they would have to surrender to the shaman tribe to survive. Go and check again. The old man with the demon ape behind him said in a deep voice. He did not look good. The enemy's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. Chapter 7:17. The shaman tribe tried their best. They even used the forbidden shaman spell of the shaman tribe. They destroyed the entire dark shaman city with the terrifying shaman poison that could kill a deity. However, Shaoqing was too pressurizing. They had to be careful. Under the night sky, on a mountain a dozen miles away from dark shaman city, the atmosphere was oppressive. No one spoke. The old man with the terrifying demonic ape behind him looked at the five-colored shaman mist that covered the sky. His wrinkled face was extremely serious. In the sky above the mountain, the bone dragon surrounded by the aura of death stood still. Blood-colored bat beasts danced in the air and purple flying centipedes circled. At the foot of the mountain, the powerful sorcerer tribe members moved. The shamans who had flown into Dark Shaman City on the bat beasts reported that the enemy had retreated into the city lord's mansion and there was no movement. Gradually, the important figures of the sorcerer tribe on the mountain could not stand still. Grand Shaman, shouldn't we make our move? Someone asked. As long as they could break the formation protecting the city lord's mansion, they could kill the people inside. Everyone was tempted. Let's wait and see. The old man called Grand Shaman sneered. He still had some concerns. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly. After all, the ruthless people in the city had even killed the shamans of the Dark Shaman cult. This kind of combat power was invincible in the sorcerer land. Although the five-colored shaman mist could kill immortals, the old man called Grand Shaman was still worried. If the enemy was not afraid of the five-colored shaman mist, they would be in big trouble. Honorable Witch, since those people are holed up in the city lord's mansion and don't dare to come out, it means that they are afraid of our witchcraft poison. As long as we break their restrictive spells, they will have nowhere to hide and only death awaits. Yes. Our witchcraft cannot last for long. If they keep hiding in the city lord's mansion, when the five-colored shaman mist dissipates, we will die without a grave. Grand Shaman. Let's make our move. The crowd said. Such a large-scale witchcraft could not last for long. They were all anxious. Seeing that the five-colored shaman mist could really trap the people in the city, they were all eager to try. All of you. The old man swept his gaze over the important figures of the sorcerer tribe. He saw that a few of the tribe leaders of the sorcerer tribe had nodded, and he could not help but feel tempted. If they could not get rid of those people in the city tonight, then the entire sorcerer tribe would be doomed. They could already imagine what would happen to them. It's hard to back down now. The old man sighed in his heart. There was no turning back now. Since he had already made his move, he might as well go all out. All right. Let's enter the city. The old man's expression suddenly became extremely determined. He shot into the sky and brought the demonic ape with him. They rode a gust of wind and flew toward Dark Shaman City. Go. Enter the city. Ha. Kill those people in the city, and Dark Shaman City will still be ours. Does the Gu family think that they can become the master of the sorcerer land just because they have a powerful master? Dream on. The group of important figures of the sorcerer tribe shouted. Their morale was unprecedentedly high. They thought that Gu Fei and the others were really afraid of the five-colored sorcerer mist. Apart from the Dark Shaman tribe leader who had been killed by Little Fatty, the other 11 tribe leaders of the sorcerer tribe had arrived. The honorable sorcerer was the old tribe leader of the beast sorcerer tribe. In the sorcerer land, there was only one person who could become the honorable sorcerer, and that was the old tribe leader of the beast sorcerer tribe. His sorcery skills were superb, and the sorcerer beasts he refined were also extremely powerful. In the sorcerer land, the honorable sorcerer was only second to the sorcerer demons. Swoosh. 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 The tribe leaders shot into the sky one after another. The tribe leader of the ghost sorcerer tribe flew toward the skeletal dragon above the mountain and landed on the back of the skeletal dragon. Roar. The bone dragon roared at the sky, and the soul fire in its skull immediately became much more powerful. A powerful soul ripple spread out from the skull. The skeletal dragon did not have flesh and blood. That was not a real roar, but it was even more terrifying than a real roar. That was because the soul wave could reach everyone's heart. It was difficult to defend against such an invisible sound. The tribe leader of the fire shaman tribe was surrounded by fire chi. His hair and eyebrows were red. He shot into the sky and landed on the back of the blood-red bat beast. Then, he stepped on the bat beast and flew toward Dark Shaman City. Another gray figure that seemed to be shrouded in chaos chi landed on the purple flying centipede. Stepping on the flying centipede, they disappeared into the sky in an instant. The group of sorcerer tribe masters unleashed their skills and headed toward Dark Shaman City. To these people, a distance of more than 10 miles could be covered in the blink of an eye. They charged straight into the five-colored sorcerer mist. The five-colored sorcerer mist that was said to be able to kill immortals and gods did not work on sorcerer humans because they were already prepared and could move freely through the five-colored sorcerer mist. A large group of sorcerer tribe masters who were hiding outside the city were summoned by the tribe leaders. They came out from the shadows and charged into the five-colored sorcerer mist, charging into Dark Shaman City. At this moment, in the governor's mansion of Dark Shaman City, He Tian, who was sitting on an old wooden armchair in front of the main hall, was chuckling. On the formation plate in his hand, light spots that were as bright as stars began to appear. These light spots exuded a powerful aura. Needless to say, the sorcerer tribe masters outside the city could no longer hold themselves back and had charged into the city. Great, this is great. He Tian was overjoyed. A game of cat and mouse was about to begin. Soon, the bright light spots on the formation plate moved to the center of the small city. This meant that the sorcerer tribe masters had arrived near the governor's mansion. Roar. An old roar came from outside the governor's mansion. A vast amount of sorcerer power erupted like a volcano. The entire divine light shield that covered the governor's mansion immediately shook. Huh? He Tian was slightly surprised. He stood up from his chair. A master who is close to the immortal realm? I didn't expect there to be someone like this among them. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. Five-colored sorcerer mist rolled and tumbled. 5 skulls of strange beasts that were as large as mountains rushed out of the five-colored sorcerer mist, spewing poisonous mist and black flames. They charged toward the divine light shield that covered the governor's mansion. At the same time, the beast kings that were hiding in the five-colored sorcerer mist revealed their true forms. A male lion that was covered in raging flames broke through the sorcerer mist and pounced toward the divine light shield. A strange beast that looked like a pangolin with green scales all over its body burst out of the ground. The horn on its head shone with a dazzling light as it crashed into the divine light shield that covered the governor's mansion. A giant golden eagle swooped down from the sky. Its sharp claws tore at the divine light shield. The golden claws tore through the air like divine weapons. The three beast kings charged at the formation that Hei Tian had set up at the same time. More and more people attacked one after another. A vast amount of shaman energy flooded the entire city lord's mansion like a vast ocean. The roars of beasts and shouts rose and fell one after another. Ha! Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Hei Tian laughed loudly. Then, he thrust the formation plate in his hand into the ground. Rumble, the entire dark shaman city began to shake. Hei Tian had activated the ultimate kill formation. The power of the heavens and earth in this area was immediately activated. A terrifying